I think so. We were all talking as a group prior, and I think the conversation was that FaZe absolutely dominates on LAN, and this is a great way for them to start out the year. Not only through that, when you get that close to the top, I think it just takes a little bit more motivation to push you just that much further forward, and we've seen that momentum still carry them through this. So if FaZe can adjust to the play styles of all the different regions coming together, I think no doubt they have a huge chance to take this, but we're definitely going to need to see a little bit more, I think, consistency in their late game. FaZe keeps 4 up past the mid game, we almost always see them dominate. So that's what I'm kind of looking for, and hopefully, good things from them, as you said, that redemption story.
It would be nice to see. Let me give you a quote. We got a little bit of time here. Cameron, I want to get your take on this. This is Trevor, the coach of Oath. I was chatting with him the other night, and he said, to be honest, it is hard to compare our region's practice to the practice that we have here. The difference being that every team in these lobbies knows how to play the game at the highest level and can win team fights. It's just an overall increase in skill level while playing here. It seems like that's kind of the comment that I've been getting universally from a lot of the coaches and stuff. How does that impact a team? When you come in here from really even a strong region like China or Europe, not to say the others aren't, but that is just brutally known for how strong their teams are, when every team of the 32 has the potential to win.
I mean, it definitely makes things harder. That's the whole point of these competitions, to really see who is the best, not just the best, but the best of the best, with the understanding that everyone here is the best from their own respective regions. And that's why I think it's really cool that we get to see this entire 2-month-long process, because in this case, the cream really will rise to the top. There is so much money on the line on that final weekend alone. And at that point, these teams have had not only the amount of scrims they've had before now through quarantine, but then over a month and a half before that point, that we really will see who can thrive and which of these best teams is just a single one-off fluke. Yeah, that's it's going to be a lot of action happening between now and then, and it really will be the best teams that will maintain themselves at that high peak, high level.
Another topic to go along with that, besides the fact that it's just a ton of really good teams, Clover, is the fact that this is the first time that we've probably seen a lot of these players back together in person. A good example of this is the Sonics, right? They finally got Luke off of his crazy ping that he's been playing off for the last year. Everyone's in one location. I'm sorry, that's STK. But Tingleton and the boys are all sitting together. I know FaZe Clan even mentioned this is the first time that we've been together, and this has been good for the team. How big an impact does that have, do you think, on the teams that are here? And is it a disadvantage because there are teams that are still playing remotely?
I think that there's going to be definitely advantages for some of these teams on LAN. There's something to be said about that esports camaraderie, about showing up to a LAN, about being there with your teammates, especially when it's a return, right? Seeing everybody, because this is your family. These are the people that you spend day in, day out playing with, talking with, chatting with, and that really builds a good relationship. So when you can sit physically next to that person and all have that same LAN ping, that can be huge. But that said, anybody who's coming to LAN for the first time, maybe, or not as frequently a LAN player, playing on LAN ping, it's a bit of a different feel. And so that's the thing that a lot of these teams have been practicing as they've been in Korea on quarantine. Obviously China and some of the other countries have certain setups for their regions as well, as they weren't able to travel due to COVID safety. But you brought up ping, right, with Luke 12. I think it's always been a huge conversation about what that ping from Australia to North America can do to change some of these things, even for some of the LATAM teams, right, when they're playing up into the Americas. So getting everybody on equal footing, on equal ping, it's going to take away some of those arguments, but also I think strengthen the ability for everybody to kind of be on that same page. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how those teams are going to grow together.
Very cool stadium we just took a look at. We also saw the representation of each region in the tournament. Participating teams. This is who we're watching tonight, Cameron. Group A, Group B on your screen. They're the ones going to war first. Some of them have unique challenges. We got teams like 4AM who, they showed up the first time we had a world championship. Not as loud last time. And God, we would love to take them back to the top. TSM with substitutes. What do you think about the challenge facing A and B in particular?
So I'm just looking at, I'm going to dial in specifically on the map that we are opening up this event on, which is going to be Miramar. And if you want to talk about challenge, you got to talk about, of course, the actual fight in the server. We can talk about all these storylines, all these things that happen outside of the game, all that we want. But inside the game, looking at what is the expected drop spots for some of these teams, TSM are playing with a sub. We've already mentioned how that's going to be a little bit of a handicap for them. They are sharing a drop spot with the team K7, and there is 4AM going to be right next to them around the center of the map. So as far as a team that you really want to look at to see if they're going to struggle or if they're going to thrive, it's going to be, I think, those three teams, TSM, K7, and 4AM.
Yeah, so that's San Martin. Hot spot for sure. We're going to Miramar first. Clover, what's your prediction? Does K7 stand up and say, TSM, this is our house? Or does K7 go, Miramar's a big place?
It's a tough call. If you're going to take a stand, game one is definitely the one to do it, right? Go ahead and claim it now and work towards that, because we've got 4 different groups, many of whom, A and B are playing together, but there's teams in these 2 lobbies that are sharing drop spots with those groups C and D. So establish that dominance now while you can, but, do it confidently, because you really don't want to mess up. And we can't reiterate how important seeding is this week and going into next week. So teams do need to play the smart. But as you said, Miramar is a very big place. A lot of these teams have alternative drop spots. And, I think at least in terms of San Martin, it's a large enough space that if 2 teams were to be able to drop, they should be able to get a moderate amount of loot before they can fight and contest for that dominant position.
Before I transition what you just said to you, Cameron, I do want to say this. This overlay is awesome, and if people want to take pictures of us in game and send it to us, that'd be super cool. I'm so hyped about that. Yeah. But Clover brought this up, Cameron, that this is the time to maybe take a risk in the beginning of game 1. This is a pretty epic round, though. The seeding is going to be a very big deal. If you lose and end up in 32nd place, from what I understand, and y'all had to check me on my math earlier, you don't even get to play in the weekly series, the Survivor Series. So how important, really, I mean, I know it's important, but outline how important it is to come out blazing in this opening series of such a massive event.
So considering you only need to be in the top 16 to be in that starting set for the weekly survival, I don't know if you need to come out blazing, maybe a little tepid, shall we say, a level above lukewarm. But yeah, if you are not in the top 16, and especially once you go down towards the 20s and past that in placements, it can be a bit of an issue, because the lower you are on this rank placement at the beginning, the fewer opportunities you have to qualify for the weekly finals. And if you are not in the weekly finals, you do play another reseeding process on the weekend, but you need to deliver there to still be in line for next week's weekly finals. So it really can snowball outside of your control. This series that we're playing this weekend, this round robin between all these 4 groups, it will not be the end all of where these teams are going to be at heading into the middle of the tournament, towards the end of the tournament, but it can be the beginning of a really good run or a very big struggle that they have to crawl themselves back outside from.
That makes perfect sense. So our team's going to go for that full send, if you will. As you explain that tepid water, I had a mental image of my kids when they take a bath, right? Griffin tests it, makes sure everything's safe. He wants to make sure it's going to be okay to jump in. Phoenix just dives into the water, and I have to make sure it's not crazy because he'll burn himself. I think that's what we see, Clover, is some teams, I predict the Sonics, for instance, will come out of this thing, and probably Meta and a few others are going to come out game 1 looking to make a bold statement, whereas, teams like Oath or Liquid, I would expect them to play a little slower, a little more careful, a little more intellectual PUBG.
I don't know. When I think of Oath and winning and double-digit kills, and just like we talked about earlier, just that absolute brute force. And I think, again, kind of talking about those drop positions, contesting who's going where. Sonics are often known for those central positions where they like to drop, right? The Pachinki Picados of the maps, and that awards them a really good opportunity and options for rotations. So, drop spots are going to be important going into this, because it's going to affect potentially how some of these teams can play and rotate through the rest of these matches. But, kind of back on, I guess, the topic at hand, it's just... Yeah. I think it's kind of, we're going to wait to see, because they're only playing 4 matches today. And like you said, we've got to really make the most of each opportunity that they've got.
You can see suggested teams to watch up there as we kind of look at their winnings overall. Domination coming out of North America has been the Sonics, Cameron. We've already talked about them quite a bit. You heard us talk about TSG as well, two teams to definitely keep your eye on. On the opposite side of that, teams that don't get a lot of love, but both of them are playing here in Group B, are the teams out of Japan, Enterforce and Detonation Gaming White. Both of them are playing today, right now, and both of them are playing in the same group. Is that hurtful or helpful, do you think, to have the only other team from your region playing essentially against you every single match during the seeding phase?
Yeah. Barring any sort of rivalry and any sort of specific unique interactions between those two teams, I think it does actually help you, because that is still going to be a consistent team that you are going to be more familiar with. Again, that's going to be a little diluted because these teams have been scrimming against each other so much these past couple of weeks. But again, that sort of familiarity, that brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever you want to call it, for those teams, not just Japan, but also from Latin America, who are both also in the same group, Group B, that's going to be at least a little bit of something to rely on.
Clover, talking about these players to watch in the top three.
Well, I just want to say I think that's the nicest that Tiggleton's hair has ever looked. So, kudos to him. But, it is so hard not to have that NA bias here as NA casters. But not only of our experience with casting the NA region, I mean, Tiggleton is just on another level. When you look at global stats from 2020 and overall, Tiggleton leads by far in quite a lot of the categories, if not most of them. And I think that's going to be a strength that carries on to a lot of the players there for Sonics. But again, TSG, another team, I've talked about earlier, they were looking really confident in scrims. They were looking confident approaching most of the teams in all the regions. I think it's going to be another one to watch out for. So really, we're not going to know until we start, right? We can't completely hold scrims up against the way that these teams are playing, because teams are trying things out in scrims. They're taking risks and chances. They're kind of poking and prodding. They're trying to get their feet on the ground here. And a lot of those scrims lobbies have been a completely different mix-up than the way that they're going to play out this weekend. But at the same time, scrims do give us a really good idea of what we can potentially expect going forward.
So different ways of play, Cameron. Clover touched on that. Let's dig a little bit deeper. Something that's coming up with this 4+1 roster system that we've been seeing is some teams, like we said, are kind of using it the old-fashioned way, just having a backup just in case, or someone like Wookie can step in for Fex, who's had issues traveling.
Yeah.
Other teams like Tianba, rumors are they're approaching this as sort of movable pieces on a chessboard. The idea that they can swap players in and out basically on how they're doing that week in training, or maybe there are players like, remember the old days of Liquid when you would sort of see Sampty jettisoned out the back of a push, and he would go get to the end game or try to get himself deeper for points. It seems like some of these teams are looking at making switches based on the format, because they're very different throughout the course of the week. Do you think that's something we're going to see increase as other teams see it working or not working? Like, what's your take on this?
I think it's going to be unique to each team, and I think it could either increase or decrease individually, depending on how they like the results of having such a fluid roster. The Chinese teams especially, historically, they've had some really, really deep rosters. It's not like, in fact, there were some of these teams coming from China that their rosters at previous points in history have looked twice this size. They've had to make some cuts to come over here towards PGI.S. compared to some North American teams and EU teams that have intentionally had to pick someone up to fill that fifth slot. I don't think it's going to be something that gets defined globally, as it were, across the entire event. It is going to be unique to each team, because a lot of these regions, they do approach the game differently. In the West compared to the East, I think it's a pretty fair generalization to say that in the East, it's very much these moving parts, just slot in the best fragger at the moment. But in the West, EU and NA, especially, it is a lot more about the chemistry of those four units combined and trying to be greater than just the sum of their parts.
Interesting. I like that. Clover, let's move on to some home field advantage. Last time we got together for World Championship, we were in Oakland. And I think we can all agree that did absolutely nothing for North American teams in terms of home field advantage. Do you think that the Korean teams here, especially during such a unique and difficult time in terms of the world environment, will have an advantage because they're playing on their home turf?
You know, I think that the extended time that most of the teams and players have had, not only for quarantine, but to boot camp and preparation for this event, should hopefully put everybody on even ground and, maybe not give Korea that home field advantage, right? Everybody should have time to get settled in. But, you know, on the flip side of that, I think that the Asia teams in general might have a home field advantage in that overall, a lot of these teams have had more experience playing in or around each other throughout the year, whereas NA, LATAM, EU coming in oftentimes are a little bit more segregated in their own regions. And these global stages are the only chances that they oftentimes get to play together at that level, aside from just, VPNing over and doing scrims, which we've been seeing the NA and EU regions doing more of to try to get that experience against some of these Asia teams.
You got to respect that. And Cameron, Clover alluded to this, but the PCS scene in the East has been very different than the West. It's a tapestry to a certain extent. You have to sort of qualify to the PCS Asia, go through your own personal regions, and all these teams kind of weave and dance around each other, and they don't always get to see each other. So do you agree, is there a massive advantage to that sort of format leading up to this?
There is, but I think more so than anything else, the teams that aren't traveling are not living in a different country. They're not living in a different culture. Food is so important. You saw on Twitter all of these teams from North America wanting a burger. Imagine doing that for 2 entire months.
All right, well, the game is getting underway. A big shout out again to Intel, Toomey, Zowie, and Perrier for making this possible. And let's go to the two voices who will be bringing us the match. It is Matchroom and Porosaurus. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Toffees, Cam, and Clover. We're getting everything up and in the air, but I just want to give another follow-up shout-out to PGI.S being presented by Intel, where not just gaming happens, but all of PGI.S. We have a global event going on as we're all spread across the world and couldn't do it without them. Poro, it's game time.
It is indeed, and my God, it's been a year, and we're starting off with a hot drop, baby. Bury Ram and TSG, let's go.
Instantly coming through. Quick drop's going to be coming out of that. We can see Uzi's coming out. They can make the play around the outside of this. Gets a quick shot back over towards it. Got to look back over towards his left. Not going to spot it out. A quick pickup back on the other side of this, but you can see Bury Ram already in a little bit of trouble. 2 members down to TSG's 1. With a nice firm angle looking back over there. TSG does have control over the situation and really does have a lot of them pincered back behind this. So Bury Ram trying to find an angle out from this position. Not going to find it just quite yet, but everything's starting to slow down just a touch, Poro.
My man out there popping people with the Car 98. Volley Bear going to try to take a few shots, not going to land anything right now. Bury Ram just holding corners right now. Looks like TSG is going to go ahead and flush this one out. But that's a 2-1 trade so far. We'll see if TSG can maybe do a little bit of rallying here, because Bury Ram, they're just kind of staying there holding their corners while the TSG guys go about their business.
Old school PUBG tactics right there. If you guys remember back in the day, Bury Ram essentially bringing out the bathroom strats, but just leading into the hallway, even got the shotguns prepped and ready to go. Everybody knows you do not want to round that corner.
What is a Car 98, instead, dude?
Playing this patient, trying to make a little bit of a push up and forward. You can see Volley Bear not having any more shotgun ammo at the time. Maybe he could have some. We'll have to see if he goes for the reload on it. But the aggression starting to come through, loading up, getting the armor, getting the helmets, making sure whenever they go for this push back around, they are set. Gonna see the flashes come through, going for the flip back around. Oh, it does not connect. God, the last one up over on his side, trying to look back over for this one, see if he can peek back over through it. Gets the spray back over towards one with the shotgun, but can't pick up the other one. So with this, Bury Ram is not just our first blood, they are our first team eliminated.
God meow, almost with the God shotgun plays right there. Look, Edie was with his back up against the wall. You're in a firefight up close and personal, and you're rocking a Car 98, man. That's just not where you want to be. But God meow almost pulling it off. TSG though coming in clutch. Now they got to play out with 2 players from this point on, and I mean, yeah, they got 4 kills. That'll take you somewhere. We like that.
What is happening? This is just like the first couple of seconds, and we're already getting into the action on this. So, with everything going on, guys, naturally you can see Meadows in the process of doing some looting up. The circle did pop. It's back over towards the southeast, pretty much centered up around Los Leones, so a lot of our northern teams might find themselves having to rotate here soon, but it's loot galore right now as everybody's trying to get up and get situated, and that did slow down TSG just a little bit. I hope it doesn't affect the later stages of their game.
It's centering up right on top of your boys from Meta here, our LATAM heroes. I gotta tell you guys, if you have not heard of Meta's Sparking before now, you are going to remember that name. That man is an absolute monster. He's a beast. I'm so excited to get to see that kid play in this international competition. And we saw what he was able to do in DreamHack against the NA squads. He was still a phenomenal player. That whole team is just performing really, really well. So really excited to see what they can do right now. And it's starting off nice for him with the center circle position just posted up on the eastern side of Los Leones.
And so much advantage positioning based off of this. They can see a lot of what's going to be going on.
Uh-oh.
Long range shots. They're going to be able to hold a lot of territory control. They do have a Freak of Freaks that's kind of creeping up back over towards them. Meanwhile, Sonics, you heard the analyst desk giving a little bit of information about what's going on. If this is your first time tuning into PUBG on a global scale, get ready. You're in for a treat because these guys are already set up to bring it. Sonic's going to be going ahead and making push back over and holding down towards the western area of Los Leones. Everybody should be familiar with that northwestern area, kind of like the suburb over in that direction. Got a lot of good vision as well and can really control different movements coming out of Los Leones.
Yeah, I don't care if anybody calls us homers, Matt. I really don't. Sonics, you put up the type of numbers that Tiggleton put up in PCS2 and PCS3. You come into this thing as a favorite. I don't care who you are. You got 51 kills in one split, 54 in the next, and over 11k damage by himself in 2 splits. Nobody in the world comes close to those numbers. So you call me a homer all you want, Chad. I don't care. That man is a beast. Meanwhile, I'm super excited about TSM, man. I was really excited to get to see Fex play. I mean, arguably one of the best players in Europe. I think it's a very good argument that Fex might have been the best player in Europe in 2020, and it sucks to see him not be able to get here with the TSM boys right now. But I think Wookie is about the best plug and play you're possibly going to get for that team.
I mean, a historic player. He's been around for so long. See rotations coming in right now. Navi making a very long rotation back over towards the south to make sure to try to get a little bit more safety. Meanwhile, just more direct routes happening back over towards the north. We did get some action to start off everything, but remember, guys, this is Miramar, so it's going to slow down for just a second. Most of these teams are going to avoid trying to go back into Los Leones because it is a hell of a thing to try to leave that location, specifically with the amount of teams that are camped around the outside of it. It's just kind of a death trap, so don't be surprised if you see a lot of these teams doing small, kind of dimmy skirmishes along the sides of this, taking a couple of shots at each other and just trying to control the territory around them.
I like seeing this from Furia right off the bat, hanging out on the edges here, doing some good scouting, doing their due diligence, keeping with their fundamentals, staying disciplined, and not trying to overextend past what they can see. Meanwhile, Navi, it's been a slow year for Navi. It was a slow year last year for Navi. You know, 9th, 7th, and 6th throughout all the PCS. Not the Navi that we were accustomed to seeing in 2019, 2018 even. But
well, it's also kind of a slow rotation coming out from them. I mean, they're playing edge. Almost all the other teams are kind of leaned back over towards center right now. You can see 4AM not even content staying out in their position. They're wanting to make a little bit more of a push back in towards it. And I'm kind of curious. Whenever we're looking at this lobby, we haven't been seeing the potential for a lot of edge play. We figured that there was going to be a lot of center action going on. But with Los Leones being in the center, you can see Navi making a little bit of being one of the few teams that's opting to playing back out inside of this and seeing if maybe they can catch somebody in rotations coming up.
That's a scary man right there to be hunting you down the tab. Gonna spot him out, take the shots, gonna get the knock. Yes, he will. Easy peasy. Rusty Zera done and flushed. And now the question is, what is Furia going to do? Are they going to turn around and try to take this? Nope. They're just going to keep on keeping on.
Furia, one of the few teams next to the position on them. Also, do note that we do have Day that's back over towards the south of this that do hear what's going on, but doesn't look like they want to participate just too much quite yet. There's a lot of 2-2 splits that are going on around the map, so our late rotating teams could find themselves with a little bit of trouble as they could have a gauntlet to deal with. But that being said, the southern area where we're seeing rotations happening at right now with Furia, it's kind of the more open area, so we haven't seen too much just quite yet coming out from that. Do note central positions whenever we're looking at that could be a problem for them. We're going to be looking back just to the south of them where we see Day playing at, and T1 back over towards the east. Naturally, Navi coming in back over from the west as well. towards the northern corridors of Los Leones, it's kind of calmed down a little bit. As you can see, TSG kind of taking the scenic route in. They're kind of playing back over towards that eastern road, making the drive, catching the sights, seeing the island, seeing everything comes through, and no teams really around them as they're crossing back around Impala, and the closest team to them is going to be DGW, which is going to be back on, kind of playing the fields that are to the west of Impala.
A lot of bets being placed all across the map right now. Everybody's hoping that Circle 2 will cut their way. You see a number of teams thinking that it might cut south, maybe over towards that Los Leones area, which it has been doing lately. But by far, more teams hanging out in that Bandita area and spots in between. You can see everybody very spread out, trying to take up as much real estate as possible, gain as much information as possible, trying to figure out where they are going to go next should the circle not favor them. So a little bit slow off the bat, but it's kind of what you would expect here in the early game, hot drops notwithstanding.
Oh, another circle going to pop, and it's going to be to the east of Los Leones. Our teams that are kind of playing back over towards the edge and the suburbs of Los Leones we were talking about just a second ago, going to find themselves with a little bit of control to work with. So with this now, we have to be a little bit careful as we start to see shifts coming back in towards the eastern area. That means that everybody's going to have to condense down. Those 2-2 splits that we saw were a big factor a second ago could be a touch more problematic, as teams now going to have to regroup or opt into just complete dominance and try to make sure that they assert control on anybody that's rotating next to their position.
Yeah, Meta in a very, admirable position and enviable position being in the middle, but they are in that 2-2 split with some real estate in between them. We'll have to see how they decide to play that here in circle number 2. Meanwhile, K7 making their way through TSM. Looks like Ira gonna hear the vehicles pass by, but he knows a freak is in that compound. He doesn't want to take the shots just yet, give his position up and overexpose himself. But the rest of the boys starting to show up, and this could turn into a TSM push here shortly.
Back over to the southwest, we were talking about this a second ago. There was the potential for this brewing up. You can see Day Trade looking back over. They're very aware rotations coming in next to them. Trying to keep an eye back over towards Fury. The spray is going to come through. But it's going to be on the other side of it that they find the connecting shot to get the down, and that should be an easy flush coming out from this one, as it's just going to be a collapse coming back from Furia. Go ahead and pick themselves up a nice, easy kill point. Back over on the other side of this, you can see Sonics trying to get a little bit of high ground, looking back to control this area and make sure that anybody that approaches is going to have a hell of a time trying to make their ride up here.
Yeah, I like this from Sonics, on foot, not trying to make any rotations through the vehicles, or at least going further than they really have the vision for. So they're just kind of setting up for this fight with K7, taking a few shots over the top. This is a good position for them to be in. They do have to worry a little bit about Gex, who's still hanging out in that northern side of Los Leones, that might make their way up here. But for now, Sonic's controlling a large amount of territory. And can pretty much take shots at whatever they really want to right now. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and make their move for the next spot they want to play.
Just going to go ahead and send it past. Yeah, I like this. Go ahead and leave K7 holding in position. Go for a little bit stronger of a centralized point off of this. Couple of shots are going to connect to him, but you're going to see a nice little bit of repositioning coming through. Going to have to be careful based off of this, as they do have Gex that's coming in back behind them, as well as Metagaming that was trying to hold down the high ground beforehand.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more on the risky side on that rotation, but I think Sonics knows their lines well enough. They played the LOS to keep out a thing, and looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a split here, keeping control of that high ground. And while we're here, want to make sure you get your codes in. I know everybody's excited about the codes, so here's your code: SJPD WJAQAJYM. I'm going to be giving the codes away during the game, so make sure you are watching and listening and have your PUBG open so you can get all those sweet, sweet coops.
Speaking of looking to get a little bit of glory here, it looks like Fury is going to opt into glory being the better part of retreating right now, as Zenith does find an angle back over towards him, gets a couple of shots to hurry them out of this position, to allow them to have a little bit more control back over towards the south. Fury is going to have to make a little bit of a regroup back over towards the northeast from this position, so shouldn't be too difficult. Just depends on where this next circle is going to shift back over towards. If we see a hard shift back over towards Los Leones, that could be a problem, but instead just goes back down towards the south. So with this happening, that means our northern teams, where we were looking at a little bit beforehand, such as a Freak of Freaks, TSM, E36, and 4AM, going to have to be the ones that make the shift back down into this position with fortified teams already set up and waiting. You can see K7 and Meta potentially have a nice gauntlet positioning to really harass teams as they try to make their approach.
All our teams that betted south are counting their chips right now. They're feeling good. TSM, 4 a.m. Africa, all on the move. Trying to come in from that northern side. 4 a.m. to go for the safer play, wrapping around on this western edge. Africa, meanwhile, just making their way in just on the edge of the circle after getting a few shots sent their way from K7. But pretty much everybody's still playing this very, very close to the vest, Matcham. Not as as aggressive as we've seen these teams play in their own respective regions. And, you know, despite all the scrimming, I mean, it's the scrim blocks happened very early on when everybody got there. Everybody was in quarantine, but then they stopped for a while because there was some issue. You know, people got there at different times, and you know, you couldn't. They didn't have computers in the new hotel rooms. So basically, scrims kind of shut down for a little bit. So, you know, it's still some maybe uncertainty in some of these lobbies as far as where people are going to want to go early on.
There's also the fact that how important this group stage is. You know, the desk was talking about it a second ago. It's just going to lay out the potential for the week, and you want to come in and you want to set yourself up for success, specifically as early as possible. So you see a lot of these teams are opting into a little bit more of a passive strategy right now, like not normal aggression. Like sometimes we'll see some of these teams try to assert a lot more dominance on the area around them and really push teams if they get too close to them. This time around, it feels like everybody's like, okay, let's get a feel for what's happening, and kind of like what you were talking about. Not everybody's had a chance to get a feel for how every team is going to play this one out. So instead, caution being a key factor inside of this game to get a read for what's going on into it. All of our teams have managed to make their way into the zone. Really, it's just E36 and DGW finding themselves in a little bit of a spot on the outside of this. Good spray is going to come back over there. Doesn't get the down back over towards it just quite yet, but Detonation's trying to hold the line. Finally gets one of them down. It's going to be Pure Boy that gets down and flushed quite quickly, but a return not going to come back on the other side of it.
Isn't this always the way? Only two teams from Japan, and of course they run right into each other. Just seems like this happens every time we have an international event. We'll see who comes out on top this time. Detonation Gaming White. We're in a little bit of a split at the time the fight broke off, with Furia kind of creeping up on their southern side here. Sees a well-known name in Japanese PUBG, been around forever, and he's going to be bringing up the rear. And another hard shift down to the south, and it's looking good for Day Trade to see what they decide to do here. Is all these teams from the north and the east are going to have to sort things out before they make their way in, Matcham.
Do note Sonic's positioning right now. That is going to be key. They have got a pivotal point where they can really harass a lot of the teams. Zenith also in a pretty strong point back behind this. Navi should be able to circle in right back behind them, but it is just starting to be a death trap back over towards the east. As you can see, it's just team upon team falling back over onto this angle. E36 Sylphia looking back over, trying to make sure to keep control. T1 has decided that they want to try to third party this, but it has moved into a very close range skirmish. You can see Aqua 5 trying to get a little bit more information to realize how that they're going to try to move through this. No team really moved into a strong gatekeeping position. You can see that two members of T1 are back and holding an angle on this, but have to play it very, very carefully. Meanwhile, on the complete opposite side, it's going to be a little bit of a fight breaking out as Navi is trying to get a little bit more damage back over towards 4 a.m. Nice flight coming back behind it, but Forever is going to go ahead and spot this one out, get the shots back over towards it, but it's going to come at a little bit of a cost. One of the members of 4 a.m. already down and flushed out. So it is just fight upon fight as everybody was trying to stay alive for so long. That means that the circle has gotten too small and it cannot contain the amount of teams that we've got going on. There's a skirmish that's happening back over towards the north that's starting to break out, as well as Sonics, TSM, and K7 all finding themselves right on top of each other.
And Sonic's already coming out the loser so far in this. They've lost Shrimsy and Tig. It's down to Win and Mime. They have the high ground here still, but they've got to try to do their best to third party onto this. They don't want to be the one that's getting third partied onto. So K7, TSM going to try to strike it out here. Win and Mime just need to be opportunistic here and try to stay alive as long as possible, see if they can pick up a few points.
Find the angle back over towards it. You can see Mime's got himself a nice position to play. TSM's Miraku down on the foreground in this. It's all about the high ground advantage, but only two members for the Sonics up. And do note, while this is going on, there is a little bit of a play coming up back behind it. As Meta hears this fight and sees an opportunity right back behind K7. Good positioning coming out from them as Silzen's going to potentially find an angle to work with, potentially throw a couple of grenades back over towards us. But now Iro and TSM have found themselves in a very sticky position, being essentially pinched between 3 different teams at the time. Luckily, Meta is having to contend back over with K7. Meta's trying to make the push back along this line, but K7's trying to find an angle for it. Savior living up to his name, giving the shots back over towards Wicked, but does go down. Meta is just walking up this hillside, taking upon team, already up to 4 kills, and it's going to stack up very quickly as they're going for the flushes real fast. TSM aware of what's going on, trying to get the shots back over towards K7, as Sonics has used this opportunity to move away from this positioning.
I love the push from Meta there. I love that aggressiveness that they're bringing out here. Not afraid of anybody in this lobby. That's exactly what you want to see. Even if they lose a couple there, it's still the right play, the right push at the right time. We'll see if they can get anything else off of it, if they can survive this, as K7 and TSM still scrapping back and forth, and Mime and Win from Sonics still looking for another angle as well, as this fight is just lasting forever.
Good play coming out from TSM. Still managing to hold strong right along this point, but Meta is about to be in a point where they can start to contest against it. Last member for K7 sneaking up back behind everybody from Meta Gaming. Could be huge. Goes for the spray back over towards it. Does get one of them down as Meta goes running back over towards this other angle. Silzen's going to go ahead and get another pickup, and that's going to be K7 eliminated. But TSM still has the high ground, overwatching everything that's going on. Do note there's also going to be a nice toss coming down from Vard. Go ahead and get that flush back over towards it. So TSM making a massive amount of use of this high ground and constantly harassing Metagaming, who has just been running amok in this northern corridor.
I mean, while Sonic stays alive, Meta has been doing everything they can, and they have looked fantastic doing it. It's going to be rough sledding here for Vard, as I think when maybe got him pinned down there. Oh, the grenade going to go just a little bit too far. So Vard stays alive for right now. He could still cause problems for Meta here.
But do note, Meta, TSM, and Sonics, none of them are inside the safe zone. Looks like Sonics is going to go ahead and start to make a play back over towards this. While a lot of this has been going on, T1, 4 a.m., Day Trade, and Zenith have all started to fortify their positions inside the circle. Only teams that really haven't had an opportunity to move in are the last remaining member, Orange from Na'Vi, and this fight that's been happening back over towards the north. So Orange finding himself in a little bit of a difficult position. Zenith kind of caught up taking shots back over towards Gex, though, so might provide an opportunity for Orange to sneak his way inside the safe zone.
You see Roth is on the lookout for snakes here, though, on your mini-map there. He's expecting somebody to come from that south side, while the rest of the team does look off to the north. But Na'Vi, we'll see if he can make his way across. Looks like he might have spotted out Kickstart here. And he's just going to play it close to the vest, try to survive a little bit longer here as the circle starts slowly pushing in. Meanwhile, it looks like Meta has managed to make their way into the circle. TSM done. As Sparking and Silzen trying to find a place to play from. And oh boy, they're going to be running right into 4 a.m. here shortly.
Oh, that's some dangerous neighbors to have. That is a potentially angry 4 men looking back over towards this. Instantly, you can see shots going to start coming back over from T1 side. Aqua 5 does connect back over towards Silzen. Going to have enough cover to potentially get the res onto it. But you can see what we're looking at for the potential last couple of circles. It's pretty wide out. There's a couple little dips, small ridges that you can play. Long toss going to come back over towards it. The bounce isn't going to go the direction it was hoping for, though. So Meta does manage to get the res back over towards this. New circle's about to pop. Looks like it could be pretty problematic for everybody that's still playing back over.
Oh, dang shit.
Does go back over towards the north, and there we go. Nice grenade coming out from T1 to go ahead and flush that out and open up the center of the circle.
This is a good-looking T1 squad right now. They're playing very, very well. It's not something that we've been used to seeing lately. Is they've kind of been being pulled in multiple directions, but it looks like the team comms on point right now. Meanwhile, Mime and Win, we'll see if they can survive any further in this game. They're giving 4 a.m. fits as they try to make their way through and staying alive through all of this.
So we've got an interesting situation that's set up with one, again, high ground advantage going back over towards the Sonics, and they are going to make sure to continue to use it, aggressing back over towards Gex. It's kind of been forced to play down inside of a trench. Not a lot of options to play for right now. You can see Sonics do want to try to make a play up and forward through this, but 4 a.m. causing their own form of harassment back up along that hillside. Really, the open field towards the center and seeing Metagaming go down has kind of established this point to where there's these two different sides where everything's going on. Zenith trying to make a little bit of an encroachment back over here, is trying to find a way to get back over into this positioning, but do note 4 a.m. and T1 could find themselves with an angle to work with, and still there is Orange hiding out back behind Zenith that could put in some massive work. Can find a way to yet again sneak in back behind this.
Well, they got to worry about Shandyan now too. The snakes might be the biggest problem here for Zenith, as they keep playing the edge. They're finding good places to hold from, but they have no idea about Orange. Or looks like Nurens has spotted out Orange though, and Shandyan, and there you go. The snake finally strikes, gets the knock, can't get the flush though. Zenith can get lucky here. They got to take this guy out before the flush comes through.
Luckily, there's a touch of distraction, but with those gunshots, that means now Daydream's looking back over towards the south. They are in range and do have vision to get something back over towards it. Gex does go down, so that's going to allow a little bit more movement coming back from Sonics on the other side of this. See, trying to make a play back over towards center, trying to get in some type of position to make a play back over towards 4 a.m. Orange, though, trying to capitalize off the opportunity he created just a second ago. Moving forward, cannot quite find the angle just yet. You can see everybody from Zenith trying to get an idea on what's going on and having to take covering fire back over from where Day just still has an angle for them to play from. So this is opening up more and more opportunities back over for Orange. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. starting to find themselves in definite grenade range.
Oh, win with the flush, and he's going to finish him off. Sonics now with 7 kills, just as dangerous with 2 as they are with 4. These guys are absolutely bananas. And now they've spotted out Shinboy. Oh, Aqua going to get the knock, though. Can they steal it away?
So
of course they can. It's mime.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic's already at 8 kills. They have control back over towards the west. God V is kind of having to hunker down at this point. But our teams back over towards the east, specifically the northeast, are going to have to move. Day's finally going to have to move out of their compound and contest again this area right next to T1. Zenith, though, still under a lot of harassment. Punich trying to find some angle to play from, but there is nowhere safe in the center of the circle as everybody is just taking shots back over towards them. And surprise, surprise, another kill goes back over towards the Sonics.
They are so good when their backs are up against the wall. We'll see if they can manage to get some more placement points out of this. They still have the problem of Godv. I'm looking up to the north here as well. T1 has to deal with Day Trade. Okay, Orange finally gets taken out, but Orange did his job, and he did it well. I think he landed up lasting longer than Zenith, yeah.
But with this, now we're going to have a little bit of that fight breaking off. Our strong teams are finally going to have to contest up against each other. There's just remnants other than these two, and you can see now Day making the play back over towards T1. Star-Lord finds himself an angle back over towards 1, 2, and about to be 3. Trying to get spray back over towards it, but doesn't find it just quite yet. Instead, going to go down, and you can see Day Trade just trying to get these flushes, get as much damage as they can before they go down. T1, though, now distracted, making a play back over, trying to get everybody on their team back up, sitting on 9 kills, and they're going to have the numbers advantage moving into the circle, but they're the only team that does have to move.
This is the T1 that everybody has been waiting to see. It's been so damn long since we've seen them actually just running through teams and being this dominant playstyle. There you go, Godv barely loses the 1v1 with Mime there, and Sonic's now up to 10 kills. NA fans, are you not entertained?
3 teams now left. T1 sitting on 3, Sonics on 2, and TSG with 1. Center is completely open. Circle's about to collapse down, force everybody to reposition, but T1 looks like they're starting to make a play back over towards it. They know it's risky, but look, just running out inside the open right now. Dangshay trying to make sure that he gets some control over this and wants to make sure that he can inflict as much trouble on every single team that's going to have to rotate around what's happening as possible. Problem comes back into play as Sonics still feeling in the groove, and it's Sonics and T1, both who've been stacking up kill upon kill inside of this game so far, starting to set their sights back over towards each other, with one poor member for TSG trying to figure out how does he sneak his way inside the zone.
I mean, lest we forget how this game started for TSG and Shandyan with the hot drop and the losing 2 members, but getting the 4 kills against Buriram, and now they find themselves in the top 3. If Shandyan can play his cards right, strike when the moment is perfect, he could mess around and win this game, Matrim. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. We'll see how this thing plays out. Sonics have a really nice ridge to work with here, though.
Yeah, but they're going to have to move. But it's going to be TSG taking the shots back towards the side of T1 Star-Lord. It's going to force a little bit of a reposition coming out from this. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, H-Win does connect back over towards Dang G and does get him down. So this is starting to open up the gates as we moved into a 2v1. TSG trying to reposition onto it, but the high ground coming up. H-Win trying to find the angle back over to it and does not connect enough through the smoke to get the down.
Bullets.
That's starting to open up everything.
They are running so low on ammo. They've been running low on ammo. Hopefully he can find something out of here. He's just going to switch over to the SLR because there's just no 5.56 to be found. And now Starlar going to try to take the shots back over there. Shandian managed to actually reposition and get himself another nice little ridge line to work with. H-Win been using that mini all game long, and now he's switched over to the SLR. We'll see how long it takes him to adjust to the recoil difference there.
T1
shot in the head. Star-Lord, there it is.
Walks in the open and Star-Lord goes down. That's a huge problem for them. TSG still holding on. This one member has been buying so much time and point upon point for his team. Not afraid to take the fight back over towards T1 or Sonics both. Doesn't matter that he's outnumbered, but Sonics, aware of what's going on, are trying to reposition through this Aqua 5, trying to connect the shots back over to take down this Thorn that has been the constantly hanging out in their side. As now we are moving into the very last circle. 5 seconds before everything starts kicking off, and you can see it's going to be problems. A lot of these teams playing back over towards Edge. T1's Aqua 5 does have the closest position towards the safe zone, is going to be the last one to move. Sonics trying to make a play back over towards TSG, but cannot find the angle. So with this, TSG trying to get a little bit of distance from them, starting to make the play back over towards it, but could put them back over towards Aqua 5's line of sight. The shot's going to go back over towards it, and there we go. Aqua 5 picks that one up, moving us into a 2v1, and it's two Goliaths looking back over towards each other. Good shot's going to connect from Mime, force a little bit of a reposition, and using that, H-Win just runs down the hillside with covering fire coming up on the other side of it. Mime's trying his best to keep his teammate alive, so that way H-Win can move right into the face of T1's Aqua 5. Playing around the outside angle for it, trying to look for it. Grenade's going to roll back over towards it. Shots are going to come up from the top of it, and it's going to be Mime that connects with this one, and with 12 kills, Sonics take the first game of PGI.S.
We have been wondering for the entirety of 2020 if this Sonics team was legit. Was this a team that was just NA good, or are they a team that is internationally good? They come in here, they kick the damn door down and let everybody know that NA is here to play, and Sonics in particular are ready. The time is now, and they want to take as many points and as many kills and make as big an impression on the world of PUBG as they possibly can, as early as they can.
Well, I know the analysts are going to be super excited about that one. They spent a lot of time talking about what's going on with Sonics, what's going on with T1, what's been happening back over towards TSG. And look, stats don't lie. Great performance coming out from all of those teams moving through there, and high kill counts to boot. Let's be real. We were talking about this at the start, that everybody was kind of coming in with a touch of hesitance. They didn't want to like overplay their hand. They didn't want to get too aggressive early. And yet we have two teams walk away with, I believe, over 10 kills apiece. I believe that T1 finished in that position as well. So good positioning, final rounds, top two teams, as well as so many kills. That is going to be phenomenal for both of them.
Yeah, really excited to see T1 turning things back on. This is, like I said, this is the T1 team that everybody's been waiting to see. Everybody's been expecting to see for so long. And now it looks like with the addition of Dangche and oh man, it's just they're starting to finally look like they've got some semblance of an idea of a meta of what they're wanting to do when they get to that late game point. It's so many times in the past we've seen them running around looking like chickens with their heads cut off. Like they have early game, mid game, they you know, getting pulled in multiple different directions. But this time it looked like they had a plan from the beginning to the mid to the end, and they actually pulled it off almost flawlessly.
I mean, it came down to understanding the terrain, it feels like specifically. I know we talk about information gathering a lot, and specifically map knowledge, but look at how these different teams managed to influence different angles and find different ways to play. That was the secret to their success, and that's one of the things you guys can take away from watching this, is watching these guys play the terrain, play the maps, and play the circles, and try to impose and bring those in to your own games.
Yeah, you know, also have to give a lot of credit to 4AM. Got to give credit to Zenith as well. But you know what? Let's let the desk do that for us.
I think we can just sit here for a moment, enjoying what just happened. Sonics come out with a massive win, no pun intended, because Win came up big, Cameron, with a huge point output and huge play despite going to 2 players early.
Being a Sonics fan coming into this event, my own mood was like a roller coaster. They were center of the circle, had the high ground, exciting. They were getting collapsed by multiple teams, lost 2 members, felt really bad. But then you saw H1 and Mime continue their run, continue to play amazingly and take this game. My mood went back up towards the top. This team, more often than not, we focus in on Tiggleton because of his just monster ability. This proves, as if we didn't already know, that Sonics is more than just Tiggleton. H1 has some amazing long-range angle control. Mime is one of the best clutch players that we have seen in the North American region, and seeing these boys be happy with their victory sort of solidified it to me where we are back into an international competition, and to see America come out on top of the very first game. Like, if this wasn't in the middle of the night where I'm at right now, I would be screaming at the top of my lungs.
Let me cover it for you. NA, baby! NA! That screen we just saw, Clover, it's like being back at PCS North America again with the Sonics popping off. We thought they'd have a big start.
Yeah, to kind of reiterate that point you made about losing 2 in the mid game, right? Sonics were in a beautiful center position right before the pop of Phase 4. Phase 4 hit, big kind of shift down to the southeast, and all of a sudden they found themselves on the edge right outside of Los Leones with 4 different teams coming at them. That's where they lost 2, but it's also where they started to pick up quite a few kills, and it almost kind of became this back and forth between Win and Mime to not only keep themselves alive, keep that position, but take out players one at a time methodically and very carefully to get themselves in that great position in the late game. But that said, Cam talked about meta in the pre-show. Meta had a great turnout for this. Triumphant Song Gaming, as you heard Poro say, T1 really showed up for this match.
Talking about this leaderboard, Cameron, and we'll get a little more into, say, some of the other details afterwards.
T1. I didn't expect them to be in second place. It's only 1 game, so we don't want to take too much away from it. However, they looked really, really strong in that game. They didn't match Sonic's 12 kills themselves, but they still hit double digits on their own. And I think it's pretty safe to say that T1 was the team coming from Korea that was going to be like the lowest on people's tier list. Star-Lord has been an amazing international showings previously. Aqua 5 is known from previously rosters as well, but it wasn't really connecting. But as Poro said at the very end, this game, I don't know if this is from scrims, I don't know if this is from the own coaching before these games started, but it seems that this squad, this roster has finally locked in. If they can continue this run, this is going to upset a lot of people's tier lists.
Yeah, and while we saw a big victory from North American Sonics, other teams that we thought would maybe do better, Zenith, Clover had a great spot in that game. Ended up in, I think, 11th place or something like that. TSM, they ended up they drew blood in a 4-way fight and ultimately ended up on the right side of the leaderboard. So some teams that we thought would do a lot better, struggling there.
Yeah, Zenith kind of found themselves pinched down to the south with Na'Vi out in the mid game, and unfortunately that's kind of where their game ended. And as you brought up, 4 different teams, right? That Sonics kerfuffle coming out of Los Leones is where we saw quite a couple of teams struggle. They had a really similar ideas for how they wanted to rotate going forward. In fact, if anything, I think the way these circles kind of gelled down clustered up quite a few teams in certain areas. But obviously we take a look at the kills here, Sonics and T1 coming out on top. But look at this, K7 also doing quite a bit of damage. They were another one of those teams that were in that Los Leones mid-game kind of middle pinch, right? That unfortunately, along with TSM, fell there. But right now, top damage here, Win. You love to see it. You love to see it for Sonics. And this is a big reason why I think they're a favorite to win, not only from us, but from a lot of people that have been watching a lot of these regions. It's just not only their game sense, but all 4 players' ability to frag out.
Shout out to Mime's picture. It is the most intimidating of the bunch, Cameron. I feel like he is going
yeah.
You're the person who's looking at that camera. Great to them, but also I want to give a shout out to K7, Cameron. This is a team who we even were like, well, will they get bullied out of their drop zone? Will they represent themselves coming from a bit of a different region? They fought. They weren't scared. They went to war with the Sonics, TSM, and Meta in that sort of 4-region fight that we saw earlier, and I got to give them some shout out for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good. You want to be able to go for those fights. There are 12 games. You got to get the points where you're at. So it's good for them to get that success there. But how much of a success really is that? I don't remember exactly where they ended up on the leaderboard. That was a little bit of, I believe, damage or kills coming out from just one member. To me, that doesn't scream a team like Sonics and T1 that really delivered in a big way. But speaking of teams that didn't deliver, that opening. That opening was, I mean, there was an amazing I'm assuming full blinded shotgun knock coming out from this squad. But outside of that, it was not the start that they wanted.
Yeah, I think Paper even pointed out that they've been kind of warring with TSG during scrims leading up to it. TSG came out on top. And I was very impressed, Clover, that not only did they come out on top, but TSG got very deep in this match with so few players. They got, I think, a third when it all was said and done.
Third.
Yeah, the creativity that TSG has, is the adaptability to be able to survive in various situations, has been something that we've seen really work well to their advantage during scrims, and something that, especially on Miramar, really seen them do fantastic in the late game. And as you said, right, just down to one player out through the end of it, but we're still getting kills. You know, we saw them kind of taking out some of those solos, those two-man squads from the edge, and still able to rack up points and climb up high on the leaderboard here for this first match.
So we talked about Sonics, Cameron. Let's get into T1 a little bit. Hometown favorite, not I would say favorites, but hometown heroes coming out of South Korea. A very slow start to 2020. You brought it up. They added Star-Lord and Dengche to the mix. And I think with Adder and Aqua 5, there was a lot of rumblings, especially when they got third at PCS 3 Asia, that this was a team to watch. That they're sort of peaking at the right time. Star-Lord seemed like the fix. Like was it me or was he abs? Like he seemed incredible in that game.
He was really, really good. He almost took out the entirety of, I believe it was Day Trade by himself. At least knocked two of them, dealt massive damage to the third, dropping them down, I believe, to single digits where a teammate came in to clean that one up. It really was the lone survivor from TSG, and I don't remember exactly who that was, who really spoiled T1's chance of winning that round for the Sonics to come out on top, who, again, just that consistent push from them coming from the high ground. But you still have to commend T1's control of the center of that map. Looking previous results, I honestly wasn't too confident at their ability to hold positions. Just the fighting didn't seem to be there, but they were able to level it up.
You know, we've talked about the good. We talked a little bit about the bad. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ugly. Actually, I don't think we have time to talk about the ugly, so we'll save that for later as we're getting ready to get this party started. So let's do that right now. Again, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors who made this possible: Toomey, Zowie, Perrier, and Intel. And of course, the guys who are giving you the call, back to them for game number 2. Our last Miramar match of the first 4 is Porosaurus and Matchroom.
Thanks so much, Toffees. Poro, did you hear him trying to back away from that ugly conversation before passing to us? You could tell. He was contemplating the joke and was like, nah, I'm going to be good. We thank you, Toffees. We appreciate it. But it's time to get into game number 2, Poro. I doubt it's going to start as spicy as the last one, but we can hope.
I mean, you never know. We can see. And besides, Toffees has to be the nice one, man. I'm supposed to be the toxic one. Everybody knows that. I'm like, if we're making a caster boy band, I'm the one with his arms crossed, like looking like mime on the front of the cover of the album, you know, squaring up against everybody.
I can see that. Makes me wonder where I would be inside of this.
What are you? You're like the intellectual. You're the one that's into anime or whatever.
Dude, look, see, you give me a compliment like you're the intellectual, and then just give me the backhand weeb throw right there. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
You know, it's fine. It's own it. You know, everybody's got to.
I like my anime just like I like my PUBG. Judge me as much as you want. We make a living talking about video games. I'm allowed to like anime too. Circle pops back over towards the north. About half of it entirely open, and this is an interesting circle, Poro, because we got a lot of teams back over towards the south, and just interesting terrain to look forward to inside the circle.
Yeah, especially with that plane. I know a lot of times when you see these far northern circles, you get a lot of these teams that drop to the south that like to do the long rotations to try to come in either from the northwest or northeast, just coming from that northern side. But you know, when we have this many teams down to the south, the chances of them running into each other early on obviously get a little bit higher. So I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on things for sure.
4am teasing me over here. You can see you taking the pans out, swinging them. No, still on the hunt for loot right now, but there's one team that I know would have the, I guess, the wherewithal to try to go for some type of pan play at some point. I would see 4am as having the capabilities to do so. Can hope upon hope that we might see it at some stage, but really way back down next to really the southern section, you can see it's going to be Navi that are going to have to make a long run through everything. So with this, they're going to have quite a trek ahead of them as they're at the entire southern section of the map. Going to have to make their way entirely back over towards the north.
Yeah, these boys are used to it, though. They find themselves dropping on the southern edge of the maps, no matter what map we play, and they always end up making that long rotation around. So definitely believe that they would like to have that last game back a little bit. They had such a good position on the edge, and 4am somehow, some way managed to sneak up on them. Not sure how that happened, but either way, Orange managed to snake out a few more placement points for them, get them a little bit farther in the game, taking care of Zenith in a unceremonious fashion. Buriram, at least we get to see what they look like in mid and late game now, Matt.
We get to see what they look like in Circle 1. Let's be real. They had a rough start inside that last one. So this is a team that I like the idea on making the drop, and especially towards a strong team that shows some confidence moving in. The question is, how much did that get shaken by losing that fight very early? Because nobody wants to be the first blood of a global event, right? But to be an entire team wipe that early, that can hit you a little bit. Does affect the pride, so you got to bounce back mentally and get ready to go.
That is true. I'm not concerned about Buriram, though. Those guys are actually nuts at the game, and I think that they'll be able to shake that one off pretty easily here as we see Wookie Bookie, the cutest Uber driver in Miramar, picking up the homie Vard as TSM makes their way through. They have a lot of room around them. K7 up in San Martin, really the closest thing to them, so they're going to have a lot of this high ground to work with. Now, Sonics, though, starting to leap Picado and might make their way up here, so we might have a little Sonics TSM interaction here shortly if they're not careful.
Yeah, with the amount of teams that are having to shift back over here, you can see that that could lead to some of those skirmishes that we didn't see inside the last game, specifically rotation-heavy problems for a couple of these teams. There's one kind of brewing back over towards the southwest with Furia and potentially Daytrade, but I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal quite yet. Maybe just a couple of drive-by shots at each other, nothing, but should be able to keep the distance back over towards it. Really, it's rotations that could be the problem. You can see TSM's going to be rolling into position, coming up back behind them. Sonics could be potentially thinking about coming along a similar path to this, but I think that Sonics might be playing a little bit further to the southwest of their position, definitely in shooting distance of each other without doubt on that. So a lot of our teams now trying to figure out, okay, center's going to be hard to play. It's San Martin. So how do we play this? Do we make a long wrap back over towards the north and potentially hang out around Cabrera, maybe Oasis, somewhere around that area? TSM now staying back over towards, you can see Sonics making their rotation through. Get an idea on kind of the vision on what we're looking at and the decision that these teams are having to make on how they're doing their rotation.
Some nice shots from Vard there. Nothing landing, unfortunately, but it's enough to scare him away, so Sonics will take over water treatment for the time being. This is very much on the southern side of the circle. I imagine they would prefer to go a little bit more towards the center, but this will do for now. As you see, 4am. Very split here, just kind of just a hair east of center circle here. They do have Meta and E36 all around them, so it looks like Lou is just going to go ahead and get on out of there. Good to see Godvy back to Godvy, Matrim. He changed his name about 50 different times during 2020, and now that he's back to Godvy, I think he's actually playing a lot better.
Going back to being Godvy is what it feels like in 4am, going back to being 4am. We see this happen a lot with them, where they'll stay out very separate for a lot longer than we see a lot of these teams and really put risk into the information gathering and what's going around them. And then once they start getting harassed, regroup. I love to see how that they handle this moving through.
It's actually insane. As we see the big old fat logos on screen, Zenith coming in there from the north. Looks like they managed to pick up little care package for themselves to go along with their high ground, little 2-2 split that they've got going on. It's I like the 2-2 that Zenith is running right now. It's both high ground on each side, so very low likelihood of getting crashed, even in this international lobby where that crash is something you come to expect. Navi, as we said, making that long wrap along the western side, coming for that northwestern side, right behind Gex. So I'll have to see if Gex can figure out where they want to play this thing from. They're still a little bit spread out here.
There we go, Bray Rom, getting yourself a kill. They're the only team really playing back over towards the east. They've got about 500 meters away from the zone, and there's nobody around them until they encounter AF, which is still about another, I'd say, 500 meters to the west of their position. Sonic still playing back over, trying to make their way towards center. Could find themselves maybe taking a couple of shots back and forth with different teams as they make their approach. Most importantly, probably K7 based off positioning. Navi, meanwhile, on the complete opposite side of the circle, back over towards the northwest, are going to be around where Gex is playing at. As you can see, a couple of potential shots coming through in, but instead, a little bit of patience coming in. I like this from Navi. Instead, use the scopes, get some information, get a feel on what's happening, see if you can scout something out, and specifically, looks like they've got their eyes set back over towards Cabrera and how they might potentially play around that.
It's definitely a slow burn early on here, and just a difference in circle location this far north from the southern one that we saw earlier. A lot of teams electing this time to either stick with the 2-2 split or just collapse right on top of each other. Not a lot of terrain positions being held. You know how we saw in game one where everybody was split out and spread out, looking to get as much information as they can. This time around, it's more just hunker down, batten down the hatches, and wait for circle 2 to pop and see where we go. As Kill Demo getting a little bit close there. Should be able to get out of that okay, though.
TSG's got a pretty decent amount of control back over towards the south. You can see how separated they are right now, and do have firing lines that can potentially cover each other, and that's doing a good job to stall out Fury as they're trying to make their approach back over towards this. Just a couple more seconds, well, technically 25, before everything condenses down and we find where the new circle is going to go. A lot of teams still very active in their movements right now, trying to get a little bit of an idea on how everything's going. You can see long-range shots coming out from Navi back over towards rotating Gex position. Different angle, you can see back over towards the east. It's going to be T1 trying to make a rotation. Still dealing with Burram. It's kind of separated, but in no rush to really hold down any set position just quite yet. Circle makes a hard shift back over towards the northwest, though. So that means that Navi, who made that play back over towards Cabrera a second ago, is going to be super excited about this one. Everybody that was playing back down next to San Martin and Hacienda, long rotations ahead of them, and a very stacked rotation with the amount of players we still have live.
So he's feeling good about this one, as well as Zenith. They're in a prime position for where this circle tends to like to play out in the late game. We'll see how it goes for right now. Tickleton going to hop off immediately and just start opening up into DGW, and that's 2. Is it 2? Oh, C's has about 5. That's just a sliver of HP. Whoa, careful.
I think it's about to be 2 based on how Sonics are starting to make their moves around this.
Pretty good.
Oh, that's not going to work. Hit that goal shot's a little bit hard. You got to curve it with the hillside there. Shrimsy instead goes, I've got a better idea. Molotovs will just go ahead and help me out inside of this one. See if he can go for the cook onto it. This is a harder throw than you can imagine it to be. There's the roll back down. Grade's going to go off, and there's your second one, Poro.
We'll take it. We'll take it every day of the week. Would like to see, I was talking to Paper Thin about this a little while ago, and it seems like there's such a difference between North America and PCS Asia in the way they use grenades. And North America is just so free and loose using their grenades early game, trying to get these flushes where, you watch these PCS Asia teams, they are getting into the last circle of the game, and they still got 4 or 5 grenades in hand ready to use. So we'll see if that ends up becoming an issue later on here. But so far, Sonic's still looking good.
I mean, in fairness, whenever we look back over towards China, late grenades really paid off a lot for them. Day Trade finding themselves in the fight back over with Furia. Furia's trying to make their approach back over towards it. Day's just got the angle to play with, gets 2 quick downs back over towards this. And this is a lot of fights for control around positioning. As you can see, Day Trade's still just trying to hold down the positioning, really just trying to avoid what's going on. Do note that Navi does have a little bit of a position that they could play, does get a flush back over towards this, and is continuing to harass positioning. This is one of the reasons why we saw Fury have to make a quick rotate down into this and really just kind of send it into this position where we saw Daytrade just manage to hold it down.
Yeah, it's worst case scenario is you don't get a chance to scout out where it is that you want to go, and it's going to be killing them. And especially now that Necro finds that compound in the middle of the crater wide open and nobody there. Furia could have gone there, but instead they crash into Daytrade. Daytrade gets a couple of cheap ones, and now it's down to Necro to see if he can survive a little bit longer for positioning. Now Sonics hear those footsteps above, hear the shots more or less coming from K7. See if they decide to approach that in any way. It looks like they're just kind of going to let them live for now.
I think that they hear this exchange that's going on back between them and TSM. Sonic's got themselves a pretty nice spot, pretty down in that dip. That's, I don't know, there's the whole factory area that's just to the east of Crater Fields, and that's where they're playing. The complete opposite side of that one. I've been saying that one a lot. We're just having a lot of opposite-sided fights. It seems like the exact section of the circles across from each other where everything's going down. You can get an idea on where everybody's playing, but do note K7 are playing that nice hillside right along the point that's a little bit south of center. It's really where we want to keep a lot of our eyes focused on, as if it does go back over towards center. Never mind, it's going to go back over towards Cabrera. So yet again, Navi holding down that position, and K7 still inside the safe zone, but this is going to be a little bit of trouble for TSM, as now they're going to have to figure out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them wrap pretty far towards the north. And we already have a little bit of a thing that's going on with Buriram and 4 a.m. around that angle too. So no easy rotations coming out for TSM, TSG, or T1.
Well, real quick, while we have a little bit of a second, get your code here. Second code for the day, XFBURKLB64EP. Make sure you put that code into your PUBG browser. What do you call it? PUBG client? Sure, why not? I don't know. Put the code in. Get your free stuff. I know everybody wants it. Let's see, Zenith can hold with their really, really good position. I was also going to say, I'm loving the split from Navi right now. We'll see if they can capitalize off of it. They're avoiding all of this nonsense. Furia is going to go down. Necro tried his best, man.
So that's going to open up the doors for a couple of different categories and teams trying to make approaches. You can see Brewer trying to see if they can make an approach back over towards 4 a.m., doing a good job of gatekeeping. They do have Forever that's playing off in the distance on this and keep an eye on what's happening around them. Rotations come in multiple ways, some making long wraps, and other ones just go, screw it. Let's just run towards center. Zenith trying to get a couple of shots back over towards them. Not going to connect, but enough shots come out from the other side of this to force him back into cover. So really, it's just a complete drive-by coming through from AF to get themselves a nice bit of positioning.
Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, well, gotta love the seat swap meta where you can't even take a shot at a car without getting absolutely roasted in return. We'll see how AF decides to play this one out. I don't think they know that DGW's hanging out right there. Meanwhile, this fight between Buriram and 4 Angry Men has been setting up for quite some time. Buriram taking their time with it, but look at this TSM now coming in for the third party.
Uh-oh, this could be problematic. This is kind of a quieter fight. I think the TSM has a read on what's going on. They did see the buggy, so instead going to go ahead and keep their distance away from this. But this is going to slow down Buriram. Now they're going to have to figure out how they're going to make a reapproach back off this after repositioning to make sure that TSM doesn't come after them. So he's trying to send a couple back down, seeing if maybe they can find an angle to get a flush. Instead go, no, okay, look, guys, let's just go ahead and follow up back behind this. 4AM is doing such a good job on gatekeeping us. Let's just try to find a different angle of approach. So instead, grabbing everybody up, looks like they might either try to get vehicles or potentially Uber back over. We saw a Freak of Freaks make a drive-by a second ago. Now they're just going to roll straight back over next to Detonation Gaming White to get the flush back over onto them.
That is clean and clear. AF finishing them off rapidly. Now Zenith has a good idea of where they are, but they don't really need to worry about taking this fight just yet. We'll see what the next circle decides to do. Buriram looks like they're trying to leave, and they're running right through TSM. The circle's going to go hard to the west, but TSM managed to take out one of Buriram at least here as Gabian's gone down.
Well, that's the first part of this. Buriram managed to lose one inside of it, but they're still going to have to make a rotation moving forward. You can see teams already stacking back over towards the west as, again, the circle's kind of chasing down the positioning on where Navi is wanting to play. TSG's made a play back over towards it. Grenade starting to land back over next to 4AM. Have to be careful of that one. Takes a good chunk of damage off of it, but Here comes the push back over from Forever. Doesn't want to overextend this just too much quite yet. He's going to step back away from this angle. This is kind of a fight to be able to move. Ram had to reposition back over towards the west of where we see 4AM playing, and TSM both with 4AM right along the edge of the zone, knowing that they're going to have to move at any given second. Meanwhile, TSG in a little bit of a harassment fight for Na'Vi, trying to make sure that they can hold down this angle. TSG is going to have to regroup. That's going to buy a little bit of time for Na'Vi to see what they can get out of this.
Both teams crashed this location at the exact same time. Na'Vi going to lose one as the tab has gone down. TSG has a pretty good spread out within this compound. Volibear going to get knocked real low. Not enough to take him out just yet. The follow-up grenade from Orange. Looks like Na'Vi's finding angles onto this, but they're not finding the knocks just yet.
And here comes the aggressive push, seeing if maybe they can find a little bit more of an advantage way to play this. Having to be careful. Molotov starting to come back over on both sides of this one. Utility starting to be expended at this stage. Triumphant Song making sure that they can try to hold the high ground advantage, using those little bit of railings and boxes to see if they can get some more out of it. Outside push starting to approach, though. Orange gets a read onto it. Doesn't quite find the angle just quite yet. But here come the exchanges of grenades back over towards it. And again, the high ground buying more time as that hallway is just an absolute death trap. You can see the Molotov is coming through in a big way. Volibear's left positioning goes to step outside, and Na'Vi is quickly torn down.
Jeez, that is not the way you wanted to go down there if you're a Na'Vi fan. That hard push in there, but TSG held that so well. And Shanjian was a huge problem with that second floor position that he had, just taking up all types of attention. Unfortunately, Na'Vi tries to make the push, and it was just a bake sale after that.
We did have that fight that we were looking at for a while with 4AM, TSM, Buriram. It was going to be 4AM that did actually lose inside of that, allowing TSM to reposition around this. You can see now aggressing. Well, I wouldn't say aggressing, at least just taking some shots back over towards the positioning that Meta is playing. Original last one up for his team. So with this, there you go. Never mind. We're just going to go ahead and get a little bit more damage back over towards it and make it a little bit more rough. So now no chance of any reses or anything else. He's just going to have to hold down the angle back over towards the south. Notice how many teams are stacked over into positioning. If this continues to chase back down over towards Cabrera, that's going to make it hard for him. And with a caster curse like that, all these teams now having to move in a very difficult positioning, this is going to be a potential for a bloodbath, where we can see the positioning coming out with AF having the potential to keep what to be 4-5 teams at this point.
Well, I mean, all of these teams should have been expecting that shift. This circle loves Cabrera and loves that wall on the southern side of the Cabrera. So it's something that we've seen just a million times. So we'll see how these guys decide to play out of it. Sonics definitely in a rough spot here with K7 overlooking them, but looks like they're giving them everything they can handle right now. Tickleton even finding day trade in the process.
T1 has another angle to play from this one. That's making it a little bit harder for K7 to approach. Do note that AF could find themselves with a high ground advantage back over towards K7's positioning as well. Zenith hears this fight and is thinking about third partying back over towards AF's positioning. So it's essentially a third party on a third party on a third party right along the edge of the new safe zone. The only team that can capably move into safe zone is going to be T1 that's playing back over towards the west. It's just going to be guns a-blazing coming out from Sonics if they want to push on foot from this point. K7 does have the low ground now. Reposition back away from that. Could potentially try to spring a trap based off of how we see Sonics move. They know that Sonics is going to just have to foot push through this, and that could open up the capabilities to cut a couple of shots. K7 Savior is going to find himself with a nice angle to play the moment that we see Sonics try to make any form of aggression back over towards this, and you can see finding the angles back over towards it, but does not connect with the shots to get the down that they needed. That means that their trap is now sprung. They don't get much out of it, but Sonics getting harassed by T1 is going to find themselves with a little bit of a problem, and Savior finally connects with one. Mine looks back over towards it, and Sonics, our last round victors, are having themselves a little bit of a problem as a grenade goes off right in another's face. Tig, the last one up for his squad, knows the fact that he's going to have to try to make a play, but that blue is coming up back behind him. This is going to have to be a quick res, and they're going to have to run right back behind K7's positioning.
It feels like the whole world had an angle on Sonics right there. As soon as they pushed up over the top of that hill, Zenith was involved. T1 was involved. You could see Zenith. Shinboy has gone down now as a freak of freaks take that opportunity with Zenith being distracted to make their push. And AF has just been hanging out in the middle here. Roth going to stay alive for now, keep Zenith in this thing. Oh, no. Tig going to go down to Hikari. Just like that, it's down to Shrimsy as T1 is sending Star-Lord to wrap around the south side. They're trying to get as many points off of this as they can.
Yeah, Star-Lord's going to potentially find the angle back over towards Shrimsy. AF making the play back around, starting to move their way into the safe zone. Might also find a pincered point to look back over towards T1. Things kind of calm down a little bit. 8 teams up, 22 alive at this stage, but the bloodbath back down towards the south looks like it's starting to calm down just a touch, with potentially Shrimsy being the last casualty, as I believe that's TSG that found an angle to take some shots back over towards him. New Circle is going to put itself back over towards Meta's positioning, so last survivor there going to find himself with a little bit of a safe zone to play from. T1 does look back over on the angle for this one, is going to have to step away from.
What a flick by Shrimsy. It didn't do a whole lot of damage, but boy, it sure put Star-Lord on notice that Shrimsy was not there to play around. He's down to about half HP from that grenade. Dangshay going to see if he can maybe come up and provide a little bit of support for his teammate. Be a little bit short, though, on the throwables, as Shrimsy still staying alive, being a problem. But once again, everybody in the world has angles on this, and he's going to take shots from the town now.
It's pretty much which direction do you want to fight this one, Shrimsy. T1 has... There's a cost deficit that's going to come into this at some point where T1 just has to say it's too long. We're going to have to go ahead and make our way over towards the safe zone. Shrimsy is doing a lot of trouble back over towards T1. You can see Star-Lord's finally going like the rotations coming into play with weapons. Do I make the play for this? Do I just pull away from it? It looks like everybody from T1 is starting to creep back to regroup and maybe make a play together to go back over towards the safe zone. But they know Shrimsy is going to be a problem and they don't want to play their hands too loosely with it. So with this, instead, repositions coming back down the hillside, as look at the shots coming through. Roth, the last member up for Zenith, might find himself with a nice grenade range. More shots come out from Shrimsy to go, okay, Star-Lord, what are you going to do from this point? How long are you going to try to make this play happen?
Kid is not messing around. And as you said, I mean, this Shrimsy is such a problem for T1 right now. It's allowed Afrika to completely reposition on the bottom of this hill. Whereas if Shrimsy was taken care of, T1 would just have that high ground and be looking down and have free shots on pretty much everybody right now. So Shrimsy, just a big old thorn in the side for T1. Looks like they've just given up on him for now. And
Aqua 5 never gives up, it seems. Finally finds the angle back onto it, take him down. So Sonics do get eliminated, dropping us down to 7 teams. And let's be real, a lot of these are solos hiding around at different points right now. Solos, also one duo to look at. TSM, though, have themselves a great position. They've got themselves a control compound, good vision to play from. Everybody's still up and active, sitting at 4 kills. T1, though, with the amount of time that Shrimsy was just eating away from them, opts in to just go ahead and stacking into a vehicle. This could be good and bad, as going to see TSG have a firing line as well as TSM onto this. TSG has already made a little bit of a reposition back over towards these hills and do a ton of damage back over towards T1. They are all grouped inside this vehicle, but they can pop out and absolutely unleash hell on whoever's around them. Volibear starts to get a read onto it, starts to step away, drops off 1, but you can see good shots, going to connect onto it, going to go for the spray back over towards it. 2 already down for T1, and that's just a continuation of the play, but a quick exchange back over as Aqua 5 still harassing from the high ground. New Circle pops back over towards the center of it, and T1 looking back over towards TSG as it's just a quick exchange back and forth. While this is going on, though, people are starting to make a play towards the circle.
It looked like it was supposed to be a distraction play from T1, and with Adder up at the top, the high ground was supposed to be shooting down onto TSG as soon as they revealed themselves, but unfortunately for him, he got spotted out by TSM, and his head was forced back down, so the rest of T1 was pretty much put on an island there. They lose 2, but they managed to keep 2 alive here. Aqua 5 and Adder, very, very capable, as you can see, landing the shots right off the bat when they need to, but Sia is just waiting.
Doesn't connect with any of those shots back into it, at least enough to really cause any form of problem. T1 is just leapfrogging closer and closer back over towards TSG's positioning, but they have to be so careful. You can see it. Meta's last solo player is still holding up right now, having to contend with Gex around positioning, just trying to use utility and a shotgun. If you run around that corner, it's going to be a problem, but you can see that there's a whole bunch of these little bitty windows up towards the top that can cause a little bit of a problem for Meta as well. Instead, leaning back into it. We made the joke earlier about the old bathroom meta. Well, we are just 100% embracing it inside of this positioning. So while you can see Reginald trying to hold out based off of this, the grenades are going to start being tossed over, but those little bit of a wall is buying enough space for him to try to stay alive.
I mean, this is such a pain in the butt for Gex right now. And yet again, we see Gex finding themselves in the late game, which is something that they desperately needed to do to get some placement points here. I mean, they are looking strong so far, and I think maybe taking some people by surprise here. 6 kills on the board already. Now you see TSM trying to see if they can maybe finish off TSG. Iro not finding the shots just yet, but TSM looking like they're in a nice little spot here.
A lot of solos just kind of hunkering down, trying to survive right now. Last one up for Zenith, trying to see if maybe he can cling to life around this area, but Freakin' finally going to go ahead and spot this shot, and Get's going to pick up Roth, actually. So with the firefight that's been going on, you can see TSM starting to get a little bit closer. They can hear a lot of these grenades being thrown. They don't have a full idea on what's going on while all of this is happening. Do note that we still have 1 member for TU1 and 2 for TSG back over towards the southwest. Their fight's starting to get to a little bit closer of a conclusion, but it's going to be AF Hunziel with a nice little bit of an angle to play from, as it's going to be 2 different members of AF finding angles to play from, one back over towards TSM and another one back over towards Gex. Gex has to leave the last surviving member, Meta, back away from this, so that way they can start to get a little bit more control of what's happening around them. With this new circle pop, TSM knows that they're going to have to move. The question is, how do they want to participate inside of this? And it looks like they've got their eyes set back over towards Gex's positioning.
And Gex still hasn't dealt with Ragnaldinho. He's still hanging out in the bathroom. And I got to say, AF down to 2 players, but they have some disgusting angles onto this. They could actually safely take shots into all of this and maybe come out on top. We'll have to see. TSM is going to have to figure out what to do about Gex. Gex has to figure out what they're going to do about Ragnar so they can pay attention to damn TSM. It's just everything in the urban ending with the smokes. It's just going wild right now.
Well, you mentioned the smokes, and you can see TSM starting to try to get a little bit more use out of them. Tossing it through so that way they can maybe reposition back along those crate lines. Long-range shots going back over towards T1's positioning as he's going to get spotted out, and that was an easy headshot for Iro to pick up over on this one. Now moving up to 7 kills, and using that little bit of a distraction, that's going to be TSG going ahead, hopping back down, do find themselves a little bit of a dip to play. Now with this, Afrika does find a nice, sneaky little angle back over towards Vard to get the knock. Question comes into play, how do Afrika and Gex respond to this? Gex is trying to collapse back over towards positioning, and that's going to be a quick follow-up with this one. Spray's going to go ahead and get the flush back over towards him, and now just Iro holding back over towards this angle as Afrika Freaks is starting to take control, just standing out in the middle of everything, harassing every single person around them that moves and punishing any form of aggression back over towards them.
That wall allows AF to do pretty much whatever the heck they want. And right now they need to do something about TSG. They've got him pinned down. Good pre-fire by Ira. Not going to be enough. Yanli going to finish him off. And this is a huge game for Gex here. No matter what happens, I don't think a lot of people were expecting a lot out of this team. But they have come through in game 1. They managed to make it to the late game. Now in game 2, 3 up, 10 kills and a shot at a win here.
Talking about Gex, I got to give a shout out to Meta, surviving in a very difficult situation. I don't know what is going on inside of this, but he is just somehow surviving through utility, grenades, Molotov, person upon person trying to take shots back over towards him, but you can see Gex is like, you're eventually going to have to move. And he hits the shots back over towards CC to take him down. This guy is just going absolutely nuts and burning everything back over towards him. He can't get it, though. Leo finally does manage to take him down. With this, though, now Gex has got a little bit more control, but TSG and AF both beat it back over towards Gex's positioning.
With the blind spray, you hate to see it. It looks like Gex going to go for this res. As Akkad, I mean, he's holding a good spot, but he can't really afford to move because he knows that Sia and Volibear could be anywhere around there. Volibear going to take the shots through the smoke, see what he can find. Nothing. And they've got a good idea where Hanzia is. They haven't really spotted him just yet. Akkad just going to take the spray. Not going to get the knock, though, as Gex using these smokes very, very well right here.
So with this, one of the members from each side of AF trying to hold down a different team. Hanzi looking back over towards TSG, while on the other side of it going after Gex. Does manage to get one of them down, but there's a quick follow-up 1-2 punch from both sides of it. So Freaks does go down, dropping us to just TSG and Gex. Gex does have one of their members down, trying to go for the res back over towards it. But do note, TSG's got this wide angle back around the outside of it. Looks like they're trying to look through the smokes, and whoa! That's not going to happen. Jan Lee does manage to get the shot back over towards him. Volibear, now the last one up. looking back over towards this. Not a lot of utility to work with. Trying to see if he can get the spray back over towards it. Gets one. Looks back over towards it. Tries to get two. Does manage to get three. What are you kidding me? Star performance coming out. We're trying to clutch up and manages to succeed in a big way for his team.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff. I mean, TSG, they were in a very dire predicament about maybe a circle ahead of that, and they were looking like they might have been absolutely pinned down there. AF was looking like they had everything under control, and then TSG just bides their time. They found a little dip to hide out in. They kept Volibear and Sia alive for long enough, and when the moment was right, they managed to get across to the street, take the high ground, get a good rock to hide behind, and it was just academic from there. I mean, these guys are so damn good at hitting their shots. I mean, such a good team that we haven't really seen. This team is an enigma, Matchroom. I mean, PCS 1 Asia weren't there. PCS 3 Asia weren't there. PCS 2 won the whole thing. I mean, China is insane.
Well, whenever it comes down to clutch potential, it feels like China just produces so many stars. They're capable of just stepping up in very strong ways, and just, again, with no fear in these positions. That's a lot of what we saw inside that last round, was teams, I would say solo players, taking on teams by themselves to defend the rest of their team back on a different angle. We saw it coming up for Afrika. Didn't pay off, but look at how long they managed to hold down fighting multiple teams. So I'm just astounded by the level of strength and confidence coming out from these Asian teams right now.
They're good. They're damn good. I can't wait to hear what the analyst Des has to say about this one, guys. Take it away.
We're back, guys, and I gotta be honest, I thought Gex had that in the bag, and they lined up like ducks to a slaughter. I don't know if that's a thing, but it is now. As they walked out from the wall, and 1, 2, 3, Volibear absolutely mauls them, Clover.
You know, it was a beautiful setup, especially with these Cobs. You know, a lot of teams kind of coming out of that position. You hold your breath. I know we were screaming in the green room as we watched that play unfold. And once again, TSG proving their strength and creativity to keep their cool up through the late game, even when the numbers are against them. This is now the second map in a row where we've seen that type of performance from them.
Yeah, and look, we just saw it there. TSG, that wasn't their first fight. They've been playing and competing against multiple teams throughout the entirety of this map. And the competition, when you think back on their third place off the back of a hot jump at the very beginning of the tournament. So they have been putting in work. TSG have been a very, very busy team. And they already have 4 kills at this point. This is really when they start to take off and take over. But I do have to say, at the end of the day, TSG do need to give a little bit of a tip to Ragdoll Nino from Meta Gaming, because he kept Gex so busy in that bathroom. Gex had virtually no opportunity to really push out. That being said, they picked up a bunch of kills off of TSM, off of Meta Gaming, so they shouldn't be too upset about this loss. But stuck in this corner like this, I mean, what a great spray to have to execute on, because it is still 3 bodies, but it's 3 predictable bodies where you know they're going to be peeking out from, and you can see they're very, very excited for that win.
Well, they're excited, but you know, if you're that one player, right? You're Bear, you're sitting there, your team is dead around you, and they're all watching your perspective. Like, the hype moment, like, you've been there, right, Clover? That clutch where you know your whole squad's watching you, and you've got to take it. Like, that's got to be incredible for him.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw in that play again, just beautiful control of the spray and the ammo. There wasn't a single bullet wasted. And, you know, as you said, ducks lined up to this slaughter, and dinner was served there for TSG.
We're going with that?
I should have said chicken thematically, but it works for me. That said, though, I do think, give a shout out to Ragnar. The man literally hit that bathroom stall, dropped his mini, and picked up a shotgun. And then dodged grenades, Molotovs. I'm sure there were bullets. There was probably like a holy hand grenade, and nothing could touch him. And he held long enough that he caused them that delay that made it impossible for them to come out. And that was great play. That said, this is the second match in a row, Cameron, where TSG has been in the end of game mix. They've come in maybe weaker into the final fight and have put up a good number. This is a team that you even talked about at the start of the games today, that they are a potential contender for the overall win. Guess that's solidified now, huh?
Yeah, they were closer towards the top of the teams from the Chinese region. They weren't at the very top, though. I think I actually personally ranked them as third place from that region, mostly just because they seem to have a good job of recognizing opportunities, but the execution seemed to be a little bit hit or miss. That, and to mention the fact that, as Poro mentioned on the broadcast, they won PCS2, but they were nowhere to be seen during PCS1 or the most recent one, PCS3. So it was a lot of unknowns from this squad. But with any esport for Battle Royales, the squad that is currently on fire, it doesn't matter what your results were previously, you're going to keep rolling. And if they can keep this up, it's a 2-month-long competition. Remember, this is only the beginning. It is a marathon, not a sprint, but it is still a really, really good start for these guys. A third place right into a first.
So let's look at that match leaderboard, and I will give it to you, Clover, because I know that you actually said TSG is one of your picks to potentially win this entire tournament, and they're starting strong. Talked about this leaderboard and where it's coming out.
I mean, another really great amount of points for them to put down overall, but global, right? This is a team that I think was probably flying a little bit low on the radar for some of us. Historically, their performance isn't always as fantastic on some of these global stages. They struggle just a little bit, but they did not struggle at all that match. In fact, in the mid game, we had a lot of teams that were kind of pushing out to the sides. We're seeing a lot of these kills and damage that came out of that match was from so many teams that had clustered out. Gex made the smart play. They moved on, and that really allowed them to get in a good position to play well through the game and get themselves quite a bit of points. And those points helped tremendously. As you can see right now, they're sitting in 4th place. T1 having another decent start to that match, but you know, a big chunk of those points coming from game 1, and once again Sonics as well, but unfortunately falling in the mid game. So these teams right now that we're seeing at near the top, they're teams that are taking fights, they're getting positions to not only get kills, but then also trying to think about how they can move forward into the late game, position themselves for that chicken dinner, and try to just really keep as much dominant control as you can with the lobby. But that said, you know, this was a Cobb circle. This was a northwest circle. It's not as common, but like Poro said, you know, those shifts can sometimes take it to the wall. We saw these teams play that really well, but, you know, shout out again, look at this Volley Bear, 7 kills, and 2 members of Gex as well making it here for the top 5 on kills.
Cameron, thoughts on the kills?
I mean, it's not it's basically to be expected. Volley at the top because of that, of course, the 3K spray down at the end, and I think he was also the one who did a lot of damage to T1's attempt at driving into the city from the high ground on top of the hill that they were forced into. But then, of course, Gex, Leo, and Yan Li being the tip of that spear for the squad, holding that position down at that wall. So many great game endings at that position. So it was really good heads-up play for them to take that spot. Whether or not we actually know where the circle goes, or whether it's just an old wives' tale or a myth or a tall, whatever you want to call it, they still put themselves in that position and held it down with brute force.
Wookie Bookie looking good right now, coming out with 3 kills there. I do want to double down a little bit on the shout out to Gex in that performance. Gex is a team that has shown some moments. They've made it to all 4 PCS Asia events, and they won PM all the way. But in the past, when the big lights turned on, they've kind of flatlined. And I'm honestly really hoping, Clover, that this is a sign that one of the teams from a region like Chinese Taipei could step up and maybe not win the whole thing, but become a real global asset.
I mean, one of the great things about the setup for PGI.S is that if you have a really good week, they could take that momentum and take it forward. I mean, if you have a bad week here now, later in the series, you could have a really good week and you could still potentially win it, but you've got to show that drive, that motivation, the ability to get wins. And that's what we're needing to see from some of these teams that sometimes historically struggle just a little bit on the global stage. So I think that there is a chance where any of these 32 teams could take the win at the end of PGI, but it's really exciting to see some of the teams that oftentimes struggle just a little bit out of the gate to get those kills or points, make it into the late game, do wonderful. So it's, you know, we'll see.
I got you. Let's dig into TSG a little bit more, Cameron and Clover, since they got the win. It's a back-to-back good performances from them. This is a team that's been a roller coaster, winning, I think it was PCS2 Asia, but not even making it ECS 3. I wrote in my notes they know that they have what it takes to win, but do they know what it is that makes them lose? And I think that's been my worry. Sia has returned from CTG, looks pretty dominant. Do you feel like maybe they finally found that recipe, or is it just too early to tell and I'm hyping them because that's what I like to do?
It is obviously going to be a little too early to tell. It's only 2 maps, and I'm hearing whisperings that Miramar is their best map. So who knows what's going to be like when we go over to Erangel. They could completely plummet right back down to earth. I will say, though, they had some really good performances in their own regional competitions, whether or not they're able to qualify for the PCSs. But ever since PCS2 happened, it's been a lot of like 8+ finishes, and that's not what you want to look for. So something was going on, something needed to be changed, and I think that's where you saw a couple of roster moves happen on them to bring back fixes. And with all that training that they've had, so far from the beginning, it's been looking good.
I will just to follow up very quickly on what you said about the maps. You're right. I think in a points per game average, TSG is north of 10 points per game on Miramar, south of 8, 7.6 or something like that when it comes to Erangel. So I know, Clover, this is a team that you've been watching and you are very, you're looking forward to what they have to offer. Is that going to translate to Erangel, or does that, 2-point difference on average, is that too big to overcome?
I think that there's obviously the potential to take the momentum forward through this, but as you're right, this is Miramar historically, I think, where they have the better performances and where we saw the better performances during scrims as well. So it's something that I'm eagerly looking forward to seeing later in the day today.
Absolutely. I think we got a lot of things to look forward to. We have a very short break, and then we're going to come back with all of the action as we change maps and get the players ready to do so. Don't go anywhere. Be back with game number 3 in just a minute. We're back, and the teams are headed to a new map. It's time to shift attention to Erangel on our last two matches for these groups of the day. Let's get right into it. Cameron Davis, Clover joining me here on the desk. Cammy, what are you looking at as we get ready to head to Erangel? Give me something to keep my eyes on.
So there were a lot of similarities between the maps, obviously. We are still playing the same game of PUBG. However, we brought this up previously with TSG, how they're really good on Miramar compared to Erangel, and they're not the only team. I'm really worried for Meta and Sonics. I was just going over their points, and it's not it's maybe like they lose 50% of their points transferring from Miramar going over towards Erangel. That being said, there is a reason why Miramar is really easy to completely frag out while you're doing so. While you're playing that map, Erangel, you don't necessarily get the same opportunities, and so the teams you don't see the same teams with like those 6-7 point per game average on Erangel that you do on Miramar. But I'm a little worried for those two teams specifically coming over this map.
All right, Clover, what are you keeping an eye on as we prepare for some Erangel?
You know, I mean, we talked about it during the pre-show and a little bit just before we got with Miramar, but kind of take back to drop spots, right? This is the first day for the teams to play, the first time for these lobbies to play, and establishing kind of that dominance, that position that you want early on is going to be important. And we do have a couple of different teams in different parts of the map that have been known to contest. And up through scrims, we saw them continue to pester each other. So I'm kind of watching to see what might potentially happen in Georgia Pole and North Georgia. We have a couple teams that might take out in that area, as well as the Southern Highway out and around the Milta and Farm area. We're going to have a lot of teams potentially clustering up. I do expect Sonics to take Pachinki. I don't think that they're going to continue to be contested for it. They were in scrims, but there's still a potential that another team might go, you know what? No, we really want that centering position. As Cam said, Sonics do struggle a bit on Erangel, but we have seen historically that when they get that circle favor, when we get those Pachinki, those southwestern circles, Sonics usually come out in a very strong position. So that's what I'm looking for in Erangel.
Cameron, with only 4 games to play in sort of these group face-offs, a lot of teams sort of work this sort of like wait for the circle kind of strategy sometimes, like do good until you get the circle and then get a win. Does that kind of strategy pay off with this format?
I think that's probably one of the better strategies to have when there's a lot of things up in the air. You play so few games on each map against each full group of 16. It's very difficult to adapt when you have so few games to adapt in. In fact, you can make an argument that 2 games on a map, 2 games on another map, there's virtually zero adaptation outside of being hot dropped like TSG and Buriram. Outside of that, like you really just, it's such a cliche in esports if we're just playing our own game. And then this format that we're looking at for this ranking weekend, it's really the only option that a team has.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of ways, this is far more frenetic than what these players are used to, Clover. I mean, at the end of the day, they're used to marathons, or at least 6, like a lot of games in a day. This is honestly more like what we play, which is log on after work, get 4 games in, and hope for the best. So this is a little bit of a challenge, I think.
Yeah, I know, you know, that flight path pops and everybody waits until the very last second till you jump out of the plane because nobody could agree on where to drop, right? But no, in all seriousness, though, we are going to see, I think, a bit of chaos just because, as Cam said, there's not a lot of time to adapt. On Erangel, we've seen a lot of crazy early vehicle meta play even coming out. Chinese teams really like to use those cars for kills, and that's something that we might even potentially see with this match as players go for vehicles, as they will be important here for the early game.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter about this car meta, Cameron, but I'm going to be honest, I've seen more people die in cars than get kills from cars so far.
I mean, we all know how much more difficult it is to drive on Miramar than it is on Erangel. I think the only opportunity that we really saw from a vehicle was that T1 push, and I think TSG had a very nice spread, took full surprise of T1. So we might see some car action happening on Erangel, but at the same time, sure, it might be allegedly easier. It's still a very, very risky move, especially, like, it's one thing coming across a lone player or 2 players that might be separated from their squad. If you try and roll up to an entire squad of a stack of 4 who all have ARs locked and loaded, your car is going up. You might be able to get 1 knock, maybe 2 if you're fortunate with the lineup.
unless it's Tiggleton, and then he'll just wipe your whole team from a car, as we've seen evidenced before. But he brings up a good point, Clover. For those who maybe are joining us for the first time or a little more of a casual viewership to competitive, Erangel is very different from Miramar, and it's not just the ease of driving cars. What stands out to you is the chief adjustment that the team needs to make when they go play on Erangel?
I mean, you know, with Miramar, you've got a lot more open terrain. It makes those kind of those long distance plays, those rotations, those wraps a little bit different. With Erangel, you've got water in a lot of different places, and it's one of the reasons why that ability to scout ahead and I think even play the map well into your advantage is going to be something that's very important. You have to play a little more short-sighted in terms of being aware of your surroundings, but also prepared for what's to come moving forward. And that said, as well, with Erangel, you know, teams are going to be a little bit closer together earlier in the game, unlike Miramar, where they can have a little bit of time and space between them to loot up and get comfortable before they take that fight.
What an awesome trophy. Terrifying, though. You put that trophy in your room and wake up in the middle of the night and pass out in fear. Very, very cool, though. Final thoughts, Cameron, before we are about to get into this. I hear that the plane is getting loaded.
I'm just imagining that thing as my sleep paralysis demon. And, you know, it could be worse. Could be Tiggleton.
Paralysis is the worst. Let's see. That said, though, the teams are loading up. We're getting ready to get this thing underway. Will the favorites struggle and they move to Erangel? Will new teams rise to the top? Will we see a hot drop? As Clover brought up, who's to tell? I can tell you who's going to let us know. The two guys who are taking us to Erangel for our first match on the island of the day. It is Porosaurus and Matrim with the call.
Thank you, Toffees. Plane already making approach back over towards the north, going just to the east of Severny and going to be ending up just to the east of Military Base Island proper. So with this, Poro, well, you saw a feisty start towards Miramar. Do you think that we're going to have a chance for it happening yet again back over on Erangel?
There's no telling. There's no telling, especially with this plane path. You don't know if maybe some drop spots maybe didn't get quite sorted in the scrims. I know Buriram came out on the losing end of one hot drop today. We managed to see nothing happening in game number 2, but you never can tell here in game number 3 on Erangel. A lot of action over there by Razak.
Yeah, a couple of teams starting to stack around there. Actually looking like it might lead a little bit more over towards Badlands, maybe back over towards Sunken City. TSN making a quick push back over towards that. Going to get the inside track on it and land first. T1, though, going to go ahead and claim themselves a vehicle and cut towards greener pastures, as it looks like they're going to make their way back over towards the west. Bookie already finding himself a gun, trying to go for those spray back over towards it. Not going to find anything to connect just quite yet. Circle's going to go ahead and pop here in just a second. Going to be a little bit back over towards the west. Still going to have Pachinki and all the fun that entails inside of that. But with the plane path, that means that the western area is going to be very open for rotations in the later stages of the game.
I was looking at this on the map to see how this was going to play out. Furia getting a little bit close to T1. And look at this. Rusty Zera already has an AK in hand, taking a few shots. T1's, they're gone. They're gone. It's a good effort. Look, with the vehicle meta, the seat swap meta being what it is right now, it is stupid not to take the shots, right?
I mean, they're doubled up. They have the capabilities of potentially getting it down off of it. T1, though, just going to go ahead and cut their path over towards the southern area of Georgia Pole. Looks like they should be able to get that quite easily. Furia is going to play back over towards the northern section of it, so we're going to get a little bit of distance away from each other. A lot of the teams starting to spread out. Looks like they managed to find a lot of different control points that they want to play from, so T1's going to go ahead and get themselves in a nice bit of positioning coming out from that one. Average kills of 6.5 popping off for T1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, it's 2 games, but, you know, given how T1 has been performing in recent history, that is fantastic news for all T1 fans. And a lot of that, obviously, off of the first game, but, you know, they were looking pretty good. So seeing them do well on Miramar is a nice change of pace as well. I'm looking at my stat sheets here, and they're kind of more of a well, actually,
why are you gonna do it to us like that? Go back over from T1 to jump over towards Zenith after we were just talking about their average kills. Zenith, they have been managing to make it into the mid sections of the game, but not walking away
It's
with
been
a lot
rough
of kills so far.
Yeah, that game one, that was one that I know they wish they would have had back. I mean, the two snakes just unfortunately did just way too much damage to them, and they were in a great spot to try to make a run for the win there in game number one, but unfortunately it didn't play out that way. And they were in a great spot in game number two, given where the circle was ending up. So uh, Zenith, this is 2 games in a row where I feel like they're going to look at that and think, man, wish we could have done more with that.
TSM do get themselves a lot of control over the Badlands, running a 2-2 split back over towards it, with vision on both sides of the Badlands to work around. Closest neighbor to them is going to be 4AM. It's playing back over along the road just towards the northeast of them. Everybody should be pretty familiar with the road of death that kind of rolls in, coming in from Bachinki back over towards school and apartments. 4AM looking like they're starting to get a little bit of control over that. TSM
I gotta tell you,
maybe contemplating making some plays around it.
I got to tell you, there was a very minor play last game that I saw from TSM that gave me a lot of confidence in what TSM's doing right now, and it was when they were making that push or hold against the Buriram 4AM fight. They had Wookie Bookie holding as their frontline anchor, and to have your replacement player holding as your frontline anchor shows so much confidence and faith in that guy to be able to do the job and make have the communication and really make that work. So love to see that from TSM. I know it's hurting not to have Fex with him right now, but Wookie is as we said, doing a fantastic job of filling in for the time being.
A lot of these guys play with each other quite a bit and get in just casual games, or even sometimes just scrim together depending on how everything's stacked up at the time. So good to see the fact that synergy's carrying over from a long time of knowing each other. I'm going to go ahead and see a crate get picked up by Zenith. Hopefully that'll allow them to get those kill numbers up just a touch, see if they can manage to get something out of it. A lot of teams are clustered back over towards center, and oddly enough, back over towards the Everest area right now. So we do see Furious looking back over towards T1. Daytrade making their rotations right now. Got to be a little bit careful back down around Ferry Pier, as they do have Navi that's going to be just to the north of their position.
And Navi a little bit split up right now. You're going to have to be a little bit careful that they don't get a little bit too close. Shots. Oh no, Poonage just picked up the crate too. And he's going to get
not going to get much work out of that one.
Oh no, Besto.
Rolls right into Daytrade. Good control. He was kind of the southern player. The rest of Navi is playing just towards the north of about 600 to 700 meters away from positioning. So looks like he was just trying to regroup and just hands Daytrade a free point.
I'm not sure if they just had no idea that the Daytrade was here, or if that was just a little bit lazy as far as the rotation. I mean, driving right past a spot that is traditionally a spot where a team will like to hold down. I'm guessing that they just had no idea that Daytrade swooped in behind them, but I guarantee you they're not going to make that same mistake twice. Besto will be avoiding that line for the rest of this tournament.
Most teams manage to make their way inside the safe zone right now. Just a little bit of a tail end of Rama coming up back behind this one, but should find themselves a place to play. E36 back over towards the north. Gonna have to keep an eye on them as they're starting to make their way back over around the position that Furia and T1 are playing. That might be a little bit problematic. Meanwhile, Meta looking back over towards TSG and taking a couple of shots, making sure the fact that they can keep control back over towards this, as they don't want anybody really encroaching in. Whenever we talk about this area, these fields back along this location just are so wide out and open. Don't be surprised if you see a lot of vehicles trying to scout back down through their long-range scopes, just trying to get vision on different people trying to play around it, because that's going to be a potential woe for a lot of these teams, trying to collect information on teams that are 5, 6, sometimes even 1,000 meters away from you to know how to move through this. And E36 looks like they're trying to climb up Everest, but might not be aware based on how T1 is holding down this position and starting to find different angles to play from. Not going to connect with enough to really scare them away just quite yet.
Well, nice shot from Satu, though. Going to keep Star-Lord from peeking that for free. And now Interforce is firmly aware that they've got company up on the top of Everest now. Dangshay and Ad are already downhill, and it looks like Aqua 5 and Star-Lord going to go ahead and just join them. I imagine they probably got all the scouting that they needed to do already taken care of for the T1 gang. And no real point in holding it after that. So E36 will take over for now as we wait and see where the next circle is going to take us. Matchroom, it's taken forever. It's so long for a circle.
Looks like AF is going to be able to get control back over towards this, force TSG out. Do want to note the fact that based off the positioning that they have here, they do have a couple of neighbors with it, but nothing too scary just quite yet. AF have been managing to find themselves some nice angles to play really in the earlier stages to collect a lot of kills based off of the positioning is just really good coming out for them. And again, this is one of the teams that managed to make it in the very later stages of our last round, and no fear, contesting entire team is just by themselves. Sonics, I know, are drawing a lot of chats attention right now, and you can see fairly comfortable positioning back over towards the northern area around Pachinki itself. I have two back over towards Pachinki proper positioning, one back over in Church, and another one, Tiggleton. It's already kind of crossed over to get a little bit more vision on what's happening towards the west.
Yeah, Sonics earned the right to get that Pachinki drop spot, but it doesn't mean that they've earned the right to have it completely unsecured at all, as Meta has swooped in on that eastern edge and taken one of the locations that Sonics does typically like to play on that eastern Pachinki field. Now the circle is a little bit farther west, and looks like Sonic's just going to go ahead and play the church for now, but Meta getting a little bit close for comfort there. We'll see where the circle takes us. Let's go right to center.
I mean, it just means it's going to be a little bit more casual. This team's going to have to just continue to regroup back over. Their field's still going to be a big section of what we're looking at. There could also be a rush back along the Pachinki area as well, as a lot of teams back over towards the east, already hopping in vehicles, trying to make a move. One of those teams looks like it's going to be the regrouping of Meta at the time. Going to be cutting a path right over into Pachinki proper, so Sonics are already going to be leaving that position, making a rotation back over towards the hillside to get a little bit more vision. Zenith also going to be crashing back along the northern area of Pachinki, but that's getting a little bit clustered back over on the eastern area as a couple of these teams starting to try to find a little bit of a path. Navi do find themselves something to work with, and the harassment line coming up from Sonics hasn't quite managed to set up just quite yet, so it's buying them enough time to park their vehicles all nice and pretty, so that way those tires can be potentially popped in just 1 second.
Looks like Navi, after losing one early, going to slow it down a little bit, keep all three in the compound here, as we see TSM making their way across the wide open field to go join Ira and Vard at the yellows. They do have K7 and Furia just off in the distance. Meanwhile, Gex, I'm not sure if that was a drive-by or not, but T1 fully committing to this after the knock. Aqua 5 is already knocking on the door.
Ooh. That is big. Gex gets a little bit of control back to work with this. Goes for a couple of shots on the other side, trying to reposition around the outside of it. Losing one of their members early, T1 has to be very cautious on this. Do note that there's a little bit of an encroachment on the backside of this. Everybody from Day Trade can potentially take shots based off of angles. So with this, you can see T1's adder starting to get a little bit more, I guess, energetic around the outside of the, starting to make a push inside. Is he going to be able to spot out positioning onto it? Adder goes for the spray on the outside. Good connection back over towards the end. Lee going to get the down onto him. Actually, does bleed out this point, and Adder just narrowly stepping away from this one. I see a couple throwables come out to buy him time to get the meds back up, but has to be careful. T1 goes down very early, and yet again, Gex coming away with some early game points. It's going to put them up to 23 so far.
That was a really good fight for Gex there, and that's good sign if you are a Gex fan that they were able to square up 4v4 on the hard push from T1. And unfortunately, if you're a T1 fan, I hate to say it, but that's the T1 we've kind of gotten used to seeing. Meanwhile, we got AF and Buriram fighting in the middle of a wide open field here, because why the heck not? Right on the edge of circle. Naradra and Gamiao a little bit separated from this. It's just a throwables fest right now over the top of the hillside.
Everybody's stacked up right now for AF is going to have some angles to play from. TSG does have some range, so they look to try to third party this just a touch. You can see already one of the members for Buriram down, and that's going to make it a little bit easier for AF to start stepping up and into this one. The other members are very far and really can't participate into this one, so that's going to be a quick flush coming out from that one. And really just control over the hillside going to go directly into AF's favor, as the other two members aren't even in range to take any shots from Buriram to manage to make anything happen out of this.
Yeah, that's a fight that Buriram I don't think ever really wanted. Unfortunately for them, Afrika doesn't really care about what they want, and they will go ahead and take it. TSM Should be able to get this res off here as K7 taking a little bit of time in here. But while we got this going on, let's get that code out there. Make sure you get this code in there to get all your coupons. M4VYLH2TDTA7. We'll be hitting these codes every single match, so make sure you keep an eye on about the mid-game around this time every game.
TSM having a little bit of trouble over here as 4AM taking shots at quite a long distance right now, about 900 meters, maybe 800 back over towards TSM at the time. K7's playing around the ruins just to the north of their position, so that's making TSM having to condense back down into fairly coalesced point. Everybody else kind of stretching out, getting a little bit more information, trying to gather out what's going on around them. Meta, meanwhile, is just still taking a couple shots back over towards TSG. TSG is just kind of roaming around, trying to get more and more information off of everything that's going on. They're spread up all across the locations. New Circle has kind of popped back over towards this, and that means the fact that TSG can regroup back over towards Pachinki. But these teams that opted into playing Pachinki are going to find themselves with a little bit of trouble trying to leave it potentially in the next circle.
So much action going on this southern side of the map. We'll see if Narager can pick one out. No, he cannot. Hikari luck himself out there as he makes his way through on the buggy. That was danger close for a few seconds there. But like I said, the southern side of this map is looking very, very packed right now. As you got Sonic, Zenith, Meta, TSG, Navi, Daytrade, Gex, now Buriram, all coming through Pachinki, all coming through that southern part of the map here.
Well, that's why AF is like, I don't want anything about what's going to happen over there. Instead, making a long rotation back over towards the north. 4AM took a couple of pot shots back over towards him. You can see connecting into COD, making his life a little bit more difficult. But really, it's going to be DGW that's going to be holding out a potential position for them. So AF is going to have to play this one pretty carefully.
I mean, look at how much real estate 4AM is taking up, really. I mean, that's just the entire southeastern part of this new circle is all 4AM. You can see it even on your mini map there. They're just all over the place. But here we go. This is what we're talking about coming out of Pachinki. Meta going to be leaving the buildings, trying to work their way up onto the hillside here. TSG, meanwhile, is kind of pinched down by a combination of, I've got to imagine, Meta and Sonics. They're going to take a few shots at Buriram as they make their way through. But AF, as we see, still on that long rotation around. They're going to find Detonation Gaming White, though. They're ready. Can they get anything off of it?
Trying to hit some shots, but AF manages to just squeak on by into positioning, managing to jump back out. Now looking back over towards everybody coming up from Detonation. You can see CAD's going, okay, maybe this one might be a little bit too close. Instead, going to try to reposition out and around this one. I think that most of AF is just going to continue their caravan of carnage running right past this and instead playing back over towards the Badlands and leaving Sunken City behind them. One of their members instead actually opting into it. Akari's going to make the play back over into the southern areas, trying to see if maybe he can find an angle to work with, but it's going to be K7 that manages to get a little bit on the backside of them, gets the knock, and gets themselves a little bit more damage to play from. New Circle's going to pop. It's going to go back over towards the southwest. So AF, after making this long rotation, is going to have to finish out this fight, get separation away from Detonation White, and then manage to make their way back in the safe zone while crossing through either ruins or Badlands.
Yeah, I mean, AF rotated so far around to this north side. This was pretty much the only play available left to him as Hansia will bleed out. And you can see Lockslock just taking shots over the top and just being a general nuisance as AF trying to regroup and figure out how they're going to take on DGW. Meanwhile, Sonic's on the move. They're going to find Meta. They get to the spot just a little bit before they do. The smokes are coming out. Looks like actually Sonics don't really like this position for this fight. I'll go ahead and reposition a little bit.
Go ahead and go for the gatekeeping position instead of the firefight there. Meanwhile, Meta, though, this is a little bit of a dangerous position. Trying to make the run back over towards it are going to start bumping into a regrouping 4AM, who's now left the roadside and starting to look back over towards positioning. Detonation's also going to have to start making their way back down towards the south, and that means that Meta's going to find themselves pinched between 3 to 4 different teams if they don't regroup very, very quickly. 4AM now starting to find the angles for it, taking some shots back over towards them on rotation, but have to make sure that they don't get too caught up in looking just back over towards this angle, as they could find themselves having to contend with Detonation White on a very difficult line path. And instead, no, Detonation looks like they just might be circling right into the exact same path that we saw Meta trying to take, but instead just breaking right through, using speed just to go ahead and send it past all of these teams.
What a gutsy rotation there from DGW, and that's, I guess, putting it the nice way, as 4 Angry Men I guess they just weren't even expecting it. They're also getting wrecked by AF over on the top here. Sakari has managed to come out and find an angle on Forever. Now it's just down to Crazy as Lou is by himself out on an island here between the 2-2 split from Meta and AF, pushing from the other side. Crazy might be able to get a res here, depending on what AF decides to do. But again, all this is going on outside of
these teams.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say. And this is all outside of safe zone right now. So we have 4 AM contending back over with AF. They have Meta to the south of positioning. Lou's already made a rotation back over and having to contend with TSG. None of these teams can easily pass their way into the safe zone because we do have Sonics that's trying to hold them out, TSM that's taking shots back over towards it. So you can see a lot of these teams realizing we just have to go for every single kill that we can possibly find from this point. 4 AM already down and out off of this. Afriko looking back over towards Meta as Meta hops back in the vehicles and just starting to cut a path back over towards the west. This is going to put them in position pretty close to K7. So K7 is going to be looking back over towards it. TSM here's this, starting to reposition around it, thinking maybe they can get something. Meanwhile, Navi just cutting right across those open fields, sending it back along the hillside. Looks like they might be moving back over where E36 might be at. Circle's going to pop back over there. So yet again, Meta finds themselves outside the safe zone, surrounded by teams, and going to have to move. This is going to be a huge problem, as it's just going to be more and more stacking damage, more knocks, less armor, less health to play around.
Yeah, TSM suddenly finds 1 million people on their doorstep just hanging out on these cliff sides. You can see the grenades just raining down from Iro, doing a lot of damage, but not getting any flushes just yet. But the problem for TSM is they can't really push out and engage upon this because they're getting overshot by TSG. They've got Hikari to worry about. You got Meta, you got K7. TSM has the best position right now, and they just have to be patient and hold this. But as a result, they're going to end up losing out on kills here. K7 just raining down the throwables now.
I mean, Meta, they tried to find something. They knew that this was their only opportunity. They're just going to try to send it through, but you can see what's happening with it. Trying to get the res back over towards it. K7's trying to find an angle. AF and TSM have kind of caught up, looking back over towards TSG just to the south of this position, so that's giving a little bit more breathing room for Meta to work around. But it's not enough to really do much with. Instead, just trying to cluster back down into position and try to stay alive. But the problem comes into play. How are they even going to move out of this point? You can see TSG gets eliminated back behind this. TSM is just really holding the line against them.
That's really good stuff from TSM to be sure to clear their southern edge there. Now they can kind of pay attention more to the K7 meta nonsense. Navi down to just Senya, and Senya, oh my god, he's getting things done. CC Amalie down, but now the shot's coming out from E36, and they finish him off, but he's going to make sure he gets those kills for himself. One of them does get stolen, though, Amanat.
Yeah, one of them gets stolen away, and finally Interforce finds the angle back over towards them. So this means the fact that that's going to be Navi getting eliminated. E36 still playing back over from the high ground, doing a ton of work in everything that's happening around them. Sonic's in a little bit of trouble. You can see Throwable starting to come back over towards them, just narrowly gets that res back over. Daytrade's trying to see if they can find some type of angle to work with, but Flash is already down with this. Mime trying to get meds back over. 2 members already back down for his team. It was a very quick res and already back down, trying to make their crawl back over towards positioning, but Daytrade doesn't have a lot of really position that they can make any moves with. At range, several teams are taking shots back into it, notably Fury, one of them looking back over towards this, as well as Detonation, caught up in a little bit closer of a fight. That means the fact that this is going to open up potential for Sonics to get positioning off of it. Daytrade still could make a play back over towards this, but instead, trying to rest back onto this, get their reses back up, and that's buying the time for Mime to try to make a move.
Tries to get a little bit better position here. He's got 4 grenades in hand. Let's see if he can do anything with them. Oh, okay. Goodbye, Detonation Gaming White. Furia finally stepping up. They've got a great position here, and they're getting things done. As Mime does go down, and so do Sonics in 7th place. Let's see, TSM, can they survive here with K7? They're winning the firefight so far.
All about getting into that desperate range right now. They know that they need to make a push back over towards the west. K7 is just hunkered down back behind this rock, trying to find the angles to work with over towards them, but Molotovs, throwables coming out back over on both sides. K7 doesn't have very much cover to work with, and Miraku's trying to make sure that he can get enough of a distraction back over towards it, get the flushes out, narrowly misses back over towards this one, but now starting to try to follow up with the Molotovs. You see position all playing around trees right now, and that Molotov is huge. connects back over towards him. Everybody on K7 now has to leave cover. TSM can try to make a play back over towards him, but it's going to be Wookie that finds the angle. New man coming up for the roster, doing in a lot of work to play from. Furia tries to overextend into this. TSM shuts that down as well. TSM up to 6 kills, just going to go ahead and pop off on another angle. And with this, now starting to find the ways to move inside the safe zone, eyeing back over towards Furia's positioning and seeing that high ground and all the merits that it has.
That is exactly what TSM wanted to do. The first molly that they threw was a little bit too short, and they weren't able to get them off of that rock, but the second one right on time pushes them right off of it, and that opens up TSM to finish that off, and now they can push into Furia. The Furia getting that res. Looks like they will be able to stick it and make it back to their compound. They still have all 4 up. They've left Rasputin out on a little bit of an island off to the west side trying to take care of E36, but TSM fighting their way in here, and they just got a nice little influx of loot there, probably a few more throwables to try to figure out how to deal with this Furia issue.
I mean, Fury is kind of caught up looking back over towards E36 at the time. Daytrain has managed to sneak in just a little bit back over towards positioning. You can see one of the members still outside the safe zone right now, but Flash is pretty centered at the time. Just the only member up for that point, though. So one of the members looking like maybe going to have to run through wide open, hoping maybe some of these fights start popping off towards the north and finds an opportunity to work with. Really, it's just a matter of who's looking back the direction. And unfortunately for him, one of them is going to be Iroh, and another one's going to be Wookie Bookie. So that's going to be down out from Day Trade. Only Flash in position to do anything with this, and he's not going to run back down there and try to go for this res. That should be a point going back over towards TSM. Towards the north of this, Fury is starting to reposition out and away from E36. This is all starting to calm down as everybody's starting to realize the Titans back over towards the east, and TSM might be a team that they have to start keeping a much more measured eye at.
Gotta give E36 credit here. Oh, he's been spotted. Flash is gonna hide behind the crate for a little bit longer, but I don't think he's gonna be much longer for this world. E36, you gotta give him credit though, as they started off on top of that mountain, pushed T1 off, and they've managed to keep 4 up to this late in the game. Managed to make it to top 3. Let's see if they can bring home a win for Japan here, Matcham.
My Lord Poro, there's near on no cover on this hillside, and that's where we're going to be ending up. Furia gets a read on what's going on. Instead, extends back out, making their way towards the south, taking shots back over towards everybody hiding back behind this tree. It's going to be a quick flush back over towards Wookie Bookie, now leaving Iroh in a very difficult position. Limo finds the angle for it, going to go ahead and get the knockback over towards him, leaving just Miraku, the last man up for TSM, finding himself pretty close to positioning towards the center, but Furia looks like they have an idea on where he's at. He's just dropped down to his belly, hiding in the grass, and hopes the fight breaks out towards the north. So with this, E36 has been pretty quiet back over towards the west, do have a position inside the safe zone, and are still keeping an eye back over towards the north. It's all on to Furia and how they're wanting to play this.
Eminat's been picking pockets like a thief this game. Absolute perfect vision. He's been able to get those 2 kills. I think were both steals. As E36 just being very, very opportunistic. Necro. Ooh, we'll find Miraku. There you go. I'll take that out. And, uh-oh. Rusty Zera's in a vehicle. We know how that usually works out.
Oh, there's a throwback. A lot of these people do not want to remember if you're a Furia fan at the time. So with this, the deciding line has been set up. It's E36 back over towards the west and Furia back over towards the east. Vehicles coming in to provide a little bit more cover for Fury to try to play from. Looks like we're just going to have a line of demarcation running straight through the middle of the safe zone right now. Just a couple of trees and a hillside providing cover. See Fury making extension back over towards TSM's last member. Going to go ahead and get the crate back in that. See if maybe we can get a little bit more out of it. Get a refresh back over on health. Maybe some armor. See how that plays out for them. Furia, though, still holding back over towards E36's position towards the north. Doing a great job on drawing a little bit of a distraction back over towards it. You can see Furia is trying to set up a defensive line. Looking back over towards E36's positioning. Trying to find a lot of different cover points to play from and really compress in E36's options. Not allowing them to move out from the positions that they're presently playing.
I like this positioning here from Furia. They're trying to spread out and clench the fist down onto E36, force them into playing a small position here. You can see just the spread. Rasputin sending it in that UAS was a really, really good play, but now they got to do something with it here as he is kind of pinned down and stuck between combination of Aminat and Pure Boy. The north side duo here, Kildemo and Necro, really need to find something here. Necro's still rocking that bolty like it's 2017. We'll see if he can get something done with it. He's got 5 kills already, so clearly working out all right.
Neither team feels like they want to make a move just quite yet. Furia feels like they might be the team that's going to opt into taking the driver's seat quite literally, hopping in the vehicle, rolling back over towards the center. Going to go ahead and get in cover. As you can see, the flaming wreckage going to buy a little bit more space for them to work with as well. Interforce instead looks like they're starting to play back down towards the southern area, playing along the hillside itself. So with this, that means more open angles, and it's all about how long Raspu can hold down this positioning. Sure, there's a risk in making the play and sending it back down along that line. But if really he can hold out and force E36 right up against the wall, it might be the opportunity that Furia can take to reposition and just set up for the next fight.
If they're paying attention to Raspu, they're not paying attention to the north side. They've got to see if they can maybe use Raspu's pressure to gain a little bit more ground, and looks like that's exactly what they did. They sent Necro right to the dead center of the circle. Now, can they hold it? It's just peeking beyond trees right now. No knocks coming through. And now you got to wonder what the utility's looking like. You see Raspu sitting on just a Molotov right now. I'm not sure what E36 has in the bag. You can see Sylphia's got plenty still to work with. And Pure Boy going to find the knock on a kill demo. That might open things up here, Matcham.
This is a much bigger fight than just for 8th. Do note that Daytrade and AF are just a couple of points ahead of this. Whoever walks away with the win and these kills are going to jump up into a nice, better position than they're presently playing from, potentially competing up against T1. So with this, you can see everybody from Furia starting to hunker down. E36 getting into grenade range, starting to rain it back down towards Necro, and does manage to connect. That's their center control point for Furia right now. Rusty Zero trying to get some damage back over, but the cluster of players just running as a pack from E36 are finding opportunity upon opportunity and trying to exploit it. Raspu, now the new target of E36's aggression, taking shots back over towards a tree. He's just trying to zigzag his way through, not going to find much to work with onto it, and E36 is starting to take a commanding control over this game. Just Rusty Zero trying to get something out of it, no angles to play from. He's going to get taken down, and there you go. E36 walks away with the round win.
The Japanese team comes in with a huge win here in our first game on Erangel. It just very, very well played by them all the way throughout. The end game in particular, I mean, you gotta say, Furia did everything that they really needed to do to try to make that, to put that game in their favor. But E36 just was not giving up the angles. They were not giving up the lines. They did not give up the knocks that Furia needed to just collapse that fist right on top of them. And E36 playing it very disciplined, playing it well, and then in the end, it was all about the difference in throwables, the utility that E36 still had on hand to use.
I mean, it was all about angles and information coming out from Furia. They were trying to really herd E36 together, so that way the other side of it could maybe flank into position, but the strategy just never gelled. Everybody from E36 managed to hold it together, and let's be real, that's a high-pressure situation coming out from this team. These guys trying to make sure that they show up for their region. You know, it's been a little bit quiet coming out for them so far, but this is going to be an absolutely huge game coming up for them.
Absolutely. It's a huge, big win for them. It's a great win for their region. But let's take it to the analyst desk to talk a little bit more about that one, Matchroom. Guys, take it away.
Big game for Enter Force 36, E36 coming out there on top. And let's open with a bit of an observation. Paper Thin, who's not here, he hasn't joined us yet, he will be. He was watching some scrims, and I heard him say Japanese teams are good at defense, but they seem to struggle when they're out in the open or they're being pushed from multiple sides. Cameron, it felt like that rang true here. E36, once it was down to them and Furia, they just locked up. They played that tight, and Furia never really had an opening to play the aggression that I hope to see from them.
That might be accurate talking about the Japanese region as a whole, but for E36 specifically, my notes are all saying that they go for early fights, they go for early kills. It's the placements that is their really big struggle, which, as we all know from the format that we're having at PGI.S, is not necessarily the one that you want to have, at least for the weekly survival, but they're able to flip it, they're able to change the strategy and get into the late game here relatively safely. They only had 5 kills before they faced off in this 4 versus 4, but once they were here, as you mentioned, they just held down the line. They actually had significantly less cover than Furia, as you can see, who had rocks, who had trees, who had vehicles. All 836 really had were smokes, but they were just able to land their shots, and it's knowing when you want to play conservative and when you really have the opportunity to turn it on, go for the action, go for the kills, and get the points and the placements that come from those kills.
Mm-hmm.
So the great game for them. They take away the win. That said, though, it did come down to a 4v4, Clover. I think the first one that we've seen so far. Furia, let's talk about them on the opposite side. Another team, this is a Brazilian team, coming from a region that has been, I don't want to say written off, but in a lot of ways considered not as effectual, putting up a very good game.
Yeah, I mean, Necro, I don't know if you guys saw that in the highlights, but was sporting that Car 98 Bolty up through the end of the game, and he got himself quite a few kills for it, and Furia actually had that center position for quite a long time from the match, and I know it's easy to scoff and say, oh, they had center, they had zone, they didn't really have to do much, but given where Furia had been positioned throughout the entirety of that, they had quite a lot of teams knocking at their door and trying to play out for that position, so they only walked away with 6 kills from that match, all things considered, but they did so, as you said, well enough to keep it 4v4 to the end.
Cameron, you talked a little bit about sort of average points per game. Let's take a look at the match results as I bring this up. Enter Force averages like 4.5 per game. So that's a bit of a surprise to me. But Furia is one of the highest overall points per game teams on Erangel in the tournament with an 8.61. So them definitely stepping up and playing their best game here.
You do have to take it with a grain of salt. I'm not going to mince words here. The Latin American region and even the Japanese regions are not known for being the strongest regions. So even if you're the best teams in those regions, your points are going to be inflated because of the level of competition. However, Furia are still, I think, particularly good on Erangel because their first rotations are usually really, really strong. Here they got, I'm going to use the L word, lucky that their circle continued to favor that compound. They were able to utilize that to their advantage. Whether they're going to be able to continue to do that, the rest of the Erangel games next, as well as the rest of this weekend, we have to see. But it's still a really good showing from Necro, especially with the bolt action with the 5 kills. But he's being tied for kills. Day Trade up there as well. Vanna with 5 of his own.
Nice. Let's pivot a little bit to our third place team here, Clover, TSM. In the first match of the day, I think I said TSM, where were they? They didn't do great on that one. Since then, I feel like they have been very aggressively in the mix here.
I think this might have been the team that we probably should have talked about. We were also really excited for Erangel. I think the hesitation just kind of came up with how we thought they might end up playing out this lobby. And that was as well. I mean, if we talk about circle luck with Furia, that was a really good circle for TSM. But, unfortunately, a series of events kind of took them out a little bit earlier. But that was a good strength, good start for the play that we really want to see from them. And I'm thinking they're really healthy. So if we can kind of get them to push just a little bit further next game on Erangel, I can see a point where maybe TSM comes out with a few more chicken dinners.
It would be nice to see. Iroh definitely seems like he's on point right now. And remember, TSM, Cameron, is working with some unique challenges.
Yeah, they're missing Fex, I believe, and they have Wookie Bookie, their sub, standing in. And again, we touched upon it briefly at the top of the show. They knew that it was going to be an issue coming out of the UK, and so they've been practicing with Wookie Bookie, and they've been doing a really good job, I believe, slotting him in. I mean, the results speak for themselves, you have to say.
Let's take a look at the overall standings. We've gotten to a point where we can actually start to check in on those regularly to see who's doing what. Remember, 1 game left to play for the 2 teams from this group. And with that, Triumphant Song does hold on to the top as the Sonics hold on to second place right behind them, Clover. But TSM, and I'm going to be honest and blunt here, Global Esports Exet are catching up. And that's Gex is a surprise to me. I don't want to be mean, but I did not expect them to be in 4th place after 3 games.
I mean, we saw them take out T1 in that compound this very last match, and that got them another 4 points. And that level of confidence and aggression is going to keep awarding them if they can continue to hold that momentum moving on forward. But as you said, 1 more game left for this matchup on this lobby, and then groups A and B, they kind of get shuffled around, and they get a whole new set of people to play with. But you see with standings, TSG, Sonics, very close right now, 1 point apart. They both went out early last match, and that gave a couple of these other teams a chance to catch up. So it's getting a little bit close near the top here. But, if you're Detonation Gaming, if you're Burium, if you're Na'Vi, you want to go into this last game getting a lot of points. You don't want to go out after this match still in the single digits.
Cameron, bottom of the board. Who's the biggest surprise for you down there?
Buriram. So my expectations for them, I didn't think that they'd come out and win this entire competition. Right? Their region is still lagging behind overall compared to EU, compared to China, compared to Korea, but I definitely expected better than this. They've been sweeping the competition, basically the stars of APAC this entire time. And the fact that they only have 5 points, even with the unfortunate hot drop, that even the best team in the world can lose a hot drop, go out with the 2 points that they had. Even with that deficit, they've still been almost like they haven't even arrived properly yet.
Yeah. So it was a interesting circle to start. Very open in a lot of ways, Clover. I want to say the Gatka circle, but sort of that whole region, which, by the way, makes me miss Tempo Storm whenever I see a circle start there. RIP, boys. We'll miss you. That said, though, it was open, and we saw some pretty interesting fights. In fact, Gex, a team that I just said I was surprised to see where they are, like you said, best at T1 for one of the best compounds in that entire area. Does that send a message to the rest of the map? Will T1 think twice about going to a high prio compound because they lost to Gex there?
I don't necessarily think Team One will think twice, but I think some of these teams that have been doing this full send need to maybe be a little bit prepared for the fight that's inevitably going to come. We've had a lot of teams take crashes today, and a lot of those crashes have ended very, very poorly. And I think maybe, if anything, that's probably the message of some of these teams to take. Take that extra few seconds to scout ahead and get that extra information. Be prepared for that fight you're about to take. There was ample opportunity for any number of Gex to have fallen out, but all four managed to stay up. So kind of showing, hey, T1 needed to do a little bit more work there on that crash.
We saw a lot of other things in that match, Cameron. What do you think the reason was for it felt a little bit shaky? Day Trade in 4th, K7 in 5th. Teams that we're used to seeing performing very well, like Triumphant Song, not making it out into the top 10. Was it a unique circle, or was it just sort of a rotational challenge? It seems like a lot of teams got stuck sort of in the hills on their way towards Gecko.
That area is so out in the open. There wasn't a lot of cover. We saw at the end game, sure, it was only the last couple of seconds, and so that's a pinpoint of the mid game into the late game. But E36 had no cover. Furia had cover, but they had to be so spread out in order to find it. Most of the engagements heading into the late game were fights over the hills around the edge of the circle, and everyone who was involved in those were so wounded, could easily get cleaned up by the inside. So really, this did become a game of let's see how many points that we can get before we eventually fight essentially the raid boss, Furia, who's just been hanging out in the center, not having to do a lot of heavy lifting so far.
I want to give a shout out as we take a look at the stadium. Super cool design, but B, also a real nod to the focus on safety. The teams being far more distant than we're used to being. You can see sort of that pod design so that the players can safely sort of play without masks and communicate. Remember, they've been in team quarantine over the last couple of weeks. But I did want to point out just how much work, PUBG and the people putting this together put into designing a safe but also incredibly cool stage to play on, Clover.
I think this might be my absolute favorite stage yet. I was actually also eyeballing how beautiful it is. Not only the teams are in safety, but they've kind of got their own privacy as well. Sure, to us it looks quite open, but this is gonna, for them, help hone in their focus and take some of those distractions away that can sometimes fall to teams on LAN events.
Last match of the day, Cameron. We're getting ready to, for our groups A and B, getting ready to kick it off. Give me your final thought before we jump into our last one.
I think TSM are looking really good, looking really hot. It's been a bit of a slow start for them compared to the other teams like Sonics, T1, and even TSG. So I'm looking at them to see if they can't solidify themselves in an even better position at the end of their first grouping.
Clover, quick thought?
I just want to see if Gex can continue that momentum or if it was just a 2-game fluke. But I'm really excited to see how this all plays out.
I'm excited to see it as well, and you can see it clearly if you are working with Intel processors. Shout out to them for making this possible, and a shout out to our casters. The last game for them of the night, but they'll be back tomorrow. It's Matchroom and Poro with the call.
Thank you, Toffees. Keep in mind, everybody, we are going to have Group C and D to follow this one up. We're going to do a little bit of a cast exchange, so we knew people were going to be stepping in and doing casting and analysis as we make our way through, as well as getting entirely 2 new groups. Plane path cutting right over Pachinki Poro, and looks like hoping this one's going to be spicy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, look, as excited as I was to watch Groups A and B, I am equally, if not maybe a little bit more excited to watch C and D. Those groups, I mean, Group C is just absolutely stacked to the gills with talent there. And I think these last 4 games of the day between C and D are going to be very, very exciting. But we've got one more to get through before we get to that point. Let's see if Buriram can pull something out of their hat for this final game of the day. I know Cam was saying that he wanted to see a little bit more out of them, and okay, let's there you go. That's a good circle for it.
Peninsula Chaos about to come into play, as Milta is going to be the focus of everything. I do 100% agree with you, jumping back to what you said, Poro. I feel like really when we look back over towards A and B, it's all going to come down to how many points can you get whenever you're not fighting against Group C. That is our definite group of death. It's going to be just nomming up all the points away from everybody. And our Forest 36, our last round victor, going to go ahead and pick up some more stuff. Finish out their looting back over towards the North Georgia Pole area. But really, teams that favors based off of this circle is going to be Buriram. You were talking about the fact that they needed a big one. AF also playing back over next to Milta Power. TSG is playing back over towards Farm, and Zenith is going to be back up around Prison. So these are going to be the teams that don't have to do too long of a rotation. Everybody else is not even inside the safe zone. So it's going to be a huge migration coming into play in just a little while.
It's weird seeing 4 a.m. over in the apartments not fighting somebody at the very beginning of the game. It's strange. I don't know why. I got so used to seeing it for so long. It kind of does. It kind of does. But you know what? 4 a.m. can get things done on this map of Erangel, as they've shown many, many times in the past. And fortunately for them, they don't have to deal with any nonsense about having to stand up for their drop location, which Lord knows they will do and have done and have proven time and time again that they are not ones to back away from a fight. But oh man, this circle is going to make things real sketchy here for this final game of the day between groups A and B, and especially when you consider how many teams. Look at all the teams up in Georgia Bowl match. T1, Furia, E36, all hanging out up there.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting rotation for a lot of these teams. It should be noted, one of the members for, actually, I think 2 of the members for Day Trade, taking a boat, and looks like they're circling around the southern area of military base, maybe making a safety play, thinking there's a chance it could end up in Nova. We'll have to keep an eye on how that one goes. Also, I really loved how AF sent one of their members back over towards the lumberyard area to get a little bit more information on what's going on, just so that way they can have an idea on how they're going to try to play through this one, seeing if any teams have maybe made a play back over towards that one and instead retreat, regroup, but have an idea of at least one team already being in lumberyard. So that means the fact that they don't have to worry about holding down that angle as strong, as there's going to be a team kind of adding a second layer of defense to their position.
That might have been scouting of necessity more than anything. EJ found himself split off from the rest of Africa in Milta because of the Buriram drop. So does manage to get away from it, does manage to wrap back up around, and reconnect with the rest of his squad, and do a little bit of scouting on the side as well. So all in all, good things for AF. As we check in on Detonation Gaming White making their way out of Yesnaya, coming in from the north side. See if they can avoid. Uh-oh, see ya. Uh-oh. I'm starting to wonder if we might be having a restart.
I'm getting a feel that there is a restart coming. Yes, all the teams are sending it back over towards center. Everybody is starting the bloodbath. We're looking back at the pretty arena. And I do want to follow up on the analysts. damn, I love the way that this is set up. And I saw chat talking about skate park and everything else like that, but it's just got such clean lines. The way that they do the lighting for it, it's just beautiful, man.
That is sick. I mean, look, hey, Chad, if you want to go drop in on that one from the top up there where Gex is, see if you can make your way down, maybe do a little kick flip, a little ollie, see what you can do. Hope you got good insurance though.
Bring in the style for it. So while everything's starting to get set up, really, I'm kind of disappointed. I know all the players didn't want a circle like that, right? I wanted a circle like that, though. I wanted to see the players have to compete with that. I was over here leaned over looking at the map again. Sorry about that one. But I just love seeing players react. I know everybody knows I talk about this a lot. I love watching players react to bad circles because I think that it shows really the mettle of a team.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, isn't it? I mean, anybody can, that's why we play the games, right? We don't judge a team by how good they practice, right? You get the same games where you do the same things over and over and over again. It's all scripted out. What does that tell you? It just tells you how well you follow the script. It's where you find out if a team is really good or not is how they adapt to these poor circles, poor situations, poor rotation paths, whatever. What can you do? What can you make out of the lemons that this game will sometimes drop you?
And I mean, that's kind of PUBG in a nutshell for me is, I mean, sure, if you just get constantly centered circles, great, cool. You can get gifted circles every once in a while. That's nice. But watching the best of the best have to handle difficult situations, that's where I think that we really see like the cream of the crop rise to the top of everything, where we see really just the best players, the clutch positionings coming into play, and really things that I can take back into my game and use, because let's be real, I'm a caster for a reason. I like to talk about the game, but sometimes seeing the players pick up some stuff is helpful for me.
Hey, look, man, my meta is on point. It's my boomer reflexes and my inability to see the most minute details that these guys can spot out from 500 yards. Like I watch Tickleton stream, and I'm like, yeah, but he's shooting at something. I'm like, what's he shooting at? And all of a sudden, he's got 2 kills. I'm just like, well, I didn't even see those guys. Where'd they come from? I don't know. Maybe I need to get the laser eye surgery or whatever.
I mean, that's just TIG things, though. And that's, again, the beauty of watching this. And keep in mind, guys, the longer that this event goes on, there's going to be kind of comfort that starts to arise for these players. Right now, everybody's still just kind of like dipping their toes in the water to go, okay, how do I want to play this? What's the setup and what's going on? As teams start to feel like, okay, we know who we can fight. We know how we can handle this. We know what they're weak against. We're going to start seeing a lot more aggression come into play. We're going to start seeing a lot more confidence come out for these teams. And that's whenever we start seeing the style come out. And that's what I love.
Yeah, I mean, talking to some of the boys since they've been over there, they are well aware and are planning for and prepping for the fact that there's going to be multiple different metas throughout this entire tournament, the entire 2 months. I mean, the meta that you're going to get this weekend is going to be so much different than what you're going to see when we get down to the play-in stages, which is going to be different than what we're going to see in the finals. And then as the weeks progress and there's more and more money on the line, you're going to start seeing teams play differently because of that. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see. And we talk about adaptation in game. Well, you're going to have to adapt overall as well if you're going to try to make that run for the championship and make that run for the biggest prize pool.
Sorry, guys, just checking to see if we got any updates on what's going on. They're trying to get everything repositioned, get all the players back in. Most of the players, let's be real, we've been playing online for quite a while. These guys know how to cycle back into lobbies now, especially since they're in LAN. It shouldn't take too long at all.
Nah, and this is, I mean, honestly, this is probably going to be good news for all of them. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody looked at that circle and was just like, prefer not. I mean, well, maybe not Bury Around. Bury Around was probably pretty happy about that whole thing. Afrika as well, but everybody else, they're okay with this restart.
I still want to know what Day Trade was doing. They sent 2 people in a boat. They were curving back around the lower part of military base line. They weren't going down the canal in between the 2. They were going all the way back down around. It looks like they were going to curve back in from the south and hit back over towards Novo, or maybe make a landing back on the other side. You know, that area around Lippo, there's a couple of different options, or maybe even land on the beach that's just south of Military Power itself.
One thing I haven't, we'll find out. We'll see. We'll see what happens. One thing I haven't checked in on. It's gone back and forth because it used to be, we have the ferry now, right? The ferry going from the mainland to Novo, and they had it turned off in the past for esports, but lately I feel like they've been having it turned on, so they haven't checked to see if the ferry is actually working in this tournament just yet. So I'm gonna have to keep my eyes on that, man. I want to see if that ferry comes into play.
So, Boro, now that we're kind of sitting through, there's one more round to look back over towards A and B. How are the teams stacking up? I know that we've spent a lot of time talking about Triumphant coming in through here. A lot of people have their eyes back over towards Sonics. Are you seeing any significant standouts or any variations from what you were expecting inside of this so far?
I mean, obviously the biggest surprise to me has got to be Global Esports XSAT. I think Gex has played phenomenally so far in these 4 games, and I don't think a lot of people were really expecting a lot out of them, and they've come in and really shown that they are here to play and that they can hang with these guys. And same can be said about Interforce 36. Now, obviously, a lot of the points that they have, majority of the points that they have, I think, came from that one game. But, sometimes that's all it takes. That's all it takes to really kind of get that confidence going, get that momentum boosting, and start the snowball rolling. On the opposite side, man, I want to see more out of Navi. I want to see more out of Navi, and I want to see more out of Zenith. I think both of those teams had a lot kind of bigger expectations for them coming into this one, and the wheels have been spinning a little bit early on here.
Well, a team that's really kind of stood out to me is T1. I mean, we knew that there's strength inside of that roster, but it was kind of like what you were talking about, is just how strong is it going to be. We often talk about LAN teams specifically, and whenever we look back historically, the players that are on T1, these are phenomenal LAN players, and it feels like they just kind of find their own situations and are just capable of finding the variations in how people move and exploiting it, and especially their aim. God, T1 can just murder somebody.
I mean, look, hey, man, T1's problem has never been mechanics. It has never been finding shooters. It's they've had superstars on that team pretty much the entire time that team has been around. Their problem has always been how to get those pieces moving in the same direction at the same time on a consistent basis. Today, we've seen good T1 and we've seen bad T1. Both of them have reared their heads. We'll see which one decides to overwhelm the other for the most part. Hopefully, it'll be good T1 because, boy, when good T1 is popping, that is a sight to behold.
Yeah, to follow up on that, we were talking about T1 popping off. Sonics, TSM, it feels like just these guys are finding consistent rhythms and how that they want to play, and specifically capable of setting up other teams and making them play around them. We often talk about the fact that if you can kind of set up the play and force teams to react to you, that means that you're going to have a much greater chances of success. If you're just reacting to everything going on, you're never going to be able to really dictate control inside of the game. Speaking of control of the game, Poro, guess what? We're back in and we're in the air.
Let's get back into it. And we got a roughly similar playing path. I mean, it was a north to south thing. I think it might have been angling the other direction. Hopefully the circle is a little bit more kind, or, well, depending on what you're hoping for. Maybe hopefully it's not more kind. Maybe it's going to be even more crazy. We'll have to see.
Maybe military base. Who even knows?
You never know. You never know. They're like, hey, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You know it's going to happen. We're doing this for 2 damn months. There's going to be some military circles. Do we want to have one on day one?
Yes.
Why not?
That's my answer. I know chat probably might disagree with me, but come on, guys. Enjoy it. Enjoy the chaos that PUBG can sometimes bring. Watch the players react to everything. So, looking back through, it doesn't look like anything too crazy is coming out from this plane path. Most easy rotations are going to be accessible just due to the plane path itself. E36, a full-on stacking up together. They're going to be cutting back over towards the southern area around Severny, probably making their push back over towards that Georgia Pool area. Circle's about to pop in just 1 second, and maybe it'll be spicy. Come on, fingers crossed. Not very much. I mean, there's still a little bit of military base island, so maybe we get a bridge game, but this one's pretty chill. Oh, well, hi, Orange. Just just go ahead and go full demolition derby here as there's 2 members stacked up back over towards Gex, and this is a quick chase coming through off of it. Are we going to see anybody from Navi find the angle or a gun fast enough? And that range is going to be Sinya, but doesn't manage to connect with it, so narrowly escaping that one. Gex should be able to regroup safely.
Very angry Tommy gun. It's good news for Navi. I mean, they managed to make it out of an early game vehicle rush with all 4 players still alive, which is not as easy as it sounds when you're Navi, as we've seen in the PCS in the past. But they'll be all right with this one. We'll see if they can keep all 4 boys alive and try to find a new spot to rotate with. We did see they lost one earlier, but for the most part, they've got nobody really around them. Now, T1 this time did opt to dropping on Military Island, so they may run into day trade. We'll have to see how quickly those 2 teams get on the rotation. Meanwhile, once again, I'll say it again. It's crazy seeing 4 a.m. not have to fight for this.
See, I just like looking at the team comment setup. I know that's a nice little touch there. That just feels like the epitome of 4 a.m. There's just like, we don't care about what everybody else is doing. We're just going to murder however we see to murder and try to make every single play that we can. Now, it's not been the best so far for them, sitting back down into that 11th place position at the time, and Freak of Freaks just ahead of them back over in 7th.
Well, I mean, look, hey, I'm not going to sit here and say 3 games is going to be indicative of what 4 a.m. is going to bring to the table this whole tournament. I mean, I can't say that about any of these teams, really. It's such a small sample size, but, just coming into this tournament, I got to say 4 a.m. has looked a lot better than they have looked in the past, and it looks like they're coming in on kind of a hot streak right now, in particular, Godby. So, really excited to see what they can put together throughout this whole thing. And, I've been talking about Gavi, but Forever is really kind of the catalyst, it seems, that has kind of put things together for that squad. So we'll see what they can put together here in future games. Maybe they can put something together here in this last game and maybe make a little run here on the end of day 1.
See Detonation checking every single hay bale as they roll by it. Never, ever assume that you're safe as you're making rotations coming through off of it. So I like to see that coming out for them. But, I mean, I'm trying to figure out exactly where they're planning on going. They're back over towards the northeast. 4 a.m. still playing back over towards school and starting to make their little bit of a move. They're going to be able to pick up vehicles as they make their approach. But a lot of the centered positionings are already claimed through, and we've seen them, I don't know, sometimes it feels like, and sure, it's just a couple of games, so it's hard to say. They overextend a little bit without the information, just due to the fact that they are one of the middle teams to come in circle. Because we talk about it. Rotate early, you're better chances to get your positioning, and you can fight your way out if somebody tries to make an approach back over towards you. Later rotating teams probably going to play back over towards edge. When you're one of these middle rotating teams, sometimes you just kind of get caught in the middle between the 2 of them, and you just end up getting murdered.
Yeah, I mean, you just got a game plan for it, right? I mean, you see lots of teams that come and make those little later rotations, but you'll see them do the discipline thing. They stop, they get the high ground, do the little scouting, don't go any further than they've scouted. You just have to plan around it. And this is a little close there for old Shrimsy. I'm actually going to find Forever as 4 a.m. comes knocking on a door that maybe they didn't want to know who was going to be answering here.
Oh, the bounce is not going to go favorably back over for Sonics, trying to follow it up and through, but getting close enough. You can see they don't want to overextend just quite yet. That's going to go a little bit too far, but the grenade harassment is at least going to slow them down just a touch. Shrimsy was contemplating making some type of play for it, but knows the fact that this is too dangerous of an angle. The rest of Sonic's now trying to figure out, okay, do we risk it? We know who the knock is, and it looks like they're going to opt into going for the play. Mom's just going to breach right into this one, trying to go for the spray around the outside of it. Doesn't quite connect. It's just going to be a quick hunt through the inside of the building, but 4 a.m. hunkering down on the outside of it, not going to be found just quite yet. Reinforcements, 4 a.m. rolling up back behind this, trying to find different angles to play from Pachinki. One, sending it to the backside, trying to bring a little bit more support. The other one just crashing into Pachinki properly. So with this, Mime now has control over the building, but hasn't been able to find 4AM. While 4AM has managed to reset, this could be an absolute catastrophe for Sonics, who wanted this fight.
Well, the rest of Sonics have now come, but Trimsy's going to find a grenade right at his feet. He's going to go down. H1 has now come up to provide some support, but now Mime has gone down as well, and that's going to be the time to get out of here as things went immediately from good to bad for Sonics here. They will keep 2 alive, but 4AM showing how dangerous they can be.
That was just great awareness coming up from 4AM, getting a read on how the play was going to come through. And there was that little bit of hesitation coming up from Sonics, going, this is risky. Do we do it? They finally decide to commit, but the amount of time allowed the res to come through on 4AM's side, allowed a reposition outside of the building, getting away from grenades so that way they can manage to stay safe, and buying enough time for everybody to roll back in, get reinforcements through, and really just set up a nice play.
Put their backs up against the wall, and 4AM clutch it out. That is what you like to see from that squad. We'll see if Sonics can salvage a little bit more off of this. They're going to be kicking themselves as they've got center circle on this one again, as this is usually games that work out pretty well in their favor. But as we've been seeing, we saw last game, a lot of company around Pachinki. They are not getting that nearly as free as they have gotten that in PCS in North America.
There's some awareness coming out from Zenith. Aware of the fact on how Sonics wants to play this one, rolls back through whenever they see everything that's going on inside the kill feed, seeing if maybe they can just stab the other North American team in the back, but not going to find the angle to work with. On top of it, T1 making their rotations back over a little bit more towards the western position, playing around that quarry location, still rolling up the hillside. And again, talked about the positioning coming out from Detonation White, and as they're trying to make their play, you can see that they are kind of in that, again, middle area right now, not playing back over towards the edge and trying to creep back over towards center. Day Trade, though, going to find themselves back over towards the west. Easy bridge approach. There is going to be Navi that's positioned up in front of them, but I don't think that they're going to aggress that too hard just quite yet. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Day Trade maybe try to get a little bit more information and have a read that Navi could be set up here.
Yeah, this almost feels like a camp here from Navi. This was a very similar circle that we saw last time. We remember we lost Besto early, and Navi was playing a little bit more towards the center. This time they're hanging around on the south side, almost as if they're waiting for Day Trade to come over across from Military Island. They will spot them out early. Not going to find any knocks just yet, but I'm not sure if they're fully committed to this or if this was just something that was just a happy accident. We'll see.
Sometimes happy little accidents are the best thing that happens inside of PUBG. Worst things that can happen in real life, but great whenever they happen inside of PUBG. TSM running that 2-2 split with a lot of vision to work with. Rising back over towards Furia. We've seen this kind of be hot spot for how TSM wants to play around this. Specifically, Sunken City, Badlands, back over to, I still call them the Yellows. I know they're not technically Yellows anymore, but everybody still calls them the Yellows.
They're the Yellows. They're the Yellows. Oh, look, it's deja vu all over again. Why not? Well, TSM, they had issues with Furia holding down that compound before, so now they decided to do the 2-2 split between the Yellows and that compound. And it is paying off dividends as they find themselves in dead center. Meta had a wide split all across that, well, I don't know if we call it C9 Hill, that Pachinki Hill just to the south. They had a pretty good vision of everything around them, so probably a good idea where they're wanting to rotate to. 4AM going to be doing the same thing over here on the east side, but look at this Buriram starting to come in there. Might split off from Lou. And now K7 and Meadow once again.
I was going to say it, Poro. They seem to find themselves in the thick of it so often today. 4AM going to go ahead and regroup back over towards it. Buriram, I don't know if you want this. 4 Angry Men trying to find something to work with. Do go down. First one knocked off of that. Rama trying to find something quick to change back on the other side of it. Trying to find an angle to play from this. Trees providing enough cover. Gonna have to send it a little bit closer in, and there's the regret that pops off on the other angle for it. So now it's all about trees and bouncing back and forth, trying to find the vision on it. Cover out. Make sure you flush out. Deny any information. I'm now back behind this one, not really finding too much just quite yet, trying to use the car for cover, but look, 4AM doesn't even care, running up the hillside, trying to get in grenade range, gonna go ahead and toss that one up and through. You can see the defensive line really starting to fall apart for Buriram, trying to retreat back away from this one. The problem is what cost is 4AM gonna try to continue this? They're playing right along the edge, and luckily, nobody is trying to make an approach back over here, as just one member for Buriram is alive and is about to have to send it out of position.
I mean, Buriram, this is just the worst case scenario day one for them. They have just not been winning their fights, not been landing the shots that they usually do. So this is going to be a little bit of a trip back to the drawing board for these boys. Got me, I'm going to stay alive for now. Hopefully, maybe get a little bit more placement and find himself a kill or two, get a few points for the boys, but definitely a day one to forget for Buriram.
I mean, it's pretty rough, especially whenever you're dealing with a hyped up 4AM. We sometimes talking about momentum. 4AM winning that early fight's just going to go ahead and escalate them and kind of, I guess, elevate their bloodlust whenever you look at how 4AM wants to play this one. So you can see that kind of approaching back over towards that's going to make it a little bit rough for Buriram. TSM, though, I do have to note, has a great position inside the circle, specifically still holding down that 2-2 split. Na'Vi, on the other hand, back over towards the western edge, trying to find the angle to play from. Gex still looking back through this.
Well, everybody tries to find their way in. We're going to hit you with another code. I know you guys are excited for it. So here it is. CBR 38A6366U8. Make sure you go ahead and enter that code to get all of your PGI.S goodies. And we will have those here around this time every single game. So make sure you guys keep watching.
Perfect timing on that one, Poro, as we got about 5 seconds before the new circle shifts. Is it going to continue to be TSM's glory? Yes, it is. They've got nice positioning now. Let's see if they try to hold this one or if they're going to opt into regrouping. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them very quickly send it to regroup back into position, as they're going to have a strong center control point to play from.
Yeah, I think you got to regroup there. I think you regroup on those yellows. And then it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. K7 going to keep meta occupied for the time being. We see shots trading over the top. Oh, booyah-hoo! Nicely done there. Sparking actually going to find Miracu and actually get the flush as well. So maybe a little bit of an overpeak there from Miracu.
K7 finds these early fights over and over again, taking out a wild grenade tossing if maybe they can connect with anything onto it. Going to go ahead and not hit anything back over towards it, just going to land back over towards the boxes. So that's some utility being burned out from that position. But you can see that they're trying to use the distraction to make their creeping advance back over towards this. K7 starting to send it back over towards the angle, but going to be meta trying to hold the line back over towards it, and somehow valiantly holding up the defensive line for this one, managing to hold it together just narrowly. K7 starting to regret their aggression back over towards us, already losing Savior, getting flushed out, and you can see Booyah already taking a lot of damage off of it. So now this quick play that you can see K7 trying to make, getting stalled out. Do note, at range, we also do have DGW that's taking a couple of pot shots back into it, but does not have a clean angle to play for.
Furia as well. And look at this, we got red on red action. Is T1 going to crash into Day Trade? Or is it Day Trade crashing into T1? Either way, T1 is coming out the loser on this one. Is Zenith overseeing things as well. Trying to do a little seat swap there from Day Trade. Poonage going to take the shots, not going to find the knock, though. Flash gets into the compound. Dang Shay going to take him low. Flash trying to hold it off. Star-Lord, can he finish him off? Yeah, he can. He gets traded down.
Should be rest. I don't think that Zenith's going to push this. Not with the firing lines that are set up based off of positioning. Gex still has oversight on what's happening, as I believe Na'Vi might as well. Back over with our K7 fight, you can see it's kind of stalled out for just a second. A lot of smoke's being thrown down, but slow advancements trying to come out from K7. And that's just going to be another down back over towards them. I believe that they only have the two members that are back over towards the north. But while this has been going on, Fury has creeped up back behind it. And so now K7, who was looking to make a play back over towards Meta, finds themselves very quickly without a home and very little options. But the shots are going to hit from this one to buy a little bit more time for them to get their feet back underneath of them and find some way to fight their way out of it.
Big shots by Zendon there. Ragnar had him dead to rights, but Zendon coming in with the clutch, and Now the K7 boys not scared. They are pushing onto this as a duo. That's a nice little grenade. Ragnar just going to stay alive by the skin of his teeth here. Furia still wrapping around, trying to find angles on this. As we get a little bit of a eastern shift towards our circle. So Navi, Gex, T1, all these boys. Oh, all of this is going to have to come to a close here soon.
I mean, we're looking at so many fights that are about to break out that have to end extremely fast. You can see Metagaming is just trying to get the flushes back over towards this, see if they can get away from this position. Sparking is already making his play back over towards the safe zone, but Fury is starting to take a line back over towards the hills. See if maybe they can hit some shots back into this, see if they can get a knock and try to capitalize off of it. TSM still sitting pretty comfy just south of that position. Navi, though, starting to look back over towards the circle, not finding the best of angles to work with just quite yet. It's going to be Metagaming still hunkered down, sitting on 4 kills and somehow surviving through this. Remember, this was a fight that K7 originally wanted. They made the aggressive play back over towards this, and Metagaming managed to hold. Even with all of the third parties that keep being thrown in this direction, they're somehow managing to cling to life right on this hillside.
Playing these line of sights very, very well. TSM, ooh, almost fine. Necro not going to get the knock, though, as Furia trying to collapse the fist on top of Meta here, as they have got those boys pinned down. But it's not always easy proposition, as it's basically tower defense at this point. And oh, CC going to pick Star-Lord right out of the seat. Star-Lord, I think, maybe try to go for the seat swap on him there, but CC real quick on the trigger. Dangshay going to stay alive for right now. Dead center of the circle is T1 down to 1 player again.
Meta still just holding line back over 4 at 4 angry men, gets vision back over towards AF. Trying to go for a little bit of a peak battle along this hillside. I don't know that AF has spotted this one out, but they're going to have awareness now. One's already down, tries to go for the spray back over. Doesn't quite get enough to flush that one out just quite yet. Still up, hunkering to life, trying to see if he can get position. Good read on the grenade. I think it might land a little bit too far out to connect with, but with this, you can see is going to be enough time to get the res back over towards it. Forever still holding line back over towards this one, looking back down towards the positioning. This is going to buy a lot more control for 4 a.m. as they really have a line set up that's the entirety of the eastern part of the safe zone right now. They're forcing everybody back down into Pachinki, where they were originally fighting at, and just getting a more and more of a stranglehold, not allowing any team to make a play around here.
I mean, 4 a.m. just controls the entire eastern side of this circle between Crazy, that's just to the north, Pachinki just keeping an eye on everything. And the fact that that trio was able to run all the way across the fields without being harassed at all is saying something here. Is Meta, let's see if they can hold the fort just a little bit longer. Ragnar and Wicked, they're going to get some help here as Raspu will go down, and oh, they just barely go out, but Furia pays the price as they go down as well.
Circles popped, finally not favoring over towards TSM, and it is due up in the middle of the Badlands. It means it's going to be hills and dips and a lot of fights. There is a smidgen of Pachinki still in play, and 4 a.m. still going to have control back over towards the east. So with this, you can see Navi has a little bit of a run-and-gun fight ahead of them, gets shots back over towards this. Not enough to get the knock that you know that they were wanting to try to make a play from, so instead starting to have to brute force this one. You can see multiple people trying to make a push back along this line to see if maybe they can get something to play from. No real knocks come out just quite yet. A couple of sprays here and there, but no vulnerabilities have been found inside of Gex's line just quite yet. Throwables are starting to come through, but with this, the Pachinki teams are starting to get vision back over towards it. You can see it's going to be Zenith taking shots back over towards this fight and forcing both teams to have to start pouring off against each other, as no tree cover is going to be safe. Too many angles, too many vulnerabilities, so now it is just time to fight it out.
And now TSM's going to leave their compound and start getting involved as well. You can see Iroh got the knock and the flush onto Gex. I have not found the angle onto Navi just yet. There you go. Senyu going to find him just underneath. Tab tries to make the push, gets sprayed down, but Navi wins that fight. But oh no. Here comes Ira.
They won the fight, and then TSM comes in from the yellows, just pushes their way back down from the north, and is starting to destroy Na'Vi. That was an unexpected angle. This is outside of the safe zone, so I guess they were assuming everybody would already be making play back into positioning. On one side of it, you can see Na'Vi's having to fight TSM. On the other side, it's Zenith at range. Not a lot of options for Na'Vi as they made the hard commit back over towards this Wookie Bookie, showing up yet again for TSM as just one member of Na'Vi is alive, and it's Orange with a sliver of life to play from. He's got the blue zone coming in right back behind him. Not a ton of things that he can do from positioning. I mean, he's just going to be taking some blue damage, but look at that. Shimboy isn't even going to let that one go through. Connects back over towards it, and with this, Na'Vi gets eliminated Nate.
Zenith doing a good job of third partying on top of that, but God, isn't that just the luck for Na'Vi right there? They finally win a straight up 4v4 that they should win, but it took them just a little bit too long, and TSM comes in at the perfect time to get them while they were weak. It's Tiggleton. Oh, knows he got him low. He's going to push over the top.
Another one.
Yes, sir. Tiggleton. H-Win's still alive as well, but he's inside of Pachinki, so these two pretty much on their own right now.
Yeah, this is just a concerted effort to try to stay alive, but with this opportunity that Tig's providing, H1 might be able to leave Pachinki, maybe creep up back behind Zenith, who's playing right along the edge of the zone. Should be noted, TSG is also listening to what's going on, hasn't made a play back over here just quite yet. With the fact that we're looking at the Badlands, everybody is playing along the edge. Is the circle going to favor this, or is it going to pop back over towards the center and force everybody to make some type of play? Oh, goes back over towards 4AM's direction. So while they've been holding down so much control over here, everybody now has to walk into their waiting grasp.
Just disgusting. We'll see if Zenith can maybe collect a few more points off of this. They have to deal with Tiggleton first. See, Poonage trying to go for the rope. There you go. Shimboy going to take care of the Tiggleton problem. But they also have to worry about TSG and the Snake of Win. H-Win. Made it inside of the church. I'm not sure if Shimboy heard the footsteps, but if he did, he's not acting like he did.
I like this coming out from H-Win. Just let Zenith kind of protect you. But should be noted, while Zenith was looking back over towards TSM, having to contend with Tiggleton, it's going to be TSG that starts to make a play to gatekeep out Zenith's positioning. Using this hillside right on the other side of the church, you can see he's trying to set up. They hear the firefight and are hoping that they can maybe catch a couple of kills, and just Zenith entirely unaware. Zenith, though, playing away from this, starting to make their way very hard push back over towards TSM, and are going to find themselves a good angle to play from. You can see Roth going to go ahead and have the high ground advantage back over towards TSM, trying to regroup, and the moment they start trying to do it, it's just a quick pickup coming over for Zenith.
Let's go, Zenith. This is what we've been wanting to see out of this young team here. Poonage and Shimboy in particular. First time for these guys traveling out of the country for Poonage and Shimboy. And Shimboy in particular, got really, really proud of him right now. No, Sia going to find kickstart over the top. And now can TSG get any more damage done before Zenith is in perfect position? Shimboy once again will find him.
Showing up for his team right now. That's going to be enough to scare back TSG from positioning. 4AM also starting to take a couple of shots into their backside. Going to force them to lean back into the cover. They thought that they had the opportunity to play from, but now TSG down to 2 members, realizing the fact that the opportunity might have slipped through their fingers. Zenith, though, starting to look back over 4AM's direction, trying to say maybe they can make a play while 4AM is caught up looking back over towards TSG's positioning. Using this opportunity, do note the last surviving member for K7 has managed to sneak inside the safe zone, as well as the members for Detonation White back over towards the north. It's really just Zenith and TSG that are going to have to find some way to cross a very deadly opening to move over into 4AM and a territory control angle as well, but they start fighting each other as they go. Poonage spots out one, gets it down onto him, but it's going to be a quick look back over the other direction. Somehow finding the angle onto this one, sitting at 10 kills and still 4 alive. Zenith is fighting their way inside the zone.
Roth with an AUG is a dangerous thing. He's showing why right now. Unfortunately for them, they are completely reliant on this smoke wall to try to find any way to get into this circle. And they are just completely pinned down here by Crazy and Lou, and now DGW actually going to take some shots over in that direction as well. And I think this might be it for Zenith, but what a great game for them. 10 kills.
I mean, this is a massive climb up for the leaderboard coming up from Zenith, but their real eyes are all drawn back over towards 4AM. They've got so much control in what's going on. Detonation White back over towards the north is really just kind of clinging to the little bit of cover they have. They know that they're going to have to make a move. Godv's already got to look back over their direction, waiting for them to make some type of play. Kick starts right up against the edge of the zone, seeing if maybe he can get a knock, try to use that, but that's just going to draw more of the aggression back over from 4 angry men. They're just going to keep taking tap shots back over towards them, and the juke and the distraction might be enough. Maybe Detonation White can get something out of this one, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're just going to hop in vehicles and just send it right back over towards this angle, but man, they're going to come with a cost off of that one. Good shot's going to come out from 4 AM to get the drop on a 1.
Forever just picking his pocket, but we'll see. Can we get 2 back-to-back wins for Japan on Erangel? Element 36 took the last game. DGW now in a nice little position here. They've got the rocks. They've got Machao on a nice little flanking position here. They got to get something done. They got to get a knock here to start. Because Lou and Crazy, what are they going to do? They're having to push in somewhere. Oh, the good grenade.
That's
just going right
it's
in?
just 4 angry men time. It's just full on send it. Get in their face, make it bloody, and make sure that they pay. You can see that this is the way that 4 AM wants to play this one. Grenade starting to come out. Lou does manage to get one of them down, but there is an exchange as Crazy does go down as well. That's 2 members already down for White as they try to make their approach back over here. Just 1 member off in the distance, trying to creep their way through, and you can see the Detonation Gaming White takes a couple of shots back towards it, and it's not going to work. 4 angry men walks away with a massive 16-kill round victory.
That was peak terrifying 4 AM. We have not seen peak terrifying 4 AM in a while, and that was something to behold right there. That was just complete control, complete dominance, and you saw why Forever is such a terrifying player there. Almost every single shot was hitting right off the bat there.
That is just a massive amount of kills, and these guys didn't have okay, they didn't have to move far. Let's be real. They were playing around Pachinki, but there was no like huge circle favor. They kept constantly roaming around the eastern parts of the circle, hunting down anybody that came in. If there was a fight that was happening, they were moving a third party into it. It was just beautiful to watch how they moved through this. Whenever 4AM is moving efficiently and aggressively, it's just amazing to watch. The problem is the cost sometimes can be that a couple of members lose their way whenever they're trying to make their way through here. Somebody can spot them out, take down one of their members, but I still love that 4 AM commits to this playstyle because damn, it's great whenever it works.
I mean, you saw it multiple times in that game. When they pushed on Buriram, you had Gavi with the wide open low hill trying to go for that grenade, and then at the very end trying to crash onto the rock. I mean, these guys, they're not going to sit around and wait and try to pick you off and get a knock and then push you. They're just going to push you because they feel like they're technically better than you in every regard.
So guys, yes, A and B are done. We're about to throw it over the analysts in a second, but don't forget, Group C and D are going to be coming up in just a little while. And guys, you want to listen to what these analysts have to talk about because there's going to be constantly switched up groups as we're listening through this weekend. So every little bit of information you can get will massively help. So we're going to go ahead, throw it back over to our analysts, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you to Poro and Matcham for wrapping that one up, and congratulations. It feels like forever since we saw a big 4 AM win, but here is one coming through. Clover, it's highlight time.
Highlights, and I mean, you know what, 4 AM had a very big start to the game. We're kind of probably going to get to that in just a second, but we had a lot of teams really try to push mid early, and as we do know, early on, that's typically goes to Sonics, but both TSG and 4 AM very quick to push into Pachinki's. These guys, as we have a little bit of technical difficulty, but it's okay because we've been watching. We know what's going on. We don't need that highlights to really talk about what it is. But what's great about that positioning is not only did we kind of have those 2 players for Sonics left behind, Tiggleton and Win, but 4 AM and TSG kind of also took their chance, right? 4 AM said, nah, we're not really going to mess with this, rotated out kind of to the north, wrapped all the way around to Sunken City, got into a couple of fights, and then kind of pulled their way back. They really played the circles well and awarded them a fantastic position, not only through the mid game into the late, but additionally, I want to give a shout out to Zenith, who kind of came in from the south, the opposite side of Pachinki. They handled Sonics, they kind of handled some of the rest of the teams that are coming in from those positions, and they were able to get 10 kills as well. So really interesting to that. But Cam, I know you had some points for 4AM that you wanted to make as well from this match.
Yeah, so this was another part of Erangel. I mean, it's very common on Erangel to have an ending circle that is very wide out in the open. This is more out in the open than even the previous game, and so it was more fights sort of around the extremities once we hinted the late game. 4AM held on to a split, a very wide split, and the circle did shift in their direction. I believe it was circle 6 or circle 7. That was sort of the defining moment for where the game was going to fully end up. But if we're looking at previous performances by 4AM, I was really worried on this obsession over splits would work out for them, because a lot of regions do not respect splits, do not respect wide control, and they would just crash onto a single player, a single pair if you are in a 2-2. There are a couple of teams that have said that they are just not going to be splitting at all because of the dangers involved, but 4AM stick with it. But that shift allowed them to take full control of the area, get those 16 kills. It's been so long since we've seen, at least in our experience, 16 kills. They are very, very rare to come by. Thinking back in the early parts of 2019, they were not especially common, but they weren't nearly as rare as they are now. And for 4AM to come out and just frag throughout that entire game is really amazing to see, especially because they were sort of not really on our radar too much from the first 3 rounds.
I mean, that's the reality of 4 Angry Men, is that they are a storied team. They've been through a lot, but I've started to worry that they might be the grumpy old men instead of the 4 Angry Men. ZGG01's retirement was a huge loss. I know that Crazy 112 was meant to sort of stop the bleeding and be a tourniquet, Clover, and I was skeptical, but after seeing this game, Crazy got 4 kills. Godv looks like he's back in a leadership role and is feeling very comfortable. This is the 4 Angry Men that I feel like I remember seeing this kind of play from them years ago at the original World Championship.
This is, I mean, team play at its finest. You're looking at the top kills, first, second, and third place going to Lou Forever and Crazy of 4AM, and just shows the amount of work they put in. I know earlier, a couple matches, we were kind of pointing out some of the work that Godv was putting in terms of some kills and damage points, but like you said, taking a leadership role, taking a little bit of a step back, and getting them in good positions. I mean, these guys weren't standing still at all. They were, you know, not being reckless, but they were making sure that they were always in the best position. You know, as we take a look now at damage as well, another thing I want to point out is that Zenith has also been on these top lists. We're seeing Shinboy right there in 4th with 548 on damage, but all 4 members of 4AM up here, and it just shows how much of a deserved win that was for them.
Yeah, Cameron, before we dig into Shinboy and Punich, who played very well, the young guns there, Godv, I want to touch on this, 665 damage points, but only 1 kill. That is a player who's comfortable playing this sort of support leadership role. 1 kill for 600 damage is a little shocking, but I love that signals the team play that they're getting out of this.
I mean, I wonder how many assists that they had, because throughout they were just rolling as a pack, as you do in PUBG. It's Battle Royale. You generally want to stay as 4 when you're rotating around, getting a lot of shared fights. Of course, the damage is going to be shared, and then when you're in wide splits, the big value that comes from that into the late game is that you can hold multiple angles, and it makes the crossfire, it makes the team shooting that much easier to come by. So it doesn't surprise me too much to see high damage, lower kills comparatively. Forever, his damage was off the charts, and yet he still had 1 kill less than Lou. So their playstyle makes sense with those numbers.
And let's be so on that graphic you saw earlier, the points and the kills were switched. They got 16 kills, Clover. This is the 32 best teams in the world, and they wiped a 1/4 of the lobby.
You know, I always get excited when we see those double-digit kills, but as you said, 16, that is quite a lot. And I think it also just kind of goes to show, and we talked about it as well in the pre-show, China is not going to mess around, and we were expecting great things from a lot of the teams. The interesting thing, if anything, is that I think some of the teams that we maybe were not expecting to come out so aggressively, so with purpose, not only in domination for kills, but I think their ability to take compounds flawlessly, keep players at the end. 4 a.m. I mean, it's beautiful display in every sense of PUBG right there.
Yeah, and I think that while it's been very clear from the games today that China is making a very bold statement for them being number one, Zenith has been very consistent. Cameron, we saw Shinboy and his teammate, it was Punj, I believe, both up there on the top of the list. Both of them weren't even old enough to play pro a year ago, coming out here and putting up some big numbers on day one.
Yeah, this is really good to see from this final game. We saw multiple solid positions by Zenith from the first couple of games. It was being able to utilize that for solid placement and a solid number of kills that seemed to be their struggle, but they were finally able to get it together. Zenith are a really big question mark coming into this competition. I'm going to say it, they are the weakest team coming out of North America. They're have strong members, but I feel like they're still developing it. But if they're using this opportunity and actually finally get all those rosters in locked in together, where it's not just Kickstart with Roth as a sidekick as the real firing power, if Punij and Shinbar are really able to slot in, then I think they could be a solid threat. Whether they're going to be as big as Sonics or Oath are, that might be a little bit too much to ask, but they haven't reached their peak. I think that's fair to say.
You've talked about slotting in. Let's look at the time slots coming up going forward. We got a couple more matches to go today. A reminder for how the matches that we just saw went. Sonics with the first, TSG takes 2, E36 with the third game, and 4 a.m. take the fourth. That is it for Group A and B today. We are not done, though. There are 4 more games coming your way as Group C and D prepare to face off in a very close time. Central European time, 10 o'clock is when we are going to kick it off. There will be a short break, I'll say, between the matches so we can switch out players. Remember, safety is important here, so we're going to disinfect the stadium, get everybody ready for the next round. Before we do that, though, Clover, let's go over the overall standings. 4 Angry Men now in first place.
I mean, look at that, tied with Triumphant Song Gaming for 38 as well, and just kind of showing China really coming out on top, but Sonics still holding on in the top 3. Another team that we talked about expecting great things from this lobby today. And additionally, TSM and Global rounding out the top 5. As Cam said earlier, the biggest thing that I've been surprised through all of this has been Burium, though. They're the only team that weren't able to break out of the single digits in terms of points with just 5.
Absolutely shocking. Cameron, take on the standings.
4 Angry Men were in 11th place after game number 3. 1 game, 1 win jumps them up to first place. This is not the entire tournament. This is still just the opening, ranking decision before we head into what you can consider the main event. But you still only play 12 games, 4 against each other group. So do not disregard how impactful a single game could be, and anyone in the league, TSG, Sonics, T1, the TSM, and even Gex, it's not as solid a footing as you would otherwise might have expected.
All right, guys, it is basically time for us to take a break. I love to give our analysts a chance to get sort of the last word in edgewise. So I'll start with you, Clover. Closing thoughts after the first 4, thoughts for the future, whatever you're looking forward to or have enjoyed so far.
I mean, I've enjoyed so much of it. I think this is probably the most caffeinated I've ever been, working one of these events. So my heart's pumping through my ears. But, if you're some of those teams right now on the bottom, you've got more games ahead of you for this week. You've just got to look for those opportunities to put down, shake today off, and just keep pushing forward.
Cameron, closing thoughts?
4 games down. We got a lot more to go for this weekend, a lot more to go for this whole event, and these results have been, I'm looking over the leaderboards right now, these results, I don't think I would have picked a lot of this, so it's all still up in the air.
All right, guys, and then that is it from us. There's a 1-hour break, and then we are going to be back. It'll be Kylaris, Froz, and Martin here giving you guys the breaks on the desk. I believe it will be the Sims and Toby with the cast as Group C and D meet for the first time. So be there or be a square. It's going to be awesome. And until we get there, you've got 1 hour. You know what you should do with that hour? Play more PUBG. We'll see you guys in a few.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win. That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action. Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S starts on February 8th, and as is custom, we're launching a brand new Pick'em Challenge to go along with it. Each Pick'em Challenge is a little different, so make sure to watch all the way through to find out what's new and what's changed this time around. It all begins on January 20th and 21st when the esports tab officially reopens inside the PUBG PC and console clients. All throughout PGI.S, you can use this tab to keep up to date on participating teams and players, along with real-time tournament info. This is also the first chance you'll get to purchase the first set of killer PGI.S gear and begin supporting your favorite teams. Since this is quite a long tournament, a second set of gear will become available at the end of February. The first challenges begin on February 6th, and you'll have from Tuesday to Saturday each week before the weekly final begins to participate in the challenges and pick your winners. Rewards from the previous week will be distributed before the next challenge begins. Now let's talk about those challenges. We've got 3 different challenges this time around, molded to work within the PGI.S tournament format, so pay attention even if you think you've played it all before. The first challenge is to guess the top 4 teams that will advance to the weekly final each week. If one of your selected teams makes it to the top 4, you'll get a prize according to the rank they end up in. Simple as that. You can pick 1 team per voting coupon you wish to use, and 4 teams are guaranteed to be worth EP, so choose wisely. The second challenge alternates its win conditions every other week. On weeks 1, 3, and 5, you'll have to correctly guess which team will score the highest kill points during the weekly final. The correct answer will award you a whopping 200,000 EP. On weeks 2, 4, and 6, you'll have to guess who will take home a chicken dinner during the 10 weekly final matches, with each correct answer earning you 25,000 EP. You can only win once per team, but the good news is you don't even have to pick which game they'll win, making this challenge even easier. This challenge also requires voting coupons, so make sure you plan out where you want to spend yours before making a selection. Voting coupons can be obtained by purchasing PGI.S gear, or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 30% of the revenue from PGI.S item sales is given back to participating teams, so pick up some cool PGI.S gear and show your team spirit. The final challenge requires you to pick the winner of the 32-team event match that takes place from March 5th through the 7th. This is a free event and requires no voting coupons, but can still net you a sweet 50,000 EP for a correct guess. Looking for ways to grab a couple free voting coupons and some EP? The first one's easy. Simply log into the esports tab and you'll pick up a free voting coupon once per week. Make sure you grab them though, there's no going back if you miss a week. Secondly, we'll be randomly showing codes during the PGI.S broadcast. Codes for a free voting coupon will pop up during weekly survival broadcasts, and codes for EP will pop up during weekly final, rank decision, and survival tournament broadcasts. Fans who are quick enough can enter these codes in-game to earn free voting coupons and some free EP. You can only claim one free voting coupon per week through this code, and you can get up to 80,000 free EP during the entire PGI.S event. These codes are first come, first served, so be quick or try your luck again the next time a code appears. Once you've racked up a nice pool of EP, make a trip to the esports store and choose from all the sweet new PGI.S gear available. You'll have until April 14th to spend your EP, so stop in early to plan out what you'd like and pick it up as soon as you earn that required EP. That about does it for this overview of the PGI.S Pick'em Challenge. Now it's your turn. Log into the esports tab, research your teams, plan your strategy, and get picking. PGI.S is our biggest tournament yet, and we want you to win big alongside your favorite PUBG teams. PUBG, PGI.S, and the Pick'em Challenge. Your time to win starts now. PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action. Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S starts on February 8th, and as is custom, we're launching a brand new Pick'em Challenge to go along with it. Each Pick'em Challenge is a little different, so make sure to watch all the way through to find out what's new and what's changed this time around. It all begins on January 20th and 21st when the esports tab officially reopens inside the PUBG PC and console clients. All throughout PGI.S, you can use this tab to keep up to date on participating teams and players, along with real-time tournament info. This is also the first chance you'll get to purchase the first set of killer PGI.S gear and begin supporting your favorite teams. Since this is quite a long tournament, a second set of gear will become available at the end of February. The first challenges begin on February 6th, and you'll have from Tuesday to Saturday each week before the weekly final begins to participate in the challenges and pick your winners. Rewards from the previous week will be distributed before the next challenge begins. Now let's talk about those challenges. We've got 3 different challenges this time around, molded to work within the PGI.S tournament format, so pay attention even if you think you've played it all before. The first challenge is to guess the top 4 teams that will advance to the weekly final each week. If one of your selected teams makes it to the top 4, you'll get a prize according to the rank they end up in. Simple as that. You can pick 1 team per voting coupon you wish to use, and 4 teams are guaranteed to be worth EP, so choose wisely. The second challenge alternates its win conditions every other week. On weeks 1, 3, and 5, you'll have to correctly guess which team will score the highest skill points during the weekly final. A correct answer will award you a whopping 200,000 EP. On weeks 2, 4, and 6, you'll have to guess who will take home a chicken dinner during the 10 weekly final matches, with each correct answer earning you 25,000 EP. You can only win once per team, but the good news is you don't even have to pick which game they'll win, making this challenge even easier. This challenge also requires voting coupons, so make sure you plan out where you want to spend yours before making a selection. Voting coupons can be obtained by purchasing PGI.S gear, or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 30% of the revenue from PGI.S item sales is given back to participating teams, so pick up some cool PGI.S gear and show your team spirit. The final challenge requires you to pick the winner of the 32-team event match that takes place from March 5th through the 7th. This is a free event and requires no voting coupons, but can still net you a sweet 50,000 EP for a correct guess. Looking for ways to grab a couple free voting coupons and some EP? The first one's easy. Simply log into the esports tab and you'll pick up a free voting coupon once per week. Make sure you grab them though, there's no going back if you miss a week. Secondly, we'll be randomly showing codes during the PGI.S broadcast. Codes for a free voting coupon will pop up during weekly survival broadcasts, and codes for EP will pop up during weekly final, rank decision, and survival tournament broadcasts. Fans who are quick enough can enter these codes in-game to earn free voting coupons and some free EP. You can only claim one free voting coupon per week through this code, and you can get up to 80,000 free EP during the entire PGI.S event. These codes are first come, first served, so be quick or try your luck again the next time a code appears. Once you've racked up a nice pool of EP, make a trip to the esports store and choose from all the sweet new PGI.S gear available. You'll have until April 14th to spend your EP, so stop in early to plan out what you'd like and pick it up as soon as you earn that required EP. That about does it for this overview of the PGI.S Pick'em Challenge. Now it's your turn. Log into the esports tab, research your teams, plan your strategy, and get picking. PGI.S is our biggest tournament yet, and we want you to win big alongside your favorite PUBG teams. PUBG, PGI.S, and the Pick'em Challenge. Your time to win starts now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the PUBG Global Invitational S, as we are here to break things down for groups C and D as the ranking decisions go on. So far, so good for groups A and B. Their games concluded just a few hours ago, and now we are into the thick of things here for our next games. Welcome. My name is James Colaris Carroll. I'm going to take my glasses off because I am ready to go. I've got Martin Goff as well as Patrick Liu here to be joining me here for our games ongoing. How are you doing, Avenger? Are you excited to be here?
I'm really excited to be here, especially here in the virtual studio, a little bit special. And obviously as well, here we're going to be covering groups C and D today. And a lot of people have deemed Group C the group of death because there's a lot of really good teams in that group.
Yeah, definitely. How about yourself, Roz? Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some earlier on Group A and B playing, but I feel like C and D, this is going to be more interesting for today, actually. We had some variation of the results earlier, but I'm super excited because we haven't had a global event in over a year as well, and this is it. This is the time we're putting all those best teams in the world against each other.
Absolutely. Let's do a little quick recap of what actually went down an hour ago, of course, with Group A and B concluding. And Frost, I'm going to start with yourself. We saw some of our names, like Four Angry Men, Triumphant Song Gaming as well, getting a decent start to it, but some teams had a bit of a rough start to their day number one.
Yeah, some of the rough teams that we were looking forward to actually see a little bit more, I'd say, was Africa Freaks and Navi, of course. Africa Freaks currently on the 11th place and Navi on 15th, but the whole thing is it's only the first 4 games, so anything could still happen. Also, of course, great to see that Sonics was starting things off with getting that win, 12 kills on top of that. But 4AM, they were just a little bit too good for today, at least.
Yeah, very nicely done. And I said, Martin, Sonics had a great start to things. It kind of petered off from that point on, but I think they've shown not only in day one, but also throughout a few of the scrims as well. They are here to play when it comes to the global stage.
Yeah, they actually had one of the lowest, if not the lowest, average placement. What is really nice to see is obviously them starting it off. TSM also did quite well, but yeah, for me, there is no teams that really stood out and really took off, because even if you get a win, you have to really follow it up. I think that's where Sonics really showed that they're really ready and here to play. You can see they've been playing a lot of scrims. They've been putting in a lot of hours while they've been there. They've really been putting in time into it. So I'm really excited to see if they're able to live up to the hype that they really built up around themselves in 2020.
All right, well, that does it for groups A and B. Of course, they're going to be back tomorrow for more ranking decision matches. For now, though, let's take a look at the prize pool that is up for grabs here throughout the PGI.S, because we have plenty to talk about. Now, overall, we are looking at one of the biggest, in fact, the biggest prize pool in all of PUBG esports history. 3.5 million up for grabs, and that is just the base prize pool that is available here to all of these teams. Over on the left, you see our 2,442,000, which is going to be awarded throughout our weekly survival as well as our weekly finals. And then the minimum guarantee across all of the teams is approximately 1 million. And 30% of those in-game sales will also attribute towards the prize pool, giving even more money to our teams here throughout the time. Now, our weekly survival will attribute for $192,000, but the weekly finals are the big one. That's $2,250,000 from everything done there. And we can see that breakdown for our weekly survival. If you're able to go forwards in first from our first chicken dinner of that, you get yourself 10,000, and then the top 8 from that point on, in terms of those chicken dinners coming in, will get themselves prize money as well. Then when you qualify for that weekly final, you can see the money breakdowns here. 1 million in total for that week 6. And if you get first place, it's $500,000. Basically, the rules of engagement are this: the winner, and it will be the one who accumulates the most money here throughout the tournament. So if you win big, you become the champion here of the PGI.S. And you crown yourself the champion, collecting that trophy right there. So good stuff. Froz, it's a new tournament format here for PUBG PC, and it's going to be an interesting thing to see in terms of the dynamics and how teams actually approach that weekly survival going into that weekly final.
Yeah, definitely. I'll talk with some of the teams, and some of them are actually going to try to change the gameplay game style depending on if they're playing the weekly survival or the weekly finals. Now, some of the other teams, they're more like, no, we're just going to play our normal games like anything else. We just go for the kills. We're not just going to go for the win itself. So it's going to be interesting to see how are all the teams going to play it out, but also how is this going to affect the teams? Because you want to win a game early on that will not just net you a lot of money, but you'll also secure yourself a spot into the weekly finals.
Yeah, definitely so. And then, of course, after, that first 16 teams have played, then if you actually advance on, we actually incorporate our next teams. And that's what this ranking tournament here, Martin, is all about. You want to finish in the top 16. If you do not, then you have to go to those reseeding games later on during those weeks. And that can be kind of scary in itself.
Yeah, this weekend is actually extremely crucial. We're looking at some of the teams. If you're going to end outside the top 25 here, it's going to be really rough for you. You're going to have very low amount of games going into the next week. It's going to be really hard for you to try to get into those weekly finals. I actually talked to Frostface about this, and he was like, if we could plan this, we would love to obviously start in the top 16, but once we go into the next weekend as well, you want to be in a situation where you get as many games out of it. So this weekend here, they're actually going to try to kind of assimilate how they want to play as well going into the weekly survival.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at the schedule of what we've got coming up here throughout the day, as well as what is to come overall, because here at the PGI.S, we have plenty. So we've got 2 Miramars and 2 Erangels for today here between groups C and D, importantly. And as Martin alluded to earlier, Group C stands for death because it is stacked to the 9s when it comes to teams here coming up in these next groups for us. And seeing how they're going to play out things on Miramar as well as Erangel is going to be exciting. We already see some games that have happened here throughout groups A and B, and those points have shaped up thusly. What do you think, Froz?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the groups, I think most people would agree on that Group C is the most stacked one. It's not necessarily the worst thing to be in Group C because of that. The reasoning is that a lot of times when you're up against better teams, they're a little bit easier to predict what they're going to do because they're not going to try to go too far away from their normal game style. That means it's going to be easier to know what they're going to be, when they're going to be somewhere. And with that information, you're not going to get surprised by them as much from like a team that you haven't played as much against. So with that said, I think that some of the teams being in Group C is going to be beneficial from being there against the better teams.
Yeah, let's talk about Group C to start things off, Martin. We don't have much time before we actually get into our first games here. Infantry, Petrico Road, you've got Digital Athletics, Genji, Multi-Circle Gaming, Oath, Shoot to Kill, FaZe Clan. You said it before, big group here, and it is really, really powerful. There's some huge names in there.
Yeah, of course. And on top of that, even though we call it the Group C, obviously these guys are the reason why it's hard is these guys in this group is playing against each other all the time. They're constantly every time they meet the other groups, Group A, B, and D, they're gonna have these really, really tough opponents against each other throughout this whole ranked decision here, and it's gonna be rough for them. But for this one here, I'm looking at some of these names here, and I'm kind of curious. Is this going to be extremely top heavy? Are they going to run away with it throughout our whole ranked decision here? I'm expecting, half of these teams should be having a win at least each once we're done with these ranked decisions here, and I'm expecting 4 or 5 of them to at least be in our top 16 once we're done with the ranked decision weekend.
Frost, who are your eyes on in Group C?
I mean, in Group C, there's so many good teams, but I actually have my eyes on some of the Chinese teams, and I feel like Infantry and Multi-Circle Gaming might be 2 teams that might be doing really good from the start itself. But of course, we can't not look at Gen G, right? The reigning champs, they're coming back here, and they got Esther back as well. Esther hasn't been playing with them for the past year in 2020, but now he's back on this roster, and I think they might do real good here today.
Yeah, they may. Esther, we were talking about before the broadcast. Not only a returning player, he's a returning star. He's a returning global championship player. Like, it's a very, very big name to reincorporate into your roster here, Avenger. And maybe new life for Gen G, who had a few rough results, but this could be the lifeline that they need to be able to stack up with the Damwon Kias, etc. here coming into this.
Yeah, and I think a lot of eyes on them. I also think that's why some of the pressure is coming on them is they decided to take in this player here as their 5th player. I'm not sure how much he's going to play and how it's going to turn out for them, but I'm really excited to see if they're able to do it. Like I was overwhelmed at PGC 2019 when they were able to take it home again. They did so well. And I think a lot of them, in their hearts, a lot of them, especially from the Korean fans, is that Gen G is number 1.
I want to see Patrico Road. I want to see Mr. XDD, Ike's left. I want to see him popping off because we have been getting some fantastic point of views clips from him throughout the last couple of days, last couple of weeks. It's been great. But let's move on to Group D here as well. You've got AAA in there. You've got Damwon Kia. You've got Division X Gaming, LG Divine, Team Liquid, Tiamba, VP, and ENCE here from.
Okay, I think I lost you, but yeah, looking at Group D here, there's 2 teams that is coming into my mind here. Damwon, Kia, and Tiamba. They might be 2 of the strongest teams in this whole tournament right now. And I am expecting a lot from these 2 teams. And I mean, I don't know if they can deliver to that. It's going to be rough for them, especially because they don't really have, like, Tiamba doesn't have that much experience when it comes to the global scene. Meanwhile, Damwon Kia, it's the former OG and Entus 4, so we know them. We know that they've always been up there, but they've always been the run-up. They've never been the number 1. So is this going to be the time for them? That's what I'm wondering.
How about yourself, Martin, looking at Group D?
I can't go around, of course, LG Divine. I think they did amazing in our APAC series, and they did extremely well throughout. But how are they going to fare in a tournament like this? It's a really rough structure. It's a really rough format, and I'm really hoping for them to be able to play a role. Of course, Team Liquid as well. They're used to being able to play Picardo and Pochinki, but here in a grand stage like this, you're not going to be able to get it for free. You're going to have to fight for it, or you're going to have to change your game plan.
LG Divine's a good pick. I mean, I think they won, was it 5 out of the 7 games to start off PCS? Ridiculous stuff from them. It did fall off a little bit from there, but they've shown that they can be explosive when it comes to some of this. Other names that we're looking at here for Europe, it's been a little bit of a harder time for us. Some of the teams had to bring in substitutes to try and push themselves, and there's a few big names in here that might have a harder time because of that. What are your thoughts?
I mean, looking at it right now, I'd say, sure, we have Team Liquid there, and one of the things we know from PGC is that they went for Pochinki together with who now is Damwon Kia and the former Cloud9 team back then, and they were all free fighting out there. Now, we've seen in the scrims, I also talked a little bit with 17, the coach of Team Liquid, and he was telling me how they were trying out different spots to drop on during the scrims to make sure that they don't only have one spot itself. They want to have several spots, be able to play from different spots depending on what happens. But the thing is that we're also seeing, because of that, it also might be that you run into teams you don't expect there because they're doing the same thing. It's going to be interesting to see how this will work out for them. It's not always the best thing to just be all around.
Definitely so. And as you can see here, some of the teams that we've picked out to watch: Infantry, Team Liquid, and Gen G. Infantry is actually not one of the front runners that I would have picked from China. But looking at how things shape up, the proof is in the pudding with the amount of money that they've won here from PCS in their particular region here, Avenger. So some big names to look out for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting started here with C&D, for our sake here, it's gonna be insane. Infantry, I'm not sure how they're gonna fare, honestly. I think they'll do well, and they're capable of winning games as well here. But for me, they really need to make sure that they end in the top 16. They need to start in our weekly survival. They cannot start outside. It'll be rough for them if they don't get a good start from the beginning here. But they are capable of winning games, and I'm sure they're gonna do well today as well.
And a team like Gen G, of course, we've already mentioned the returning Esther here, Froz, but guys like PO, guys like Inonix, we've seen these guys being able to pop off, be it over in Korea or be it at Nations Cup, for example, back in 2019. Just, phenomenal stuff from them. They are world class.
They're all world class, and they always bring it on, and they make sure that it's always happening when it needs to happen. And this is the time it needs to happen. They need to make sure that they get a good start here. They want to start in the top 16, making sure that they get that win as well and make them get themselves to the weekly final straight away. But it is also a little bit of a testament to see, okay, how good are we going to be? Because we basically have the same team as we had during PGC 2 years ago, or just a little bit over a year ago. And that was the best team in the world. Are they still the best team in the world? We just have to wait and see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely so. There is Gen G currently getting ready here for all of this. I mean, we've mentioned every name apart from Loki, but Loki in himself also Avenger is another extremely strong name. Every time you think about Gen G, for the most part, you do think about the color that is in their logo, and it's gold. They are able to round it out on big stages.
They are. We've seen them before, and especially these four guys here, they're able to really do well. They have this kind of stage and this kind of tournament format and this amount of pressure here. They're used to this. They've tried this before. They've been on the biggest stages. They've won on the biggest stages. They're easily capable of doing well.
Definitely so. As you can see, all of our players here getting geared up and good to go. And of course, with COVID being the way it is, we have a lot of our players on site, but we also have some in remote locations, be it in China, Chinese Taipei, etc. And that trophy is gorgeous. All of these players, I know that there's a lot of money on the line, but the glory of becoming a champion at a tournament quite this incredible is extremely important to a lot of these teams as well. One thing I do want to talk to you gentlemen about before we actually get into this game as well is where Europe is at right now. Obviously, I alluded to the fact that some of these teams, have subs. Team Liquid is not one of those that's playing with a sub. Obviously, Clib is newer Avenger to the world stage, but I don't think that's going to make him crumble under the pressure. Someone like Clib is a fantastic player.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I honestly think that they're primed and ready for this. The question is when you're coming out of a region in Europe where you've been dominating, where you've had no one test you in your area, then it's going to be hard to turn it around. So they've been spending a lot of time, and also, as Frost said, 17 and the guys have been spending so much time making backup plans and making different alternatives and strategies to how they're going to play this, because this is a completely different format. You're going to have to change your strategy. You're going to have to change the way you play.
And look at these names lined up. Longsker from Infantry, a name synonymous with excellence when it comes to PUBG. And I have never seen James look so angry, Froz. He is a scary man.
Well, we know what happened to Team Liquid during PGC. It's time for him to get that revenge for that. They want to get it all this time. And I mean, we've seen them throughout the year, how ready they've been. They've been fighting every tournament, basically trying to get that win. We saw them getting that back-to-back win on PSL and DreamHack, but that's not going to be it. They want to win this. This is what matters most. The PCSs doesn't matter for them anyway. This is where they want to win. They've had second place in both PCS 2 and 3, but now it's the big prize here.
Definitely so. And there is the prize, as all of these players are starting on the road of a long 2 months of battle. With these seeding games, they then lead into those weekly survivals, which lead into the weekly finals. And of course, if you're able to gain the most prize money throughout that time, then you will be crowned the champion. One of the teams that we haven't spoken too much about here is a team like Shoot to Kill, for example. We haven't spoken too much about the American teams, but let's focus on that now here, Avenger, because Shoot to Kill, for all intents and purposes, in North America, they were the kings. But since then, we've seen that region rise up around them. You've got now Sonics along for the ride. Oath is a big name there as well. What are we making of the American teams here, Avenger?
So for Shoot to Kill's case, I want to see them succeed, of course. They have for a long time been doing extremely well, especially at international stages as well. Like, they were one of the teams that were able to, for PGC, secure an extra spot for the North American organizations to get into PGC. A lot of the, you know, especially the North American fans have been crowning them and been praising them a lot for that, and since then as well. But in 2020, they have not been able to perform as well as some of the other teams have. They, of course, they made it here, but they are they have little slower become the little brother rather than the big man themselves. But I'm expecting them to do extremely well here. They have a lot of international experience, and I think they're going to be able to, especially here, get top 16. I think they're going to be able to start our weekly survival series.
Froz, I'll prompt you with Oath. What are your thoughts there?
I mean, looking at the roster, it's we have some not really newcomers, but some younger players like Grello, Balefrost, and Snakers. They haven't really played it on an international level, so this is all new for them. But having Pat Caps in the back there, he's going to be able to help them out with that experience from that global stage. And I think that this is a phenomenal roster. They have the chance to do something great here. I think they might even surpass Shoot to Kill in this tournament. But it all comes down to how the nerves will be with the team. Are they going to be able to handle those nerves against all these global teams? Because this is something totally new for them.
Yeah, I have to agree with that kind of assessment. It's a very different environment to be playing in, especially with how 2020 has been, or 2020 was. I keep forgetting it's a new year. I don't know why. 2020 will live on forever, apparently. But no, in 2021, it's a very different atmosphere to be playing in this LAN setting compared to the rest of the previous year. We've talked about Gen G. I want to quickly hit on some of our Korean teams as well, as they have, you know, what people are saying, there's the home field advantage, but they ultimately, when you look at a team like Damwon Kia, for example, here, Avenger, for me, they're one of the most impressive teams of the whole lot. They were previously enters, constantly getting high finishes, and I think eventually something's got to give, and they got to win a big one.
Yeah, and honestly, I think, as you're saying here, I think there's a very big chance that they are able to do extremely well here at this tournament. There's no doubt in my mind. They're gonna be in our top 16. They're gonna dominate this ranked decision matches here, and I'm quite sure we're gonna see them at multiple weekly finals. The question is, are they gonna be able to close it out big, and how well are they gonna be able to round up towards the end of the tournament, where the money starts to increase and where it becomes really, really funny. But I think those guys are one of the teams that starts to thrive more and more the more they play against the same teams, especially at such tough opponents here. So I'm expecting really big things for them. I'm really excited to see them. Honestly, they are going to do extremely well. I'm quite sure of it.
Yeah, very calculated team. Frost, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, looking at the team, I feel like they're good on both the sprints and the marathons, and this is kind of a combination of both of them. So I think that they can do really good. I'm looking forward to see how the performance will be from Indigo and from Under. I'm looking for them and looking for them to frag out like totally out of their minds in this tournament. And I mean, this whole roster, it is a number one roster. This is a team that should, on paper, win this tournament. But how far will they go? How far will they fall against the other teams? I mean, I just can't wait to see.
Yeah, we've had, a few, I guess, weeks now of scrims. Scrims are a weird metric to use when it comes to judging how everybody's going to fare here on the international stage. But I think it gives teams a good opportunity, right, eventually to be able to at least feel each other out, at least try and get those drop spots a little bit sorted, even though we saw a hot drop at the beginning of today, which I was a little bit unexpected of. But it gives people the opportunity to really get to grips with some of the other teams around them that they're not normally used to, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to be 100% the real thing and the real deal. The question is, here in the ranked decision matches, there's no money in the line. You just have to get top 16. So are you going to try to test out some new stuff, or what are they going to try to do? That's really interesting for me.
The lights are flickering, and we are almost ready, I do believe, here, as all the teams are getting prepared and good to go. It is a fantastic stage, and as always, along for the ride, we have our fantastic sponsors as well. So a huge shout out to Intel, Toomey, Zowie, and Perrier here for the PGI.S. Thank you very much for joining us along for this. It's time for the plane. It's time for the casters. It's Sims and Toby to bring you game number 1 of C&D.
The road to the weekly survival series starts now. For Gen G, the champions begin their defense of the crown. For everyone else, there's an opportunity. There's a small chance to grab their lion's share of $3.5 million, plus that crowd sharing to go along. Now, this is going to be one fantastic journey. And of course, by my side, I have Toby. Toby, this is day number 1. This is the group stage. This is where everyone else comes into play, knowing the general rules, the general rule sets, but then it all changes up. We could have adaptations. We could have changes in drop zones. It's a wild ride, and I am extremely anticipating and looking forward to this one.
Oh, Sims, I'm jumping around in my chair right now. I've been waiting for this to get started for a year. We're back here, global stage. It is where we want to be. And I'm looking right now. Are we seeing those hot drops we saw earlier today? Are anyone contesting at a big scale? And no, not really so. The only thing I'm really keeping my eyes on right now is Gen G. Look at this. Yes, you go split take vehicles, but they're landing miles away from one another. We're in Chuma and we're in Los Leones too. I mean, we know Gen G, a team that likes to split early, but this is not a split I've seen from them before.
So for many teams that like to loot towards the north, this will fare in their way. We started off way down south, just below Los Leones, and then we head up towards pretty much where Squeaky's just finally dropping from his parachute. As you said, Gen G, they're going for this split time at the moment. With a competition like this, we have kind of, and if you are new to this whole scenario of how we're playing this one out, it is a bit more different, and it can be a little bit more difficult if you've not read up on it and you've not really read into it. So we'll break it down and keep it as a TLDR. For these next 3 days, we'll be playing as standard default esports rules. Now, don't get me wrong, there is a very slight change in that the blue zone has now matched the ranking system. So when you play ranked and you queue for it, that blue zone now has matched up to there. That's the only real difference for this. When we go to our weekly finals, we will also continue. But in between that, you have to get to the weekly finals first. So for now, for the next 3 days, it's all good and well. But when we go for the next 5 days afterwards, then you move into basically the survival series, where a chicken dinner, a win of a game, is absolutely critical. That's how you qualify for the finals at the end of every single week. Now, Toby, when we put that into perspective of a different realm altogether, how different will teams begin to play? Because it's all about survival rather than bagging points.
Yes, and I've got to say, I don't know. Not that I don't want to be guessing, but we have never seen a format where wins is everything before, which means we aren't really sure how teams are going to adapt. We heard from the desk earlier that they talked to players saying some teams are planning on maybe changing up some things, play one style during the weekly plays and then one style during the finals. I hope to see most teams play the same, because at every given day, you're playing for a win. But I'm at the same time also expecting teams to maybe be a little more hesitant when it comes to those, oh, we got third party, yes, we might lose a guy, but hey, we'll get 3 kills. Here it's like, we need those 4 guys up, because the win is all that matters.
It's going to be a complete change in how people play, mindsets. You could be a bit more passive, and for teams that like to play edge, for teams like Virtus Pro, for example, that are always the ones waiting on the wings, on the outskirts, and just waiting till everyone else is dying, they'll then make their move and they'll come into the late game. For teams that do play late, it could be so beneficial, but you have to get there first. Everything's still on the line for these next 3 days. Don't get me wrong. You have to be in that top 16. If you wanted to qualify, you have to move forward. The 32nd team, unfortunately, that falls from these next 3 days, they don't even make it to the weekly survival. They have to go further. They have to go through the gauntlet all again, meaning they lost on money. Because when all this is said and done, after the next 2 months are over, it's whoever has the most money will be crowned champion. They will be taking home that big golden trophy that James was talking about. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. But for one team to be lifting it, it will be all that much more special. Now, on such a global scale, we're going to have weird and wonderful players. We're going to have some superstars be shown. And we've seen before, this can be the birth of people really stamping their name on this. For other teams, I think redemption. I hate to get kind of stuck on Europe for a second, but teams like Team Liquid, I mean, last year it was catastrophic. It was one of the biggest failures that we've seen in PUBG spots to not actually make it out of group stage. There is, you know, a complete sign of needing to step up this one for a night and day scenario. But then you look towards the side of Gen G, complete polar opposite end of the spectrum, 2-time world champion in defense, trying to make it for a third. We have all kinds of players, all kinds of regions in play. And I think just to kind of cap that off, this is going to be a wild, wild roller coaster of emotions.
It really is. There's no, I mean, you put it perfectly. It's going to be a hell of a 2 months of PUBG. Every team coming into this, whether it's teams having failed previously, wanting to get back to it, or teams trying to reclaim their trophy, they have got so much reason to go out and give it their very, very best in this tournament. Now, let's take a look here. Infantry making their north side rotation. Nothing really, I mean, not really too much special about wrapping east side around. Should be pretty obvious. They're probably going to be coming in somewhere north of water treatment by the time this circle comes to a close. And this is actually one of the interesting things to me, because in this set of C and D in particular, we have a ton of edge teams. We saw Na'Vi earlier today. They struggled to really find their flow early, and I think that's because they were being contested on the edge. Other teams came up to and saying, okay, we know how Na'Vi likes to play. In Europe, teams will let Na'Vi do their Na'Vi things. They weren't allowed to do that earlier, and I'm looking to ENCE, I'm looking to Infantry as well, two teams that play similar play styles and being edge heavy early to then push center later. Will they stumble across one another? Will they be running into one another? And will other teams try and kind of interfere with what they try to do, making it harder for them to play these global games than what they used to in their region?
First sign of contact does come through, and of course it will be two European teams going back to back. DA finding FaZe Clan in the hangars just below. I'm already seeing vehicles in the hands of FaZe, either just trying to move them out of the way or preemptively prepared to move. Now, DA has kind of got the number written here. It's understandable. You go for the 2-2 split. FaZe will try and secure more ground. Unless they're going to get these vehicles, which they were cycling and we could see it, they will opt to dip from this one. So the question is, does DA now rally the troops, move further down into the hangars? For me, I'm not the biggest fan of it because I believe it locks you out compared to the position that they're in now. They've also taken the lower grounds. They do, again, have that garage. It will be a bit more difficult if a team rocks up as a team of four to take on one, but you can at least stall. ENCE, polar opposite end. They are high above the cupboard area. They are chilling on the outskirts. For now, teams still yet to really make a stance in this circle. We have down one. They're over by the eastern side, more northeast, just below Torre Moada. You'll see Infantry eventually coming in from the east. It's quite far still as El Hazar. And then Gen G a little bit further south. But Gen G could maybe catch the backside of Infantry. This will be an interesting one to see what Infantry's game plan is and where they actually decide to go. Further afield, the last team that will definitely be making it to this circle is Tianban. They are all the way down still in Valdemar.
Yeah, they opted to go for the southwest rotation. I think they realized there was going to be so much traffic on the east side that making that west side rotation, even though it's going to take longer, worked out regardless. And one of the things to keep in mind here is, as you talked about before, Sims, the change of the super settings. Nothing massive. We've matched the rank settings, but one of the things that is actually kind of massive to me is early first circle. Phase 1 connects to Phase 2, or Circle 2, 1 minute later. I've always had my timings on these things. It used to be at 9 minutes we'd see Circle 2 pop. Now it's at 10 into the game. And that means, for the sake of Tiamba in this case, essentially you're given 1 more minute to rotate around in the blue, allowing for you to make a, well, this much longer rotation. Now let's see, though, Anonix having neighbors over on the other side from Infantry, but doesn't seem like either of these guys really want to take a fight here. No reason to either. Just a little hello, how are you doing? Few shots fired, but not a whole lot more to it.
Yeah, a little bit of a peacock to push them back, and we kind of preface this that maybe these two teams spot one another, which they did all the way on that far eastern road. They need to be very careful because you do have Petrichor, you do have Oath, who are just a hop, skip, and a jump away to the left of them above the hillside. Don't get me wrong, they're going to be in compounds, they're going to be securing for now, so maybe not really interested on pushing out and losing players so early on. Again, regardless of kind of which system we're going to be playing, this is still a fight for survival. You are still wanting to pick up as many points as you can. Frags do mean points for the next 3 days, so as many as you can knock and flush, confirm it, try and secure your position within that first weekly survival series. Now, you spoke about the minute, you mentioned it. I mean, the Tianban are definitely taking full advantage of this. They're sitting way on the outskirts, really taking it in to what else is going on around them. There is nothing really going around them. The next point of contact would be DA, and they're still in the position that we cop for them up against FaZe Clan. That entire western embankment, I mean, from Tianban to Ends, Toby, it's completely open. El Pozo is just a ghost town.
And you say that, and they're going to take full advantage of that right now with the circle going to be shifting soon. I mean, it's going to be tough. Should this circle go anywhere but west, Tiamba needs to scout, and they need to scout fast, because the center of this circle currently is very, very, very heavy trafficked. And they have to know at this point already there ain't a lot of space for them to really take anything. Let's see, where does the circle go? Yep, center towards the north we head. I mean, Tianba, they need to rotate north, and they need to go there fast if they want to be able to claim any territory in this circle without having to fight.
Clip for all but a moment. The latest player for Team Liquid, and Liquid again, a lot of redemption on the shoulders of these guys. They are some big personalities within the whole esports ecosphere, if you want to say, for the PUBG side of it. But certainly with Mexi coming on board since then, you've also had Clip, who's just added an abundance of firepower. I must say, like, the man is a complete machine when it comes to fragging. There is a lot of work to be done, but the same could be said for any other team within this group. And I mean, we get the pleasure, thankfully, for the next 3 days, we'll always have Group C, so we'll be able to follow some of the big dogs throughout the entirety of the first 3 days. But it does have to be said that Group C itself, and regardless of it being this group stage as a whole, it has some massive, massive hitters in the world of PUBG.
Yes, it does. It's, I mean, it's the best of the best. There's no way of saying it. This is no disrespect to the other 16 teams, because, I mean, it's just the level of play here is so high. It's the minimal. It's the smallest things that really differentiate the winners from the second place teams. That's one of those things you don't want to be doing, running over your teammates in clutch rotation times like this. Just to kind of put into some of those things, you have to avoid doing it. This is essentially, I mean, for LG Divine, fortunately right now no one's seeing it, but that could have been a pull-up right there. Compounds are scarce in this area of the map. You want to get them if you can, and that could have lost them one there. Fortunately, gets to stay alive. And Oath, well, I mean, as much as we see EU shooting at EU teams, NA has a tendency of doing the same.
Marco will be the first person to fall, and the molly may just tickle him and solidify his death. Waiting for his teammates to kind of rotate back and see if they can get anything on that, but I think given the position that he's in, out of no man's land, it looks like an unresable situation. Clip. Hunter Ling do. Another knock on the opposing side of circle. STK all the way up at the top, so decent little compound for them. It gives them a bit of overview. Eventually, you might have to cross that road. However, we've seen a tendency for circles to be shifting more towards this side. Code on your left-hand side of the screen. Grab that now. Stick it in your browser. Stick it in the client, and away you go. Pick up some freebies while you're watching PUBG. Why the hell not? For DA again, Marco's res does come through. Now, it's always a bit dangerous down in no man's land, but again, if you can keep people on their feet, it's going to fare better towards the latter stages of the game. So good revival comes through. You could, on the upper end of the spectrum, say, you know what, it should have been a flush from the opposing team. But we are at that level where no one's really wanting to make any silly mistakes or kind of just make any ballsy plays. You know, we've seen what's happened in the past when you try and be that lone ranger, and unfortunately it can just go really, really bad, and your whole team can just fall to bits by the point of one person's maneuver.
Yeah, it's terrifying, especially in the start of the tournament. I feel like, in particular, in the beginning of a tournament, this is where you get to know the other teams. Yes, you've played scrims and whatnot, but we all know things change once we get to the actual games. And to me, in particular, what I've understood from players, having talked to them like plenty of times before, you want to get as much playing time early as possible. You want to be able to play around there, like on the map, get as much, well, as I said, playing time against these teams early to really go back and do the work afterwards. You don't want to have to die early, sit down and go, okay, what are we expecting them to do? No, you don't want to be able to sit up, be alive, get the math done yourself. Now let's see circle towards the north we go, just making things even harder for all those teams toward the southwest. The crater is really hard to traverse, and we're going to see a lot of kills coming in real damn soon.
Yeah, that's what I'm being really aware of. I don't want to go on too much of a tangent because it's going to get a bit of a hell in a cell shortly. I will say for the teams that have fared well off of this one, you're looking at ENCE. They had that strong northern start. They've stayed there ever since. Tianban, again, coming from the southwest all the way up now. Still on the outskirts a little bit, so it's rather unfortunate. SLR shots out the side of the vehicle. It is a bit overzealous, but you know what? Whatever works. If it keeps DA at bay, then crack on with it. Fine. Petro, Colro, they've managed to somehow make it out of the mismatch of teams that they were in abundance, and they will be heading up to La Cobreria. But let's remember, out of all of this, ENCE is going to be there. They will be the final boss when you arrive. Janku does fall. Gustav, first one to fall off. Unfortunately, on arrival, looks like Petricor has knocked one of their players up. Smash goes down, so does Janku. Minglu fallen also to the hands of STK. Now, FaZe, they do have a team at the door, Toby. It's time to fight.
They need to hold them off here. They need to get rid of AAA immediately in order to set up for other teams to potentially push. Let's see if we can get him. Gustav got the first one. Gets the second one with Imali as well. Great kill there. Should just be one player left alive on that side. Will be them down. In the meantime, Divine getting pulled up on by Liquid. Succeeding in the push so far. EP is on his own here against Jun on the outside. This could be the kill to stay alive. EP is on fire. Can he go? No, he won't. And Liquid out in 16th.
A team that we are looking for big things from. 16th position will not do it. We've seen Liquid in their 16s before in the past many a time, but the recovery does come through. Nothing to worry about just yet. But with every single 16th placement, it's harder and harder to get through to the weekly finals. We will see. We will see how that does fare us. A few players did fall. I saw Petricor did come toe-to-toe in the kill feed with ENCE. They are still the only team that is actually inside La Cobreria. DXG and DA, they'll be fighting on the foothills of the crater, more central compared to anybody else. And again, we do have some of those endings where it does flow off the back of the lip, just off the side of the crater itself. FaZe kind of move to the edge of the crater. That will give them an easy exit strategy should they have to do it. VP and Oath, they're on the opposite side to this one completely. For now, we'll stick with this, and if the fight does kick off, then fair play. STK will just hold it down with inside, fortify themselves out, and try and flush MCG out of here. With that good nade, it might find the target. It does. One will fall, one's bleeding out to the opposing side as well. Remember I spoke about DXG and DA, they can now see one another. Metralia's the first one to fall, but the flush will not come through. I wouldn't anticipate DXG move just yet. Again, Oath and VP, another team that is going toe-to-toe. They are all the way down south. But so is Gen G. Throughout this fight, you will see. Let's see if they make any kind of interference with this one. Probably not. With Pio, instantly knocked him flushed. He's gone. So Gen G, just like that, the wide split doesn't pay dividends for them, and they lose a player just as fast.
Yeah, finally, SDK getting rid of Multi-Circle Gaming as well. They needed the space. They needed to clear out so they can start getting ready for the rotation to come. We saw it shift north towards the Copperia. I was, to be fair, expecting at this point more teams to have already sent it into the city. It's only really ENCE who made it there early. Now Tiamba starting to kind of sneak their way in there as well. Virtus Pro far down south. Want to see if they can get the kills on towards Oath before they get away, but seemingly not succeeding in doing so. Jun will fall, so that's going to be Divine out in 14th. And Oath, despite lacking some tires, are trying to make the rotation in, but it ain't going to be easy because they'll be running straight into DXG in just a short moment.
Another team that we've seen fantastic things from in their respective region, but LG Divine, unfortunately, leaving us in 14th position. STK still with 4 up, vehicles in abundance as well. Gen G, I think, in the back, they are making a bit of a treacherous run. We'll see if you get anybody up in the kill feed. DA have decided to go central. They've taken the dip in the middle of absolutely everybody. So should any team turn up there, it should be DA getting the initial drop on them. We have Tianban to the left, FaZe to the right. Gen G is in a very precarious situation. They can't dive bomb headfirst into Copperia itself because then they hit the wall and they hit ENCE. That'll be problematic. Gen G is turning towards the dip though, and we spoke about DA being here. This is dangerous times. They've already lost Pio, but it is a 3 versus 3 scenario. The split goes left with Loki looking down. Got one on his right hand side as well, so in tandem they will try and tackle DA from up high. Inonix, first player, will go down in the form of it's actually Metralius and Mert simultaneously, and they have just been absolutely battered. They turn up in abundance, they get the split on them, and DA are instantly removed from game.
you would have to think that Gen G were the team to lose that fight, but no, despite the pressure coming from above, the shots fired from the city, they kept their cool, they got the kills. Not only that, I think there's a universe where they might get all the reses back up. Yes, they did lose one player earlier, but that is really well played by Gen G. They knew there was a team down there, and they knew they had to deal with them in order to do anything. Now VP, Virtus Pro making their way down the hill here. You might want to try and do the same type play that Gen G just did to DA. They knew, I mean, they know there were knocks down there. They know the rest is coming, but as you can see, they have to stay aware of the north side, the east side of the hill. DXG sitting above them. Should they overextend here, Virtus Pro, they might get caught from behind.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're not just dive bombing it in, because that's when DXG strikes and takes full advantage. Great play from Esther, though, on the left-hand side with the vehicle to just distract all of DA. Then his two teammates on the side of Gen G just collapse upon them. It's death from above. And ultimately, fantastic teamwork. Fantastic, to be fair, whoever were directing that completely through them, to be able to survive this and take that position, especially from a way that's dug, a team that's already dug in there. Brilliant work from Gen G. They've only lost one so far in transition to be able to capitalize on that position. Fantastic. They're now central position. But again, with VP being above them, if there's any utilities, lethal nades, mollies, whatever, it could be problematic. As I say that, the captain, Batulin, shows his head. He gets a bullet, and all of a sudden, he is catastrophe removed. So going out, that leaves VP now with two Lu and Spyro back-to-back. We'll try and hold it on the plateau.
I was gonna say Genji is gonna have to play it passive, but Virtus Pro, they just fed them one there. I mean, not sure exactly how. I mean, one thing is that Batulins gets knocked, but with the Rich there to play around, should be able to stay put. Not gonna happen though. Division X will have to start dealing with the guys climbing up the hill. Now it's the Great Wall, and they're trying to stay on top of it for as long as they can. STK pushing on up. Civil will go down to the Molly. You can see Neil here on his own for now, trying to hold off against this push from STK. More players are coming on over. Long K is trying to help, but there are shots fired from Dam 1 down below, making it hard for either of these two teams to really do anything. Nice nade from Gustav inside the factory area as well. Gets the double, gets the triple as well. Snake has dropped one on himself. That's two down.
FaZe Clan going toe-to-toe with Oath, making it extremely hard with the frag nades, causing all kinds of problems. Long K from Division X. Now, Division X, remember, they are your PCS charity winners from their respective region. A little bit up and down, but certainly within that top 6 region. So, regardless, not to be messed with, but you could say the same for STK. A lot more international appearances. It's not been the performance that we saw from back in 2019 from STK, but still a lot of confidence and a lot of teamwork within this roster itself. They will push up as a 3-man band to try and flush out. Fergus, the first one to fall on the side of DXG, and now they are on the run. Now they've got them on the back line. They can disconnect one. Good maneuver from STK, at least keeps them off that back edge of the circle, so they've got room to breathe here, and that's what they needed, but they are up on top of the spine of the mountain. They have to be careful. Padcaps does answer back finally onto FaZe Clan. It is only a knock for now. The vehicle just skims in. The smokes will have to come down. Flashbangs out to the left-hand side. Padcaps is crawling, but they will crawl out of the server, unfortunately. Gustav does get flushed, though, so FaZe lose one. If they lost anyone else during that, that's my mistake, and I didn't catch it. But here comes Dam 1. Do all the teams that have been lurking in these fights, STK, DXG, know that the Korean team is just below them, creeping in the distance? If they catch them off guard, the third party is going to be clinical.
Yeah, issue for Dam 1 here is they can't wrap around. They know the city is having the every player in the city has their eyes locked up hill, trying to get free kills, and everyone in transition on that hillside. So they're very limited in where they can push from. I'm loving the fact that DXG decided to disengage, allowing for STK to take the hill, but now they're finding themselves in a sandwich position. All they can hope for is that STK and Dam 1 somehow take the fight to one another without DXG getting too involved and having a chance to third party. Circle shifts away from all of them, though. Only one team will come out of here alive, if even. And right now, my money's on STK.
Pause for a second, as it looks like DXG wants to get a little bit aggro on this one, and that's probably because Dam 1 is in the back, so they know they can't fall out of this, and they have to tackle the situation head on. Fergus back on his feet, so they can at least tackle it as a 4-man band. Purdy Curdy down but not out, very little health. Luke encroaching on the backside, a nice link onto the side, but all of a sudden, Luke 12 turns up and says, you know what, we'll go for the defensive side. 1-2, thank you! And all of a sudden, Dam 1 is here with a big nade from the side, and we said third party. It is real, and it is rife. DXG is removed from play, and the nade will continue onto the side of STK, so no time to breathe. They are sweeping on the left-hand side, Toby. They have been spotted by Uncivil. A bit of damage is done here and there, but you've got to be aware of this one player on the right-hand side. Kale strikes hard. It's going to be a devastating blow for the side of STK, but meanwhile in the kill feed, look at this. VP go down in 10th. Tian strike hard, and they remove him, and then all of a sudden move on to Ents as well, so that's still coming out of Cobreria. That's the fight you spoke about earlier.
Yeah, these players from inside the city having to leave now is going to be so damn hard. They had to leave while the fights were still going on in the hill. You can see in the east they are, but in the west it's more quiet. Nice shooting from Halo. Finding one will go down in return. As I say that, no, hey, yes, it does. Finally go down. Sonjang able to find him. 2 alive, no more alive. Down goes STK. Damwon Kia able to get them eliminated and take control of the east side hill. Not only that, but they don't lose a single player in doing so. Great play from the Koreans.
And still bottleneck 2 versus 2. Excuse me, let's say 1 versus 3. Excuse me, completely. I'm seeing in the distance. So expect Diggery to be getting a face full soon. Attempts to get the flush before going out, and he does. So at least secures a point before they finish in 8th. Tian needs to finally move down, which is exactly what they're doing. Uber's at the door, though, and Fussface comes across his shoulder. The support is there. 3 versus 3 for now, but a shot from the distance to the third party will knock them down to 2 versus 2. Very little health and a need to build as well with 200 going down. It's very problematic, but it's all on down one at the moment, Toby. Just third party after third party.
I'm just waiting for them to push forward. They're waiting for them to be at their weakest. And right now, I mean, they want to see more knocks. They want to see more kills. Right now, there's only Lorena left alive against AT and Fussface, but I'm not sure if either of these two teams are going to make it out of here alive. Down one, once they decide to push in, they should be able to rag up at least one of these two teams in the end of it. Fuss throwing flashes forward, throw some molly in there as well, wants to get around and maybe try and get a rest. That is some commitment, Fuss. Wants to get one up. Not sure if it's going to happen. Lorena spots 8C. There is still Fussface up. Not sure if he's still trying to stake it. He is staking the rest onto Upa. Is this going to work? It might. Mings falls 10 kills and counting for Damwon.
Definitely got the information spotted, though. The perfect flashbang might be the right time to move across. Indigo will just blind nade this through and try and get himself a knock. As you say, the commitment came through to the resuscitation. The Anbar goes down. Damwon just keep driving through every single team in front of them. FaZe is the next victim here. And all of a sudden, it comes down to one player from infantry to try and hold the line. Genji's still with 3, but they are locked into this little ditch that they've stuck themselves in. Good for Minonix to move up a little bit higher. Petrichor Road still 3 themselves. No kills in the bag just yet. But at the moment, it's all eyes on the prize for Damwon. They have been a complete unit.
What we're seeing from Damwon right now is absolute top-tier team play. There's no other way around it. I mean, you guys have been waiting for over a year for global tournaments. This is it right here. This is what we're coming for. This is what we've been waiting for. Top-tier PUBG play from some of the very best players in the world. Genji, in the end of it, will fall down. Petrichor, it has been a quiet game for them. They came into the city. Now, though, they've made it out of there alive. Still 2 players alive, trying to see if they can get more in it than just top 3.
The practice is ridiculous from the scenarios that they've been in. More importantly, to not have lost a single player. Petrichor do make the advancement onto Genji, and again, wiping them out, he does pick them up 3 points. Damwon now will just kind of stick the plateau. They've got plenty of time, and with them holding this top side of it for them, it's just a matter of seeing who makes the mistake first. Petrichor should have to come out of that area next with a circle movement. Longsker, again, he does have this winding road that he can kind of work with, but he will have to try and take the 2 versus 1. He could probably dip down low and maybe obscure himself from vision, and by doing so, try and catch Petrichor in the back. Again, this is all she wrote, I think, for these teams. We know who the actual winner is. It's a matter of who's playing for second. Can Longsker get the clutch against the 1 versus 2 and secure infantry the second place? But ultimately, Damwon has just played so good. Like, the teamwork and the communication is on point. It's so disciplined to be moving as a unit and always having that one player like Xiongjiang just at the back, just looking to see where he can lurk and get a pick. It's phenomenal.
And it's not just the aggression. It's not just the we can run and we can get kills and communicate in fights. It's being able to switch between passive playstyle and aggressive so much in such a short amount of time. There's so much, like for any coach, analyst, whatever out there, there's so much to take away from the last 10 minutes of what Damwon just did. They played up slow, real slow behind SDK. They allowed them up the hill before wanting to engage in anything themselves. They have played this mid to end game so insanely well from phase 5 on their feet in the open. Their decision-making has kept them alive, and look at this, 13 kills, all of them up there, all players alive. And keep in mind, the first 2 fights were with 2 teams looking in their direction. Damwon, this is a great, great game for you to start things off, and I'm excited to see the rest of the next 2 months if they can keep this playstyle up.
It's kind of scary when you're already, and kind of to expand on what you were saying with STK scenario, like if you're letting teams and giving them a false sense of security to bring them into the trap and then spring it at such a vital moment, it shows you how much confidence this team in itself has. Now, I think we've all discussed it and we've all spoken in the back as casters, like Damwon is a team that is looking to, I suppose every other team is looking to win this, but certainly one that has that standard, has that level, the attributes, and more importantly, the track record to have a potential of winning this. They are one of the best teams in the world. And again, I don't want to take too much. It is groups. It is game 1. But it is one of the harder groups. And at the moment, to have 4 alive and 13 frags under the belt, it's, for an initial game, it's really starting to set the tone.
Yes. Infantry will lose the last player out in third. They go, and now, well, I mean, all the positions have been revealed. I think it's on Damwon to decide how to aggress and when to aggress. But, I mean, having said that, I was just going to say, we've seen clutches before. First knock comes in, Indigo falls down. Now it's a 2v3. Not going to be easy, but also not impossible. Make that a 3v1. Now, we are probably heading towards the, if not impossible, then very improbable. Shots fired, shots connected, and Damwon takes the first win of C versus D with 15 kills and a chicken dinner.
Fantastic way to open up your group stage. A fantastic way to show the world what this roster is really made of. Again, we don't want to take too much in the group stages, but certainly to keep 4 players alive all the way to the latter stages of the game and also match up to a huge amount of kills and a win. Like, this bolsters your position at the top of the leaderboard. This is a team that, you know, you may, if you are new to PUBG Sports, was called OG and Entus basically before. For the last few years, we've always seen them around the top 5 position in Korea. It's tried, it's tested. It doesn't have a World Championship stamp seal of approval yet. That's still in the bag of Gen G. But with cracks showing in the Gen G armor, could this be Damwon Gaming's time? Could this be their era to pick up that trophy at the end of it? I think that's the storyline and the moral of the story of this entire competition. Everyone's got the eyes on Gen G's prize.
I mean, and from what we saw with this game in particular, there's no doubt in my mind they can go out and contest the best of the best. And that's the thing to me. I mean, they played this game from behind up into phase 6, and they came out on top with the amount of kills that they did. And it's just really, really, really impressive to watch. Am I expecting them to go out and win every single game from here on out? No, of course not. Just saying, to be able to deliver like this right from the get-go in a tournament with the caliber and pressure that we're seeing here is very difficult, and they did all of it.
Well, it has to show some confidence, and I'm sure Clinton, who is the biggest Korea fanboy in the world, will be extremely happy with that one. For now, we're going to throw it back to the gentleman on the desk. So, James, let us know your thoughts on that one.
Shall indeed, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And the second biggest Korea fanboy, you're doing all right over here too. As a lot of the pundits have got Damwon Kia as being one of the big favorites here for this tournament, and they did not disappoint here in the first game. But let's just take a small step back for a moment with Avenger and Froz here, because this game gave us chills. To start things off, Froz, C and D, you're looking at the final circles. Tiamba, VP, FaZe, Damwon Kia, Infantry, all collapsing, all understanding where this circle was going to go and how they needed to play it.
I don't think anyone could have asked for a better ending in the first game here between the group C and D. But it was just amazing to see. We saw a lot of the movements. Some of the teams trying, like ENCE, they were trying to go for La Corberia really early on because they knew, okay, the circle is going to go towards that and we want to be prepared for it. But the problem was that they went a little bit too early, they went a little bit too deep in there, and they got surrounded by all the other teams. You had Infantry above them, Petrichor on the east, and Tiamba with a really good 2-2 split just west of them as well.
Yeah, that 2-2 split afforded them a great opportunity to be able to eventually rotate in here. Martin, what are your thoughts?
Overall, it's just the #1 rule is don't go into the city unless you're sure it's going to end there, and unless it's the last chance Hail Mary that you have. Some of the teams actually managed to get in there quite late and managed to get out of that and get some points away from it. So I was happy to see Infantry do okay with that one. Ens took it a little bit early. I was actually hoping for Ens to do the same-ish that Tianma did with a 2-2 split to secure them a way out.
Down one Kia gets a win on the board. Brilliant stuff by them. And they are happy about that one. Pointing to their jerseys, they know they're making a statement very early in this tournament, and they're looking for that prize down the line. And let's talk about their game here a little bit, Froz, because they, as they accrue 25 points from this game, they started their campaign northeast of where they eventually finished. And likewise, they knew, let's not go into La Cabrera. Let's make sure we can eventually push onto those hills and then sweep any team they came into contact with.
Yeah, basically, Damwon Kia, they land around Junkyard, and that's where they have sort of a split going on. They take it very slow, very passive from the start of the game. They know that they don't really need to rush this, not with that kind of circle. They're going to be late anyway. They don't want to be too far inside the circle and getting surrounded by all the other teams. And they work it out so great. We saw them taking the first fight with DXG, with STK on the other side of the hill there, and taking out one team by another, moving slowly towards the circle. They know they have all the time in the world, and they don't do any mistakes. Everything is calculated from their side in this game. It was just great to watch them taking all those steps towards the top there. Look at Under, 8 kills. 8 kills to start off the first game. I don't think you can ask for a better start than that.
No, indeed. Brilliant stuff by him. Gustav was able to get himself 5 and get himself that second place. FaZe, for all intents and purposes from this game here, Avenger, they initially knew what was going on as well. They knew that that circle was going to go low south of La Cabrera and had a position a little further south than that. It just didn't quite go their way to be able to go the full stretch.
No, so how you get out of that area in general is just super rough when you have teams that are still above you on the hills, because you're going to get shot at. You don't have too much cover, and you need to use an extreme amount of utility to get out of there. Also, there is multiple teams trying to hold them in, trying to kind of put a lid on them, because if they were able to get into the position that Tianba was, they would have potentially taken on Damwon Kia there and potentially maybe even contested for the win. But Tianba completely countered that. They shut down the whole west side, made sure that they were closing down everything, and they really made sure that they could take on the high ground that was countering the position that FaZe Clan came out of. So extremely well played by Tianba. They helped kind of keep a lid on FaZe Clan, especially coming out from that position.
I think that's the scary thing about this lobby, is that everybody, maybe like 9 teams even, Froz, know where the best spot is for this circle pretty early. And you saw as DA went there pretty early, eventually vanquished, and then some other teams go there. How do you deal with this kind of position, Froz? Because if you're going too early, it's a death sentence. You've got to find the right timing, surely, on this spot.
It is super hard to find the right timing, because sometimes going too early will also be beneficial for you. Because the other teams will be surrounding you, but they won't be able to get to you because of that. Now, DA, they went there super early, and this is kind of their playstyle, and they always try to go for the win. They never try to go for the kills, even though the point system, their whole structure says kills is better than just going for the win. This is something Sixmo from DA told me. They always want to go for the win no matter what happens. And they make these kind of moves calculated on, okay, this will get us the win. This time it didn't happen. We saw Gen G, of course, that also had a kind of a weird split going on early on, but they come in there and basically just find DA in a dip. They just shoot them out like nothing they can do about it. DA is just totally trapped there.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. But again, when you're reading these kinds of things, it's a scary thing to go up against. And I mean, Froz already alluded to it earlier here, Avenger, but when you see Tiamba doing the 2-2 split between La Cabrera and a little bit further south, knowing that anybody trapped in La Cabrera then has to potentially deal with the wall that we already saw in A and B, where GEX was just trapped completely by some other squads there. So, as you've said, a death sentence if you're in those cities and getting caught.
Yeah, in general, like the whole idea with don't go into cities unless you know ends there is even worse with La Cabrera, of course, because there's a massive wall. You cannot get out. Like there's two sides on the end of the wall you can get out, and that's it. And by that chance as well as you have a massive mountain around it that is just looking down onto that wall. And especially with Tianba's position, their edge play from an edge position, you remember as well, the whole west side was pretty open. Like it was pretty free. Nobody was coming in from the greater fields. Gen G that came in from that position, they came in late. DA that sent it, they came in pretty early, but they sent it to the center. So nobody was contesting them on the west side. So they basically was playing edge for themselves on the west, where 90 degrees of the circle was theirs.
And all the teams once again getting ready and good to go here into our next game. They have one more Miramar left, and then of course after that we have 2 Erangels here for day number 1. But the level we saw here just from this first game from Group C and D was phenomenal, and the kings of phenomenal right now, Damwon Kia under Kale, Xiongjiang, and Indigo, looking real tight and tidy here in this game. Froz, it makes a big shout there from that first game.
I mean, we were expecting a lot from them, but this is a little bit more than what we expected. Looking here, of course, at Shoot to Kill, they had a pretty decent game as well. I think they played it okay, but I mean, they got caught out after the fight with DXG. Kia just took them out, and it wasn't much to do.
Yeah, FaZe were greeting Oath on their east side, and they were able to take them out very quickly with a lot of utility. Unfortunate for Oath, as they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, it felt, Avenger. It was a Hail Mary to try and get a position, but unfortunately they run into a FaZe clan.
Yeah, and it was too late. Like they should have rotated earlier. They were in a rough position. They were playing on the east side where there's a lot of teams already, and going into the bowl there, it's just you have to do it early on where all the other teams are fighting or trying to get into the position on the high grounds. Otherwise, you're going to have everyone that is on the top inside the circle looking at you, taking shots at you, and that's exactly what happened. They were too late to try to take any territory inside the bowl and inside the refinery area.
Let's take a look at the overall standings and see how C and D, from one game only, have been able to move up in the rankings. We already had A and B play 4 games earlier on in the day, and Damwon Kia has now got into 8th after 1 game, Frost.
That is just amazing. That, of course, comes out with 1 win, and that is kind of what we expect, right? Everybody, the first groups only play 4 games. If you get a win here as well, it's going to put you up there. But they got to continue with this momentum to make sure that they get up there towards the top, and I don't think it's going to be any problem. Looking at how they played out the first game, it was just by the book. Everything was by the book, more or less. There was no mistakes made by Kia.
Yeah, seems that way. I think one thing that is scary here for one of our teams in particular, Avenger, is Buriram already falls 7 places after 1 game. I mean, it's only day 1. There are a few more days to go, but for them in the upcoming days, they're going to have to step things up.
Yeah, if you wanna play some of the first rounds of the weekly survival, then being in the bottom is gonna have imagine this: you come in and you sit down and you're like, okay, let's play. We gotta play some games, guys. We're ready for this tournament. You have 1 or 2 games to play to try to win a game, and everybody else has played 14 games potentially, right? Or 13 games. And at that point, it's gonna be so rough. You gotta finish decently here in the ranked position. You have to start in a situation where you're not one of the last teams. If you are, if you end up 32 or 32nd, 31st, then you're gonna have 1 or 2 games to try to get into the weekly final. It's gonna be super rough. You have to have a good start here to it. And of course, let's just say just win. Just do this, just do that. It's going to be rough, but here I really want to see the teams try to get those wins. The points is obviously going to matter, but I want to see the teams play for the win, because that is what you're going to have to do for the next 2 months.
Yeah, these are golden rules to this tournament. The higher you finish here in the seeding for these 3 days, the more chances you have in week 1 to get to the weekly final. And if you at all costs at least want to avoid finishing 32nd, because 32nd will not play in the week 1 survival week. So that is very important to avoid that, Froz. And when you're looking forward to things, you know, if you do get in that top 16, you have an awesome opportunity to get into that weekly final. Anything lower than that, your chances become slimmer and slimmer and slimmer.
The thing is, even if you're in the top 16, that will not guarantee you anything. That will just mean that you'll be playing from the start. You still need to win a game during the weekly survival to make sure that you get into the weekly finals. And that is the hard part, because we know that some of the teams, they're really good at fragging out, but they're really bad at closing the games. And you need to be able to close the games. That's the only way you get to the finals. And there in the finals, you can play your normal style. But having some of the teams trying out some different things. Some of the teams, STK, for example, they want to play a little bit more passive than they normally do to make sure that they can do their edge play and get into the weekly final. But that will come next week, of course. Right now, they're playing the normal game. They're not doing that. And that is the whole thing with this format. You need to adapt all the time. You need to make sure our game, our play style is adapting to how the format is right now. And that's going to change all the time. Also, you have all the different teams that will play differently as well. There is so many things you need to take into calculation to make sure that you play correctly.
You got to innovate. Emanating from Seoul, South Korea, this is day number 1 of PGI.S, and we have had an awesome game to start things off. Brought to you by Intel. Thank you very much for joining us on the road. Let's get to the plane. Sims and Toby.
Thank you very much indeed, James. Yes, Down One Gaming have set the standard for this C versus D lobby. Now everybody else has to understand the lay of the land and how this one could potentially go down. Remember, this is a group stage, and still the normal PUBG sports rules will be in effect. Will we see any changes? Will we see any adaptations? We are on a lower flight path this time as opposed to south. All the way to the north, we start in the west and go east. So, a much more southern flight path, Toby. We'd have to anticipate a more southern circle.
Yeah, Gen G as well opting to stay together this time around. I must say, last game, surprised to see them not necessarily being allowed to, but daring to try and take control of both Las Leones and Chumacera. Whether they have had success with that, maybe in some scrims we haven't had to see, or not, daring to do that in the very first game of a tournament where you can't be guaranteed what teams are going to happen. I'm glad to see they aren't trying to do that anymore, and now all of them are back in Las Leones.
Not necessarily too any kind of sign of a hot drop, so to speak. Everyone's been a bit more precautious compared to previous. We did see one in the initial groups this morning, but still, Circle does hit, and it's actually not as southern as what I was anticipating, to be fair. I was expecting somewhere Los Leones, maybe coastline, but instead we actually etch between La Cabrera and El Pozo. We do have 3 teams that will be lingering. You could say FaZe Clan, if you want to go to a lesser extent, being down in Monte Nuevo. It could hard shift all the way back down here. I very much doubt teams would anticipate that and look more towards the outskirts of El Pozo, Crater Field, somewhere you do have opposite that, where the hook comes down off the back of the mountain, one of the main pivotal buildings that sometimes it does land on. So heading up towards the north, we'd anticipate a lot of teams. You're going to get that northern east side. Maybe someone comes in past water treatment. I suppose the question for me is, in my mind, do you look at this as an IGL and do you think, okay, there's potential here to capitalize and maybe sandwich a team in, catch somebody on rotation, create a bottleneck, so to speak? And we don't see it too many times, but with something at this level where anything goes, there are opportunities to catch teams off guard and catch them on rotation.
My eyes are immediately hot fixed to DA. These are the circles where DA and Liquid tend to run into each other on the European scene. They get salute next to each other right now as well. They also have face over towards Monte, which is as usual as you can get in these type of circles. How will other teams in Zamfir, and will DA try and maybe set those type roadblocks you were just talking of, potentially against Liquid, potentially against other teams too? This is something they've done a ton of in the past, and this is something I would see them do a lot of in this type scenario as well. Only thing to me is, I think most teams are going to try and play this circle very similar to how they played the previous game. We're close to where we were in the last game in terms of first circle. Only difference is, this time around, a lot more teams out towards the east, and that's actually where it was, I guess you can say, clustered last game. A lot of teams did opt to go east, so I'm hoping to see more teams with that 1 extra minute added as well try and rotate similarly to what we saw Chianba do. Play it slow, come in late, and maybe go west around rather than overcrowd the east side of the circle.
Really quick look back at how things are faring up across the scoreboard. If you have missed the top four, you can kind of see it well, you don't see it at the moment, but instantly down one, just jumping up into 8th position overall off the back of one game. That is a phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal start. Unfortunately, down the other end of the spectrum, we did see in the previous round 4 teams picking up 0 kills or 0 points whatsoever. DA, Multi-Circle Gaming, Oath, and VP. VP, uncharacteristically, with the 0 points, given the position that they were in compared to everyone else, but I suppose they were a bit sandwiched on that plateau area, and there wasn't too much that you could have done. DA, you have pointed out this team, Toby, so it wouldn't be unfair to kind of continue on with them. I do think in the back I'm seeing Team Liquid shooting into them, and as if by magic, as if you cast too many of these games before, it is the two teams that are magnetized towards one another.
Yeah, it happens more often than, I mean, I think it happens more than it doesn't, if that makes sense. Like, we see this happen more often than them actually end up not fighting one another, at least to some extent early on, and traditionally they will fire a few bullets towards one another as well. Not a whole lot more to than that, though. DA will rotate in. FaZe Clan opt in to rotate similar to how they did in the previous game, and DA will say thanks for leaving us a compound on the south side. We'll chill down here and hope for some circles going our way.
They will pass the water treatment we mentioned. No roadblocks will be in effect. Probably looking more towards that northern side. I can already see from the map that they have. We're looking at Dam 1 moving more towards Elazar and up that kind of way. I'm seeing one of the players, Xiongjiang, will be heading past Cruz de Val. First knock comes through. Hello, Mexi. Goodbye, Mexi. Used to play for FaZe Clan. No more this time. He's punished, Fuzzface. One out the back of the vehicle and instantly down and dead. EB caught off guard in the distance as well. I'm seeing a bullet come through way, and the actual number said blue, so I'm guessing it's Digital Athletics. Quick tap fire away. Can he finish off with a Cat 8, please? Please do it, Mert. Come on. We love to see a ball action come into play. If it had hit that, I'd have lost my freaking mind. Liquid, 16th place in Toby, coming into losing a player, a strong player in the form of Mexi, straight into game number 2. It's not a good start, my dude. It's not a good start.
No, it's tough. And also, I mean, they now know that their potential northwest rotation is completely isolated. They saw DA rotate in below them, and now they realize that they have FaZe Clan in the compound a little further north, where we don't see FaZe Clan up to sit too often. So they now know if you want to rotate anywhere northwest, either we have to wrap all the way east around the hills, or we have to go all the way south of Monte. In turn, having Liquid coming into whatever could be a northwest circle center very late, and that's not where we usually see Liquid play from.
I don't like the looks of this. Ents have been held out in the open. It's a very barren landscape, very obscured as well, up against the edge of the circle. Tixu still looting. Alcantara, Rustamaz not within the fray of this fight as well. Fergus looks like he's actually wrapping for a better position on this one, and whether or not they go to find a location to maybe try and punish them and keep them out here in no man's land, or just keep them on the sand dunes to die would be rather cruel, but I suppose it would stop any advancement because they do control this long road area, and this is a decent barn if the circle is favorable to this area. It does go this way, does the circle, but it's very, very infrequent. You're hoping for the hardest of hard west shifts to be able to secure that position. It's again, there is a chance, but it's absolutely tiny. However, when it comes to World Championships, we've seen more weird and wonderful things happen in the past. True. I'll always remember the Gen G shift, first game of the previous PGI, when it just was on. No, it just obviously moved straight from military and just pings back to the head of Erangel. I'm like, okay, well, World Championship. Thank you very much. Let's have some fun here. Everyone else kind of setting up shop, going towards El Pozo and surrounding areas, cliff faces. I understand everyone wants to try and magnetize to the center of this circle. It will become extremely difficult if we get more of a hard shift to the outskirts. If it centralizes up, generally you'll have one or two teams that might lose some players on rotation, trying to scrap for a rough spot. But right now, if we do get a hard shift, especially a double hard shift, a lot of this server unfortunately might die.
Yes, I think we can put it pretty easily. Everything that doesn't involve El Pozo at this point is going to be garbage for a lot of teams, because that is your saving grace, at least for temporarily a saving grace, getting to crash a city. As Martin said in the break as well, you only go into cities if you know the game is going to end there. But with El Pozo, I mean, first of all, the games rarely end there. Second of all, you don't always get a choice to not go into the city if you want to stay alive. So maybe should the circle go there, we'll see a lot more teams going in that direction too. Now Oath, as if Liquid hadn't been under enough pressure already this game, coming in from the south, trying to get eyes on. They know they're in here. They have Relo over on the east side of the warehouse compound. They know of their whereabouts, but they haven't opted to let Liquid know that they're in their vicinity.
Can I ask, Toby, are you as concerned as what I am about their current split? Because they're separated by not only the building, but by a different compound as well. Like, they're 3 players down. There is an abundance of teams surrounding them. I don't know if they've tried to take too much control here for a team of 3, given the vicinity. Like, Ibby's completely off on his own. I understand that you need a point to be able to rotate to, but it's a bit sketchy so early on when you've lost a player already and you're vying for points. And I'd prefer to see them group up at this stage. Maybe that's just me. I'm not a pro player. There is 30 seconds till we see the movement, and maybe then it comes into effect. But it does worry me as I look at that a little bit.
I think had it been any other team, I would say yes. But one of the things that I pride Liquid on, and one of the things I think has been big part of the key to their success, is how fast they can go from giving orders to executing them. And whether it's engaging something, disengaging something, making quick rotations on new circle shifts, Liquid are one of those teams that can sit in wide splits early, and practically before you're thinking they should start playing together, they will already have rotated. Now they see circle south, get to EP and get to EP now. That's what I want to see. You see Clip already in the car. They're all moving in their vehicles instantly. I'm not sure why EP is leaving, to be fair. Where is he headed as a solo player? I was thinking EP should stay in that compound here for the teammates. He's sending it on his own. Here's CSDK making that move as well. Hard south shift. Everyone at this point is almost aware of where the game is going to end, and EP is sending it, to be fair. In this case, works out. All of DA, once they see it beats are moving, they all cluster down to the compound, which of course has a tendency of magnetism on the circles. But I would have thought Liquid to stay in the other compound. Now they get to play the open. It's going to be difficult, and you can see Clips gone down already.
A little bit of a jump to get him over the hill, at least occluding from vision for now. So they should be able to get the revive on this, I would have thought, provided Jeems doesn't run him over. Bang on, vehicles there. As you see, DA do leave the position that they were holding off previously. It keeps it open for Jeems. Jeems, don't shoot the people. Get the res, my dude. Your guy is bleeding out the side of you. Oath will move and creep a little bit further forward. They are very cautious that there has been a team in the form of Gen G lurking in front of them for quite some time. Whether or not they realize actually Gen G is a different question altogether. VP, a team that came into this with 0 points, has picked up 2 thus far, but certainly a lot of work to be done to be shooting yourself up that leaderboard. STK almost in a parallel transition for them, coming down from the hillside up against that crater's edge. Ents, big old wide push all the way down the Western Embankment Road up against the cliff face, but they will see themselves also in a parallel transition. You can't see it, but here in the distance, down one are on the opposing road. But DXG, the team that has kind of been a nuisance towards Ents from the very start, is directly in front of both of these teams. They are border patrolling the edge of El Pozo.
This is going to be so difficult for so many teams. I mean, I'm looking at the map right now, Rich, and I'm seeing 6 teams currently still sitting at or north of El Pozo, having to make those transitions south. And then I can tell them already, there ain't space for all of you guys. You're going to have to take fights or do some absurdly wide rotations to make your way. And even Ents, one of the teams with more space, are starting to take shots and feel pressure. They got to keep rotating south around. And if they don't, if they opt to stay anywhere near where we are now, that's going to be that roadblock you were talking about. But in this case, an unintentional one. They will be forced to take fights on the edge of the circle in an area of the map which they probably wouldn't have wanted to fight for, just because there are so many teams plummeting in. We saw what Down One was doing just before towards Ents infantry. Well, they're right behind Down One right now.
Yeah, infantry is the one that I'm really concerned for most. Down One's skirting the edge of the circle, so they'll be safe away from the blue. Ents is also on that road themselves, 2 either side of it. 1 either side of it, so kind of like a dual roadblock. 2 players from Ents are up against the further cliff face all the way down south. But infantry, it's going to be rough to be able to try and break this unless they go towards the north and hit El Pozo. Then they're in. You've got a code just below the points, left-hand side. Take it, use it, and put it to good use in game. Show the skins off and everything else you're going to be getting from that. Long skirt. He's now looking for what he's going to be receiving once he makes it inside this circle. However, Sure Yang, I'm seeing more towards the north, just below Crater Fields, trying to find a better entry point for this one. Xiongjiang, another player that has been pivotal towards Damwon's performances so far, do they realize where ENCE is? Do they realize Squeaky is on his own circle again? Still pulling further towards the south, Toby. This is getting more and more difficult.
This is such a horrible circle for so many teams. Look at the northeast. FaZe were sitting going, yeah, east of El Pozo. We know these circles. We know where they're going. No, you do not. Monte Nuevo is going to be the safe haven for about 3 seconds for about 5 or 6 teams before all chaos will lose. Let's see, ENCE. They have to sit tight. It's just Diggory here right now. The cavalry is coming in, but the cavalry of Divine has arrived here already as well.
Yeah, it's whether or not it's been too late. Both of them put their eyes on the prize the second that this circle updated. Good move from ENCE to be able to put 2 out, but LG had already read it like a book. First nade comes down, puts them back in the hut. You can see Gen G in the distance are just lurking, so you have to be careful now. If you've copped one of those vehicles, you know that this is one hot position, a bit of hot territory. The rest of LG Divine finally make it towards the door. Levi's finds Tixu with an absolute worldie of a grenade. First player goes down. Now they can start to make a progressive push through the building, and the worst thing is that he's outside. If you force them to move outside and try and hit the res, that's when you can capitalize. They've gone for the 2-2 split, but unfortunately for ENCE, they're inside the doors. The Wolves are here, and they are trying to knock this one down. Whether or not you can actually get that res, I personally think it'd be a little bit too sketchy, especially when you've got other teams that are lingering on the outskirts. To get it would be fantastic, but it is... okay, all right, they make it to the door with the vehicle around it, using the smokes as well, so fair play to ENCE, but it was a time for Divine to maybe try and capitalize upon.
I mean, you say they can push, I say you have to push, let alone the fact this is one of the prime compounds in the circle. This is the third-party haven. If you don't finish the fight, reset, get ready for the fights to come really damn fast, you will get third-partied. Oh no! Before when we see it again, DA holding off Liquid. We talked about it coming into it. It took a few more circles than expected, but it happened once more. Liquid out in 16th yet again, and maybe you've cursed them early on in the day. You said you wanted to see them step up as they failed to do so in the previous PGI tournament, and here 2 games in, back-to-back 16th places.
There's a lot going on, so I don't want to kind of distract from it at the moment, but the mental effect of that is going to come into play now. They need all the mental fortitude in the world to be able to get through the next 2 games on Erangel. 2 16th places back-to-back. The amount of pressure that has just been landed and lumped onto Liquid's shoulders is just... it's unfathomable. It absolutely is. But you know what? We'll come back to it and we'll let Jims and the desk break it down once we're all said and done. For now, Damwon, they're rotating. They do have that vehicle, they do have the compound, the side road they can enter more towards the north. This is where the madness is going to be. Yeah. This is going to turn into a little bit of a stalemate. Both teams back to a 4-4. That's totally fine. You'll see maybe Gen G just keeping an eye on what's going on. They've dipped further into the circle. They'll keep control of it. Up on the rock side with 2 taking the main buildings. The problem for me is that I look towards the LG Divine fight up against ENCE, is whether or not a load of other teams think, well, this is a last-ditch attempt. There's nowhere else to go, so let's just full-blown send it. And I'm now worried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in the north all have to get into the center. This is just going to be utter chaos.
There's nothing to play, Sims. There's nothing to play in this circle other than far south, and you ain't getting there. No one's going to drive past Montenegro at this point, expecting there to be teams there. Unbeknownst to them, there aren't, but this is going to be chaos, and it's unfolding before our eyes right now. Petri George's 3 players left alive. It's just Mill here right now. He just allowed for the entirety of DA to go past him. He's sitting center. He's waiting for the mates. Great trigger discipline, not revealing your position. Now the mates are there. Let the artillery barrage begin. 1 nade comes through. No damage done, but DA no, and they probably did already. They have opponents nearby, and they gotta be ready for fights to come.
They are locked into a corner, and it looks like Petrichor just let them go for now, give them that false sense of security, and really get a position on them. It will be hard given how exposed they are going to be. Should they go further out into the field, then it becomes that much more difficult. Gems finds Ling Du, down he goes, but there is an answer back from Lin Shun up on top. At least answer back onto AAA and put them all but a sub, I say down to a res, but instead it cannot come through. The instant confirmation is there. Ixlef finds Batulins. Gustav, a different fight altogether, going down. Orth and FaZe Clan. FaZe has found them in this huge warehouse, and you do still have that Tiambam and MCG fight going off in the distance. Keep an eye on it. One of the teams should be going out rather shortly. The rest of FaZe Clan, all 3 players committed to a vehicle. This is a full 4-man push. Gustav, first one to fall. FaZe have to be quick on this, Toby, because if they get caught off guard, they'll get capitalized upon.
Yep, goes down flushed immediately. Ming's able to find the kill there. Let's see how Oath are able to hold off here against FaZe Clan, trying to, well, get one of the very few compounds available in this circle. First FaZe down to low HP. 8C tag from afar as well. Patcaps is trying to stay put, and Relo is the one up close here, getting the angle on towards one, but Uber is there to find him. First one goes down. This should have a complete and utter effect on how this one is going to unfold. Patcaps trying to utilize the smoke, sit tight behind, but I'm not sure how much longer that smoke is going to last. And that cover is going to be gone in a short moment.
Forced to use the med kit. Try and top himself up, which suggests that he doesn't have also the pills or the drinks to be able to get the heal over time on. Finds the angle onto Fuzzface. You'll see the mollies come in, and the floor is absolute lava right now. He's burning behind the box, and this is the time for them to move. VP in the kill feed. A knock onto Ixlef, but one will return back on the side of it. Ixlef will be actually taken down as well, but so is Mile. Balefrost now on to Uber. Fuzzface in a one-on-one scenario with the box has to rub it round, but you'll see both of them. The flashbangs come through. He is just firing blind into the metal. They have no idea where they are because of the flashbangs coming out. Thankfully, Snakers goes down on the side. Nice lean coming out of 8C. 1-2, thank you. Time to mop up, but all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 1. How has it come to be? How are we in this position? Flashbang goes over the vehicle. Who'll be winning this one out? Patcaps comes back for a vengeance. His hands are in the air. He just doesn't care. He's no idea where it is. Fighting around the box. It's Patcaps. Wins it out. FaZe Clan goes down. 13th position.
Hirosen comes in with the hero play, saving Oath in that situation, not really making it any better for them. They still have a run to make, and I'm not sure Patcaps is going to be alive in 30 seconds from now. Let's see, back towards the fights that started off the Chaos, Ends, and Divine. Somehow they have allowed each other to stay alive in the compound. The fight was held off, and no kills have come in so far. It's still a 4v4. They opted to say, you know what, I'll greet my neighbor with a little bit of a truce. But the fight will have to come eventually. Half the compound is out of the next circle, and it's on Divine to make the push forward.
It's kind of wild how open and exposed those hangars can be, even if you think you're inside a compound. Like, just the front of it in itself is just so open. Oh my god! A nade from the gods finds its target, and Mamu just gets completely obliterated from nowhere.
We're in phase 5, and Tianba has 12 kills so far. Let's hold that thought, though. As you thought there could be more teams in here, sure there can. Alo comes, says hello, but so does Jun. Immediate knock in return, holding them off at least for now. Now there's 3 teams here. Look at DA. They're looking in this direction, too. The cluster is about to unfold. Uncivil finds Jun in return. We still have Ents on the backside. They haven't opted to push in on this one just yet. They've seen a knock on each side. They know there's one more team in the compound. I just think it's going to be too chaotic to make that aggressive push forward. It means that Patcaps is trying to find somewhere to go. And somehow he's actually making it, at least for now.
You have 2 fights going on at the moment. DXG are holding off infantry on the outskirts over by the road that pretty much comes in from far south. STK making a full-blown push. Bit of a swap maneuver, but doesn't unfortunately come through for Uncivil. Patcaps finally goes down. Also eliminated. 11 position for now. Luke 12 trying to step up to the plate. We have put this man on a pedestal before and shown in when the times are hard, he can really step up to it. With a nice lean on the left-hand side, it will take down one through the window. Makes things a little bit easier. But unfortunately, his teammates are falling around him. Alo needs to get the heal. They've lost 2 already. But this only pays off for Ents. They're letting these 2 teams just batter the living hell out of one another. Don't get me wrong, STK had absolutely nowhere else to go. Nice cheeky lean comes through, but unfortunately, STK is down and out. Is this the time that you would see Ents capitalize? Is it the time to go? Of course it is. They're broken, they're bent. Finish them off and secure the position for now.
I like the patience from Ents. They knew there would have to be a fight escalating on the south side before they would have to interfere. And I gotta put it on Divine here. They had the chance to make the push early when you said so, Sims. They didn't, and they paid the price for it, barely making their way inside of placement points. Just one with, and I believe only 1 or 2 kills in that game too. Could have been a lot more had they opted to take the fight to Ents early and been ready for a SDK push later on in the game. But that's not to be. And now Ents, the one surviving that one, we'll see if they can make the surviving push out of the compound as well. It's looking grim, but there's a chance they might get out of here alive.
Decent shot coming out from Rustamar in the back. Puts Mings down for now. DA have to go for the rotate. Are they just going to blind push Genji? They absolutely are. They absolutely are. I mean, this should be punished so damn hard. Pio's going to get the call. The first initial nade goes down. Run, Mert, because you are in a precarious position. And the problem is that they've just boxed them into the smallest compound known to mankind. They can try and turtle inside here, but honestly, if Gen G just get one good nade through the window, DA can pretty much kiss themselves goodbye. It is small, but I will say this. It's a lot more than what anyone else outside of the circle's got.
And that's the thing. I mean, DA, it looked grim. It looked kind of one of those YOLO moments, but DA timed it perfectly. They knew Tiamba were focused on ends down in the compound. They heard the vehicles moving around and at least 2 or 3 people shooting on that side of the circle. They were their only threat from that side. Ends weren't there to take the fight to them. Tiamba, the guys overshadowing them, were looking the other way. They had about 15 seconds to make that push. They did, and now, as you're saying, it's a grim position to be in, but they're inside the circle, and that's a lot more than what the other teams have to work with.
Now DA can just easily hold back ends. Sense has got a hell of a lot of work to do. Tianban will have one player, Lorena, wrapping down potentially upon them, so they need to be careful. It doesn't have to go too far because they are inside the circle. Ents will try and keep themselves as close. Oh, I didn't realize Lou was there. Oh, no, no, no. What are you going to do? You've only got one person alive. I mean, you have to wait. If you've got a good nade, time it perfectly. If not, I can see the molly being cycled, so we need to go into his POV. If he lands this and then could just mop up instantly on the gun. Nope, the game has been given away. 1, 2, thank you. At least tags them all. They're all very weak. He could do something here, not to be. They will have to go and just try and get as many meds as they can. They'll try and stick the res to avoid the point. Nope, it's been denied. Just run away from it. Leave it as it is. DXG. It's the old PUBG style, heal away and see how long you can actually survive for. See if you can outlive Ents, because this is going to be the next on the chopping block, unfortunately, as they just dive bomb head first into Gen G. There's nowhere else to go. The Finns full-blown send it, and Rustamau, well, he's just like, well, boys, it's been nice knowing you for now. I'll stay here. And they actually outlive Division X.
Well, there you go. Keep one behind, get those placement points guaranteed, and secure yourself a top 5 spot. Rustam able to stay put, and I mean, that's when you know there's no. Oh my lord, these circles just keep getting worse and worse. We're playing all the way into the open now. Gen G, I don't think a team has really fired a bullet at them yet. They've been sitting tight in this compound for the longest time, and now let's see DA, the first team to potentially take the fight to them, have a chance to do so right here. They're slowly making their way forward through these small houses here. And, well, I mean, Gen G ain't planning on leaving anytime soon, so we'll see how other teams can interfere. Tian, but still with the high ground advantage, taking shots down towards DA. But they're well aware they have a team on the other side, too. Down 1, winners of last game once again. Such smart play from them. It's been a more passive game on the down 1 side this time around, but that just goes to show and proves my point from before. They're as scary in their passive play and rotations as they are when it comes to aggression. That's the thing. When you have a team that can do both and do both that well, and you can never really plan on, okay, they got to do this because that's their strong side, that's scary. 2 completely different games from down 1, and despite that, they're sitting in top 5 once more.
I mean, they've got a tiny bit of time to play with, not much, because eventually all the rest of the rosters will be coming down. The last team being Tianban, all the way up on that hillside. They have to make something happen. Seongjan will extend out towards the blue a little bit, just to try and strangulate them, because all of a sudden Tianban has to remove itself from its secure position because the blue's here. KO's gone and found themselves a bit of a position. It's not too much. Again, you spoke about how Gen G's been quite stationary this game. If we think about it, that would also suggest that they have all their utility and all their arms ready to rock and roll. If they're across the road from them, once they've set up shop, all Gen G needs to do is just let the bombardment begin. Throw every single bit of utility you have towards Damwon, and that should be GG. But still, before they get there, they have to deal with DA. I can see Inonix and Pio, 2 players that scare the living bats of hell out of me, staring down the barrel towards DA. Smash is getting closer. And they know they have to try and take this compound because the one they're in, it's out of the blue. It's in the danger zone. It's the place they don't want to be. If they can make it to the next building, then maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. Pio shows his shoulder, now has to fall back. The molly will go down, try and catch him. It actually does stop the overpeak, so I'm totally fine with that. But look at Loki. Look at Esther. They're starting to wrap. Loki's repositioned more towards the closer compound to try and deny that front angle onto DA's movement.
Regardless of what happens here, down 1 has played it perfectly. They're setting up for a perfect third-party position here. No matter where the next circle goes, it is going to end on their side of the road too, just feeding it even better to them. DA and Gen G will have to take this fight unless if something completely absurd happens. And you can see down 1 ain't fussed about it. They're just sitting back. They're waiting for them to make the push on forward. in just a short moment's time, we'll see Turkey versus Korea, and I could not from this position right now tell you who's going to get out on top. Only thing I know is, by the end of it, it's probably going to be a back-to-back down one win.
I think it's good they're utilizing this. They're not getting stuck in for the third part. They're actually using it to get themselves a better position. Inonix and PO strike. Smash and Mert hit the deck. The first two go down, and all of a sudden the match is halted. Mac, oh dear. Okay, now they're starting to get overzealous. Now Damwon is moving in for the kill. The creep and peep has begun. PO clearly knows exactly what's going down. The smokes are there to try and deny vision. I'm totally fine with that. Throw it at your enemy and try and blind them. But unfortunately for them, they don't realize Damwon has been actually very, very smarting this. They've gone early, laid out on the road. They are ready to receive this in its full vision. Like, this is so smart. They had a really bad position, I suppose, maybe a circle or two ago, but they've used it to their advantage. They've realized what's going on with the teams across the road, and they've just abused that.
This is insane. I mean, they didn't get the knocks they wanted. They saw 2 knocks. They thought that was going to be the fight starting. They push forward. They say, okay, no, they're not fighting. We'll pull back. Now they are fighting, and now Damwon is probably going to engage as well. Yes, they are. Gen G slaughters. DA nowhere for them to go. 4 kills in the matter of seconds. And now, up over the hill they come. Let's see if they can do something against their countrymen from Korea. 7 kills already for Gen G in this game, trying to get the win here in game number 2 of Group C and D. Kale prone on the road, could be a spring chap just waiting for Loki to peek on over. Are they expecting it or are they not? I'm not sure, but they will have to account for absolutely everything, knowing it's a 4v4 in the end of it.
I think for Kale is he needs to hit that shot. Once he opens up, his position's given away. Yes. And there's literally no hard cover. So whoever he goes for, he has to make these bullets count, because if they don't, oh my God, that's a belter of a nade with very little health. Esther will finally fall. The second one as well. Thank you very much. 1-2, job done. Now it's time to push. Rally the troops and everyone else can try and flock to your defense. Pio is just cresting to try and do what he can to hold the line. But all of a sudden, they are just collapsing like a huge wave. But Indigo has been seeded down. Inonix does find one. So there is the answer back here. Pio again. They're battering them. All of a sudden, they've just decided to show up at the wrong time, and Pio has answered back. Inonix is there as well. Kale's position, we said, on the road, it was exposed, and now it comes down to 1. What have Gen G done? They have broken this apart.
Oh, this is insane. This is absolutely not. There's no way in hell you're getting that res on Yang. Did you maybe, in fact, just give them the complete info of where Son Yang was? Getting the res up. They ain't fussed about it. 3v1. I thought Damwon had this in the books. Getting the vehicle over on the other side of the road. Get that off-angle position. Even if it's a bait or not, we don't care. We're going to make the push. Here comes the drive-by. Inonix gets the kill, and somehow Gen G gets out of the compound, gets an 11-kill chicken dinner off of that one, too. Wow.
If you want to know why they are back-to-back world champions, it's an ability like that to be able to fight back from unwinnable, what you would suggest is unwinnable situations, to be dealing with DA for so damn long, to let Damwon be able to get in position and ready to strike. There is a question in my mind where you think for Damwon, did they pause ever too fast? Did they just not go fast enough to try and take advantage and strike while the iron was hot? It allowed, I mean, I say it allowed, it was really Pio and Inonix who just turned it on a dime. Individual gun skill came through, they won out their fights, and ultimately Gen G secure the win from 6th position, 8 points previous, to now taking 1st. That is an extraordinary performance, but I think the bigger picture for me, Toby, here, Damwon once again, Korea at this event is coming out to play.
It's scary. Scary to say the very least. I mean, I cannot put a finger. You can go into minute, really small micro things in terms of how Damwon played that end game. I cannot put a finger on something they did wrong, but you gotta give Gen G all the credit here. Damwon played it as best as they possibly could have with the situation they were in, but Gen G came out from a position they should never have been able to win that game from and completely out-dueled Damwon Gaming here.
Absolute stunning performance. This is what we want to see from a back-to-back world champion, to be able to win situations like that when the going gets tough. You can turn it on a dime and you can just somehow, I have no idea how, but you can win those scenarios and you can play at that top level. This is Damwon we're talking about. This isn't a pushover team that you've managed to scrape by. This is a world-class, world-level team. It's a phenomenal performance, and I know James is going to be happy, so for less of me and Toby, I'm going to pass it back to him in the desk to break that one down a little bit more.
Right, it's only day one, but maybe bow to your Korean overlords because Genji and Damwon Kia showing on up. Phenomenal stuff coming out here in this game. I'm joined by Avenger and Frost to break things down. And Frost, we are spoiled with the level of games here in the first two.
Hold on. You're talking about Damwon Kia and Genji. Don't forget Tiamba as well. Tiamba is just up there with them as well. They got 15 kills in this game. I mean, this is just some amazing games we have to start off Group C and D. I don't even know what to say about this. We see some of the teams actually just playing it so well, while some teams having a little bit more of a struggle. Genji holding down that compound was so good. They were making sure that no one could get in except from the south side. They knew that they had to let someone in from one of the sides, and they decided to let DA in on the south side. But holding that ground towards the end, taking a 4 versus 2, oh my.
Genji manages to get themselves the second win of the day here and is looking for gold all the way. Avenger, when you look at that final situation as well, they recovered from a 2v4, and that was brilliant to watch.
Yeah, honestly, that was just insane. Going up against a team that is one of the best teams out there, and they just had an amazing game, and they win a 4 versus 2 with low health, and even to show off the drive-by as well. Like, it's just insane. I did not expect that. Like, they had the upper hand, they had the better position. The only thing that Damwon Kia was missing was utility, and I think that's what lost them the game.
Yeah, especially over that roadside. There is the potential in that little dip to try and punish Genji from where they were. But between Inonix and some of the members of Tiamba as well here, Froz, I'm having a hard time picking who will be an MVP from that. But I think in the end, Inonix was picked up by his teammates to be able to save that situation. And then he goes for the drive. And with that, they get themselves the victory. But you mentioned Tiamba before. With the 15 kills they were able to accrue, they had an amazing position to be able to greet a lot of the teams coming after a lot of hard shifts in these circles.
I mean, it was quite funny because Tiamba was a team that we saw early on playing from the very southwestern side of the circle. While the circle went with hard shift towards the southwest, they kind of moved more towards the middle, and towards the end they were on the northeast side of the circle. But they played it out from there and basically just took on team after team after team, playing that high ground. They knew that they weren't going to win the game, but they knew that they could farm a lot of kills, and were basically just looking for those kills. Time after time after time, we could see them, how they were doing that 1-1-1-1 split. Just make sure, okay, can we find anyone in the open? Can we get that killed? Once we gotten that, that's when we move on and take the next one. And that's how they were playing out the whole game. And that's how they got those 15 kills.
And as you can see just before, the players take a small intermission before we move on to Erangel. And here are the points coming in from our previous game as we have 9th through 16th. Unfortunately for Team Liquid and Multi-Circle Gaming, they have had a very rough start here to the day, Avenger.
Yeah, and it's 2 games, of course. They have two more games of today, and then they have 2 more days as well. So a rough start indeed, but I'm sure they're going to be able to bounce back and get into a good position here. As we're talking about, this rank decision here is extremely important. The higher you end up, especially if you end up in the top 16, you start off the next week. And if you end outside the top 16, the further out you end up, the less games you have to try to qualify to the weekly finals.
Yes. So these points are from our first game of the day. However, what I highlighted before with Team Liquid and Multi-Circle Gaming, that was the same in game number 1 and game 2. They both went out in 16th and 15th in both games. So, yeah, a little unfortunate here. But as you see, these match results, these are from previous game number 1. In game 2, of course, we had Genji taking the win with the 11 kills. Damwon Kia were actually in second place here with 3 kills. And then obviously UT run down from there with Digital Athletics getting themselves the 3rd place, and then Tiamba the 4th place with those 15 kills as previously mentioned. So looking at how things went as well for Genji, I want to say here, Froz, it's funny because Genji in, I think, circle 4 or 5 or something like that, and here are the points from this game specifically, they had a position that was very central, which they then eventually moved away from to get that final compound, which effectively won them the situation out. And then from there, I think it's astute that making that kind of move, moving from what was effectively the previous center to a compound, they understand the value of these strong compounds given these circles, and I think that's extremely commendable.
Yeah, sometimes you have to take that gamble and make sure that you don't just go for center, but you go for the best position to play from. Even if the circle wouldn't have come to them, they would have a very strong position to play from down in that compound. And you got to also remember that they have a lot of hard cover, which is very nice to have in a lobby like this and a circle like that. So they were playing that really well. And of course, they had to let someone into the compound. They can't hold the whole compound because that one is very hard to like hold. As Martin was mentioning while we were watching the game, it is 3 different levels more or less. And you got to choose. Okay, we can take 2 of them, but we got to give 1 away. And they want to keep the high ground, so they give away the south one, which is the low ground one.
And it seemed, Martin, like they had complete control of the northern and eastern side of that compound, because when eventually DA had to come out of the south side of that compound, they got obliterated.
Yeah, it's the inferior location and location spot that DA they kind of gave into, but it's the best spot to breach from because you can kind of swirl in from a low ground and take one of the houses away. And that's also why Gen G, they decided not to hold that down. They were sitting in the 2-story, they were holding the best spot of the compound, and they easily cleaned them up nicely there. Like they once, I think when DA came into the compound before that, they had 2 kills and they ended up in 11, I believe.
And Inonix in the end gets himself a big 7 off the back of the 11 coming in. I mean, when Ents crashes in on that eastern side and Inonix is there to just shoot fish in a barrel, he was laughing from that. But I think what's interesting as well is we start this game, Froz, with a very similar circle to game number 1, but then the hard shifts really tell far more of the tale. And those northern teams that were coming in thinking, haha, maybe we get a similar circle to last game, have to do these massive rotations around the north, which causes problems for some, but some were able to react to it very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the teams we saw that was doing these really long rotations were Infantry and Damwon Kia. They came in from the east side, going on the west and far on the west side. And then we saw Infantry actually going all the way to the south. That kind of over-rotated the whole thing, and they got stuck outside the circle. But Damwon Kia were playing this game way more passive than the last one. While we saw them in the last game, in the first game, they're being super aggressive. This one being passive and still getting that second place, only 3 kills. But it shows that this is a team of very high skill players. They can play both play styles. They know when they need to shift it around to make sure that they get all the points they need.
Yeah, I think they've got to be kicking themselves a little bit about not getting the whole win off the back of that. Tiamba with the 4th place, but the 15 kills is massive for them. A lot of damage coming in from Gen G. But what is interesting here is that only 1 member of Tiamba here in the top 5, Martin, despite those 15 kills.
Yeah, I kind of surprised, but then again, they were affected of stealing kills as well, and that's the really key point here, right? If you're able to steal a lot of the Noxus you see from the high ground, you're keeping Overwatch, and that is really what they were able to do in this game here. Yes, they had the damage with them as well, but obviously the other guys, when you have more than 600 damage for everyone else, then it's going to be rough to get that. But overall, they were able to steal a lot of kills, which is going to end up favoring them, obviously, with 15 kills in that game. It was crazy, honestly, with the 4th place. Yeah. Imagine if they're able to come down from and survive from that high ground, they could potentially gotten 20 kills.
Is this the best trophy we've ever had? I feel like
really
we're right
big.
there. Is it really big?
It's massive.
Is that human size and we're just looking at it weird proportions? No, but I think get used to looking at some of those faces on the kill leaders as well as on the damage leaders, because these are superstars when it comes to PUBG esports. And across the next 2 months, we're going to be seeing a lot of them. I can guarantee you that. And with that, Froz, that is Miramar kind of on the shelf, concluded for today. And when you've got like a Damwon Kia getting as many points as they did in these 2 games, it's really big for them to try and start catching up and surpassing the teams in groups A and B. But for now, gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. And when we return, it's Erangel all the way, baby. It's the grassy pastures.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S starts on February 8th, and as is custom, we're launching a brand new Pick'em Challenge to go along with it. Each Pick'em Challenge is a little different, so make sure to watch all the way through to find out what's new and what's changed this time around. It all begins on January 20th and 21st when the esports tab officially reopens inside the PUBG PC and console clients. All throughout PGI.S, you can use this tab to keep up to date on participating teams and players, along with real-time tournament info. This is also the first chance you'll get to purchase the first set of killer PGI.S gear and begin supporting your favorite teams. Since this is quite a long tournament, a second set of gear will become available at the end of February. The first challenges begin on February 6th, and you'll have from Tuesday to Saturday each week before the weekly final begins to participate in the challenges and pick your winners. Rewards from the previous week will be distributed before the next challenge begins. Now let's talk about those challenges. We've got 3 different challenges this time around, molded to work within the PGI.S tournament format, so pay attention even if you think you've played it all before. The first challenge is to guess the top 4 teams that will advance to the weekly final each week. If one of your selected teams makes it to the top 4, you'll get a prize according to the rank they end up in. Simple as that. You can pick 1 team per voting coupon you wish to use, and 4 teams are guaranteed to be worth EP, so choose wisely. The second challenge alternates its win conditions every other week. On weeks 1, 3, and 5, you'll have to correctly guess which team will score the highest kill points during the weekly final. The correct answer will award you a whopping 200,000 EP. On weeks 2, 4, and 6, you'll have to guess who will take home a chicken dinner during the 10 weekly final matches, with each correct answer earning you 25,000 EP. You can only win once per team, but the good news is you don't even have to pick which game they'll win, making this challenge even easier. This challenge also requires voting coupons, so make sure you plan out where you want to spend yours before making a selection. Voting coupons can be obtained by purchasing PGI.S gear, or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 30% of the revenue from PGI.S item sales is given back to participating teams, so pick up some cool PGI.S gear and show your team spirit. The final challenge requires you to pick the winner of the 32-team event match that takes place from March 5th through the 7th. This is a free event and requires no voting coupons, but can still net you a sweet 50,000 EP for a correct guess. Looking for ways to grab a couple free voting coupons and some EP? The first one's easy. Simply log into the esports tab and you'll pick up a free voting coupon once per week. Make sure you grab them though, there's no going back if you miss a week. Secondly, we'll be randomly showing codes during the PGI.S broadcast. Codes for a free voting coupon will pop up during weekly survival broadcasts, and codes for EP will pop up during weekly final, rank decision, and survival tournament broadcasts. Fans who are quick enough can enter these codes in-game to earn free voting coupons and some free EP. You can only claim 1 free voting coupon per week through this code, and you can get up to 80,000 free EP during the entire PGI.S event. These codes are first come, first served, so be quick or try your luck again the next time a code appears. Once you've racked up a nice pool of EP, make a trip to the esports store and choose from all the sweet new PGI.S gear available. You'll have until April 14th to spend your EP, so stop in early to plan out what you'd like and pick it up as soon as you earn that required EP. That about does it for this overview of the PGI.S Pick'em Challenge. Now it's your turn. Log into the esports tab, research your teams, plan your strategy, and get picking. PGI.S is our biggest tournament yet, and we want you to win big alongside your favorite PUBG teams. PUBG, PGI.S, and the Pick'em Challenge. Your time to win starts now.
A spectacular showing so far here from them. I was watching the stream instead of the actual PGM. I don't know what I was doing for a moment. I was like, oh, yeah, maybe I'm 5 seconds behind. But it doesn't matter. We are back here as we've got our 2 Mirabars down and we have 2 Erangel on the way. It's been a spectacular showing so far from our Korean teams and just East in general as they look to stamp their mark here at the start of the tournament. But we're going to shift focus a little bit here before we get into Erangel and talk about some of our Western teams. I've got Avenger and Frost with me here to break things down. So one thing that showed very evidently in our last game and has for a long time throughout 2020 is the fight between DA and Team Liquid. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, DA wins out on our previous fight once again. So Froz, looking towards Erangel, what are we thinking for DA?
DA didn't just win against Liquid once, not just twice, but 3 times actually. They beat them in every rotation, and we know that both of the teams, they kind of drop on a similar spot. You have Liquid going Picado, you have Digital Athletics going just a little bit southwest of that. But it's where they like to play. They like to play on the same positions more or less. We saw them fighting each other, but time after time, DA is coming on top of Liquid right now. And now we're going to go in to Erangel, and I'm thinking we might see the same things happen here. But DA, they played really well in the last game, of course. We saw also how they were saving the vehicles to be able to make that last rotations into the Gen G compound. These are the kind of things that DA is preparing themselves for. You got to remember, this is the first time they're playing on this global stage here. They have a lot to show people right now because we know that they're a great team. And right now they're beating one of the big veterans, Team Liquid.
Yeah, and Team Liquid is obviously a team that we're looking at a lot because they have been able to perform extremely well. They're a top organization, but here in the last 2 games, they had some rough games. They did get 2 kills in our first game, but that's 2 points in 2 games. And I'm really curious to see, what are they going to do here? Are they going to be playing Pochinki, or are they going to be playing somewhere else? Are they going to be contested? How did the scrims turn out for them here? And how far are they going to be able to take it? Honestly, I think they're going to be able to turn around a little bit, get some points, but we have 2 more days to go, and I'm really curious to see how this fight is going to continue between Liquid and Digitalytics.
And you can see here, DA at the moment, they have, I mean, they've shattered a lot of expectations that they had from, say, for example, at the start of 2020, moving on to the end of 2020. That roster in Europe has made waves, so we'll see if they can continue things here on the global stage, which might be a little bit tougher. In fact, will guaranteed be tougher because of the play we're seeing so far in just these 2 games alone. That's right, zoom in on my old hair, do it. I've cut it now. We've got to keep innovating, but we're fine, we're done. Here's another team, of course, that we've spoken about a lot throughout the day, Damwon Kia, but they deserve the respect. First and second in our games. And coming into Erangel here, Froz, are we expecting much of the same here from Damwon Kia?
They have a little bit of another approach. I'm not really sure if they're going to go for Pochinki, which is their normal drop, or if they're going to go for North George. We've seen them do both kind of in the scrims, and right now, they could go anywhere. There's so many teams, there's so many unknown factors, but I want to see them go for the Pochinki drop right now. I don't care if they're getting contested by other people. They got such a lead right now. This is their chance to take control over Pochinki, not just here in these qualifying games, but also coming in to the start of the weekly survival.
That's a good point. I mean, some of the other teams that have been rivaling that position, if you think about it, Martin, you're thinking about your Team Liquid, you're thinking about your Petrico Road, but someone like Team Liquid, for example, has dabbled with other drop locations on Erangel as of late.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly the play. But then again, are you going to be able to win a game from a drop that you're not used to, from a rotation that you're not used to? It's going to be harder. It's going to be rougher. And once we get into a weekly series, it's all about winning a game. You just got to win a game. Or just got to win a game. You have to win a game to get into the weekly finals, right? Just win forehead, the good old one, just adapt, right? And that's obviously in a format like this, you have to change your strategy. Like, it's not going to be the same. Those like if you're hot dropping into Pochinki to fight for Pochinki, and you're saying, yeah, it might be worth it to get those 4 points if we wipe them every now and then. No, because if you lose 1 or 2 players, you're going to have such a rough times. Everybody else is going to be trying to have 4 guys alive towards the end game. Like it's going to be so crucial to have 4 guys alive towards the end game to make sure you can get a win. Because if you're 2 or 3, you're going to have such a rough time compared to everybody else.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So we've talked about Team Liquid, DA, Damwon, etc. Another team that actually has really flown under the radar these past 2 games and really not been able to do too much, so not really flown under the radar per se, is Multi-Circle Gaming. I did expect a bit more of a fiery start from them, Froz, but it's really not gone their way in the past 2 games.
I mean, basically, they've taken a position where they kind of feel comfortable to play from. They want to get a lot of kills, so they try to play a little bit more towards the edge where people are expecting to come in from. But the whole thing is that they're letting people get way too close. They're not getting those first knocks when people are crashing into their compound. And because of that, they get the underhand and they just get overrun by all the other teams right now.
Yeah,
but I mean, at the same time,
as well.
Yeah, but we're expecting so much more from this team. Multi-Circle Gaming, we saw them winning the TMC Global Invitational.
Yeah.
And that tournament had like almost all of these Asian teams that we have here in PGI.S. So you're expecting them to once again show up big time. But so far, we haven't seen that happen.
Yeah, I mean, that tournament alone towards the later end of 2020 really did prove once again not only their previous results, but like that especially, they're able to hang and consistently hang with some of the top names that a lot of people are looking out for, just in case some people from our Western audience, for example, are a little bit more unfamiliar with some of our Eastern teams coming into this. But again, across this 2 months, you're going to become very familiar with some of these names here from the rest of the world, because there's some great teams. And already, Avenger, in these past 2 games, this lobby alone has exhibited some great games, and it's been a pleasure to watch already.
Honestly, I would say from this could have been a weekly final from what we've seen from the level of teams, and I think it's been such a high level already. Like, look at Damwon Kia; they have 34 points. They're basically already like they're 4th. Shared 4th. Like, it's insane. After 2 games, the 1st and 2nd, this is dominance. Like, this is what we're gonna hopefully see from them in the weekly series as well. And if they're able to replicate this, they're headed straight for the win, and they're gonna take home a lot of money in this tournament.
And we've had a few more clashes as things have gone in our previous 2 games. One that I was surprised to see twice and actually go either way between the games was FaZe and Oath here, Froz. FaZe on the crashing end of this game 2 situation, and it didn't play out well against Oath.
Well, yeah, I'd say that Oath had a little bit of help. We saw, of course, Virtus Pro being on the hill just west of that, taking a few shots towards FaZe as well. But I feel like what we saw from FaZe in the first game is kind of what we're expecting. We saw him not going too aggressive in the start, but taking a position that was maybe not the best, but they played that out so well, held that position. Towards the end, maybe they took it a little bit too long and got overrun, but being able to hold out Oath in that one and then fight him again, I don't know if this is going to be a repeat pattern that we see, that Oath and FaZe trying to play the same spots over and over again. It might be, because a lot of times we do see when teams try to tend to take one sort of position and another team like that one as well, they're going to try to do the same thing on both the maps all the time, almost.
Yeah. Do you foresee any other potential conflicts, Avenger? I guess I'll start with you, coming into Erangel, based on what you've watched so far from these teams, what lobby as you've been able to see?
From a standpoint of where rank decision is going to matter a little less, but no, honestly, I don't expect anyone to contest each other, because that should have been settled in scrims, right? But then again, we're in a situation where we're playing the rank decision here, where we have 4 groups. They're playing, so the kind of the contests within the groups should be handled already. They should have been done. But if you play against the other groups here, if you only play against them, 2 games here, and then you're going to play against the other group, and you're not going to face this team, it might be worth to try out to see what's going to happen. But I expect a few teams to actually do a few reaction drops and see what's going to happen, because trying to prepare for a tournament like this with 31 teams that have a drop that they might have contested, a backup drop, their timings and everything, it is literally so time consuming that you need to full-time hire 5 analysts for it for a month before the tournament to watch all the scripts, to watch all the information, and it's so much information to process. So I think a lot of teams are gonna reaction drop based on what they see, what's going on in the plane. They have obviously prepared a few drops, but reaction drop depending on what they're gonna be seeing once we get into this game here.
Yeah, I mean, one of those teams that I initially think what kind of springs to mind is sort of VP and the potential of their drops when they're going up against it. We know, Froz, that they usually will kind of drop reactionary depending on the plane, and maybe that could be. Do you see other potential conflicts, Froz?
There's a few ones actually. We can start with where I left off between Oath and FaZe Clan actually. So FaZe Clan, they decided to move out from Milta Power and go into Milta instead, and we're gonna see Oath most likely being dropping into Milta Power. And FaZe Clan, they didn't want to fight for this, so they would basically, well, we'll just move to Milta. There's some other teams, of course, that is clashing on Milta Power with them as well. Africa Freaks, you have Buram as well. So they don't want to take this fight. They're moving, and you also have Yasnaya, where you're gonna have STK and LG Divine fighting that out. We've seen that time after time, how they fight each other, but they might have come to a conclusion where one of the team takes the east side, one take the west side, and they don't want to fight each other in the start. Another third clash that we might see is going to be down in Novo, where we're going to have VP likes to drop there. That is basically their main drop. We know that they drop in the four corners of the map, but they like to be down there in Novo. And we've seen time after time, Petrichor Road actually going down there and trying to fight them out. We've seen some other teams also trying to go for that, and it feels like they're trying to make a statement against VP, like, hey, you want to have 4 corners? Well, if you're gonna have 4 corners, you never know, we might just drop on top of you. And we've seen VP losing a few of those games. We've seen VP already lost Power Grid on Miramar to Multi-Circle Gaming as well. So there's so many potentials of clashes and drops that will just hurt the teams here in start.
Yeah, someone like DA is no stranger to having conflicts when it comes to these battlegrounds, but thankfully for them, 4 Angry Men is not in this group setup because they were having a little bit of a scrap here and there, kind of around that eastern side of Rozhok towards the school area, etc. And then obviously 4 Angry Men was very keen on being able to chase that down. So maybe we could see DA having a little bit more room in this game over towards Rozhok. What are your thoughts, Avenger? Do you think they're going to be a little bit more okay here?
Yeah, it's honestly rough because I think DA is going to fight for it no matter what. Like also coming into the different groups and everything, I honestly think they're going to be fighting for it. Going through, and also they just had a 3rd place with 6 kills. I think they're going to be doing extremely well, honestly.
All right then, and of course, whilst we're waiting on things, here's our previous winners, Gen G. We just had to solve 1 or 2 issues before we get into our next game, and then we will be good to go. As you can see, all of our players in the lobby, and Gen G has got to be feeling very good about their previous game. Moving on into Erangel here. Ents got themselves a 5th place in our previous game here, Froz, just with a few kills here and there, but there's sometimes this is the nature of PUBG. You get stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they had to try and crash, and it was extremely unsuccessful.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Ents have gone towards this playstyle where they play very passive and try to get into the late game. We have a few teams that is trying to do kind of the same thing, and a lot of the times they do clash against each other because we'll see them a lot on the edges. They try to come in very late to the game with all 4 alive, and that's why you're gonna see teams like Ents, for example, taking very passive, maybe not have that many kills on a 5th place, but if they would have gotten that 1st place, they would probably have a lot of kills, and that's how it works with some of them. You have another team that would do something like that, would be, for example, Navi. Navi likes to play the edge as well. They're, of course, not in this group now, so we're not going to see them. We saw them earlier this morning playing, and, well, it didn't go too well for them there.
The Oath boys having some fun over in South Korea. All smiles, all happiness. In the previous game, they had themselves an 11th place as well as 2 kills. There you go. Hi, boys. How are you doing? And yeah, I think when you look at North America, we already mentioned it at the top of the show, Avenger. Like, the prospects of America have definitely risen. You know, if we were investing in American stonks, all right, Avenger, we'd say, yeah, they've gone up just a little bit. No memes aside.
I think 2020 has been a great year for the American stonks in general, but also American PUBG, which is what we're here to talk about, obviously. I think it's been rough if you're shoot to kill a fan in general, or shoot to kill SDK, obviously, but in general, I think it's been great because we have seen teams come up to a level. The Sonics have been a great example, come up to a level where it's going to be a very, very high level of competition, but also Oath, they've been doing extremely well. Like, I've been surprised to see that they've been able to compete that consistent throughout the year of 2020. And I'm really excited to see how far they're going to be able to take it here. Honestly, I think Oath is a team for me that is kind of an underdog in a situation where not too many people maybe give them the recognition that they kind of deserve based on the performance that they had in the NAPCS.
Everyone having a nice time before we get in there. Go on, Froz.
I want to jump in there about Oath, because one thing that a lot of people know, a lot of people say that they can only play when they get circle. That's not really true, but it's going to help them a lot. They play much better when they actually get the circle. And what we saw in the first two Miramar games, the circle was far west, and we know that they dropped towards Minas, which means that they're going to be towards the east side. So they're having a rougher time with that, trying to get into the circle. Now, coming into Erangel, of course, as I just mentioned, they're probably gonna drop Milta Power, or we're gonna see them on Millie Island in the center there. And the thing is, they might have a little bit of a rough time with the circles if they're not very southern or very eastern. But I want to see more from Oath in this tournament, not just playing inside the circle, but coming from the outside.
All right. On the subject of stonks, I want to know from each of you, who's your Dogecoin? Who's your underdog of the tournament? Froz, I'm going to start with you.
You're going to start with me of the whole tournament.
Who's your underdog?
This is. Can you start with Martin instead?
Pick one.
I don't know. I mean, there is so many teams that could surprise here, honestly. And I think that if there's a team that will surprise us here, it's going to be Petrichor Road.
Yes, that's mine as well. Avenger, how about you?
We can't all three pick the same. That would be stupid. I'm going to go with Metagaming from Latin America.
Ooh, little Silson and the boys. Okay, I like it. Let's see how they fare. Any particular reason on that, Avenger?
I think they're veterans, even though they've lost or they're missing one of their players. I think Wicked is going to be a nice addition to it. He doesn't need to speak much. He's just going to be able to frag out. And the other guys, they have a lot of experience, and I think they're in a situation where they're just happy to be there, happy to compete at the highest level. And Wicked is going to do his thing, and they could potentially get into a few weekly finals. Yeah. I think so.
They could, and it remains to be seen. Again, guys, this is only day one of 2 months of PUBG extravaganza that we are about to witness here throughout these next couple of weeks. It is going to be a good old time, and that trophy, I've mentioned it a few times today, but damn, it looks good. Very, very nice indeed, as all of these teams look to compete for it. Again, we do apologize for the slight delay that we have on this game, but we'll be getting to that very soon. You can listen to me rant and rave about stonks all day, and we'll be fine and happy with that. Don't know why I went down this track, but we're here now, and that's how it's going to go for the PGI.S. It's full commitment. You know, that's what you got to do. You got to hold, although that might be over now, so maybe not.
Yeah, that's...
Don't hold too far.
Financial advice with us, Team AFK. All right, so taking a look at how things are shaping up, you can already see that all the players are now on the map and almost ready to go. Froz, any other teams that you want to talk about before we actually get into Erangel?
I mean, we have a few teams that is towards the bottom right now. It's actually 3 teams that we talked about, but Oath, Liquid, and Multi-Circle Gaming. Right now sitting towards the bottom of Group C and D. I want to see these teams come back here, come back strong. They had plenty of time now to reset their minds, being able to just like look into what are the other teams going to do? What should we be focusing on? How are we going to win out these games? Because they need to come back, and they need to come back strong right here, right now.
Definitely so. Avenger, you hold the same sentiments?
Yeah, I mean it's 2 games deep. We're gonna have to see some more from these guys here. Otherwise, they're gonna be super morally low going into the next 2 days. But then again, it's 2 games in. We've seen a lot of tournaments where we're playing a best of 12 to qualify for something. In the first 2 games, teams do bad, and then they turn it around. They get started up, they get lit, and they jump into the things here. And I think that's one of the teams, a few of the teams that are in the bottom, especially Multicircle Gaming and Liquid, they're going to be able to jump right back in it and do well here in our last 2 games and maybe for the rest of the week as well.
Alrighty, and we are getting good to go here into Erangel. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, around the world tuning in here for your patience as we emanate from Seoul, South Korea, or Incheon, South Korea, as all of these teams looking to get things going on the grassy pastures. It's game number 3 of the Group C and D, presented by Intel. Let's go, Toby and Sims.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, indeed. The penultimate game to end today. We have 2 more matches of Miramar to come your way. And, of course, this is the first time that these teams will be seeing the grassy patches within their respective groups. We've obviously seen we haven't seen, but the scrims have been going on in the back. So, in theory, everyone should have got all the positions out of the way. We shouldn't see too many hot drops, if any at all. But I've got to say, Toby, I'm all for a hot drop. It causes a nice bit of chaos at the start.
For the sake of chaos and entertainment, I'm there with you completely. For the sake of competitive integrity and teams getting off to a good start, I am probably one of the least fans of hot drops. I want to see now how DA and Gen G go about the vehicle situation. We know School and Apps and Rostock, there tend to be some vehicle sharing overlaps, and we have seen DA play aggressive in trying to yoink away vehicles from whoever plays School and Apps. In this case, no, they're not on the same team. Are we gonna see the? Oh no! Use that tree for cover. Is it gonna? In how much time is Indigo gonna commit to getting this knock? That's the big question here. Because if June can stay alive for just a little while, there could potentially be a teammate coming. Oh, yep, Lyris full speed coming forward. Needs to get over, pick him up. That's what teammates are for.
Punch the player away. Threaten him with your fists, and away we go. Circle pops in. We're a little bit more teetering towards the northern side. We do have the Snaking River that will run from Georgia Paul over to Roshawk, so dependent on where the next shift will happen, we'll kind of get a rough idea of which side of that river we will be ending, north or south. Generally speaking, as you mentioned, we've got no hot drops in play. We've got nothing to affect DA and Gen G within kind of touching distance of one another, but it's only if they decide to kind of push harder on this one. Gen G coming off the back of the win will most certainly be feeling good and in a very strong position. Overall leaderboard so far, it's only Multi-Circle Gaming, unfortunately, that are yet to get a point throughout this competition. 2 games in, still another 2 to go, so everything can change. Teams that I want to kind of talk towards the bottom one while we're just getting set up on this one. Liquid 14th, Oath 15th, VP 13th. So when you kind of look at those names, Toby, I instantly think, wow, some of you boys should absolutely be not down there. Yes, it's a group stage. Yes, we're only 2 games in, but I suppose this is because we hold them to a higher standard.
Oh yeah, for sure. The issue is that everyone's at a pretty damn high standard when we get the best of the world all compiled together, and some teams fare better in the in new waters than others. And you can see from the start, I mean, some of these primarily Asian teams are getting off to a really good start, and that's not much different from what we've seen before. For the most part, Asian teams tend to fare better against teams they haven't played against before. And I think one of the big reasons to it is that we have to go back to 2019. In Europe, we had PEL. In NA, they had MPL. And the formats were done in a way that not a whole lot of teams got to play at the same time. So back then, they were used to and got used to playing against the same few teams over and over and over again. Whereas in Korea, in China, I mean, China had over 40 teams in their league. They were constantly, they were used to these constant change of lobbies. And while the few teams might not have gotten a lot better over the course of that year, the overall level of Chinese PUBG rose immensely. So I think that is something that even now, a year and a half later, plays a part of why we continue to see primarily Asian teams getting off to really good starts in global tournaments.
I mean, I've said for a long, long time, I think China's the PUBG region. Well, you have it, but then again, I mean, that just goes by the player base and the absolute size of it. It is ridiculously big, and it's one that supports, certainly when you look towards some of the figures and numbers that are put up towards the boards and stuff of the player base. It is massive. But I suppose what has been kind of proven track record, and even now, even 2 games in, it's Korea, it stands the test of time. You're always going to have these powerhouse teams just being pumped out. And I suppose that just goes for the overall Asian stroke Eastern region. It's an incredibly strong region. It has an incredibly popular player base. When you look at some of the stream numbers from the other streaming platforms, they are huge, and they just pump out young gods. There's no other real way to do it, but how can I put this? The dedication and time and effort that goes into it, and the regimes that they are put through while doing it, it's something else. It truly is phenomenal.
Look at this. Just when Liquid thought they had it tough, Brendan Green comes in and says, "You know what, guys? You deserve this. Give them an MK. Give them some level 308 time scope, and we'll see if maybe not a 16th place is something we can accumulate here in day 1." Jokes aside, it's of course always great to get a crate early on, and hopefully for Liquid. I mean, we rarely ever see them take the ruins path to the north. Hopefully for them, this is something that can get them off to a greater wrangle start than how they've been faring on Miramar so far today.
Yeah, they need something. I think even from the mental aspect, and I play on it quite a lot because it is tough when you get down on yourself, and it is tough when you get yourself in a hole, and having the ability to be able to dig yourself back out of that and work a way around it it's absolutely vital amongst a team, and that's sometimes where you look towards a great personality, a good team leader, so, someone who can just add that extra level. And I was speaking to Frozerby, that's what I've always thought with FaZe Clan, like someone like Fuzzface, who's a very loud and proud kind of guy. Having someone like that, a voice in your ear that can really pick you up when the chips are down, is something I actually think Liquid has. I know there's a few personalities on that one, but I'm looking towards Mexi, someone with that leadership from the days of FaZe Clan, to be able to bring them and bring them back up. We shall see, though. It's getting a bit dicey in the north, to say, in and around Severny. We've got Ens here, we've got Petrichor, and even lurking in the distance, we've got Down One Gaming, so we have to be very careful. Janku 2 off, has to be off on his way because FaZe Clan is just bombing it over the hillside. Gustav's like, no, I do not want to go down there. Turn this car around, my dude, because there is a player down there. Down One actually following Petrichor on their tail, so needs to be very careful. Kale, if he doesn't realize that you do have 2 players up on the hillside, he could be punished for this one. I won't anticipate just diving blind in there. They are a lot more disciplined than that, so I will rotate to the more northern extremities over by the east. SDK, LG Divine, SDK yet to make an entrance point. Their North American counterparts, Oath still out towards Milta Power, working their way in slowly but surely. Everyone else, generally speaking, inside this circle. VP last ones to make it over from the western side, coming down up through the field areas. Bit of a wide split, but generally no contest whatsoever. But towards the middle of the map, Toby, it's a complete different story altogether. Everybody has taken all the priority areas, and all bases are covered.
And surprising to me, teams aren't splitting as wide as I've seen them do before. Yes, okay, Gen G has a 3-way split, but the only team that really stands out here is Tiamba in the way they've taken control of both Everest and Cube at the same time. We see them here on the screen, Minx and Lin Shun taking a few shots in different directions, trying to let teams know we are in Cube. You do not want to be crashing us, and of course they don't want to have that happen given the fact there are only 2 players in there. Oath, a little later in the rotation, ain't in a hurry to go anywhere, and they probably know at this point 2 circles gonna be pretty packed up in the center, as you said. Sims not really anything up for grabs for teams trying to come in late, and I think at this point, I mean, everyone's just waiting to try and see whether that circle will go north of the river or if it's gonna stay south, because even though the landmass to the south is larger, there's a fair chance. I mean, we've seen it happen with much less land than what's here. We've seen it go north many times before, and it could very well do it here as well.
Birdie just holding off for a second and probably doesn't know the full lay of the land to where the rest of the players are, given that he is all the way up against the white. It's something you have to be careful of. There is a time to shoot and a time to hold your trigger, especially if you kind of put out of the place at a moment like this. As you say, it's kind of north and south at the moment, the more empty areas. AAA are all the way down at the bottom between Pachinki and the outskirts of Pachinki, more towards the field side. So hoping for a very hard southern shift. Should they get that, they'll be sitting in a pretty decent area, to be fair. Everyone else in around the middle, they're not going to have to do too much. DA, Liquid, Maybe infantry decide to center up. Maybe they decide to get themselves back. So again, a 2-2 split comes out from them. Finally, shoot to kill do opt to go shooting, whether or not they can get someone from LG Divine out of the vehicles, because it would be a point regardless. You ain't going to get a resuscitation at this range, unfortunately, with the rest of the vehicles moving onwards. Petrichor, Ents, and Damwon all still opting for that northern push. If the circle's favourable to them, they'll be sitting in a pretty damn good spot if they want to rotate heavy towards the northern side.
One thing that I think is really interesting to see, for anyone sitting and watching the map stream as well, which I, by the way, highly recommend you doing too, is how teams haven't quite, I don't want to say they haven't transitioned to or they haven't adapted to, but they haven't really played to the change of the settings. And while it ain't a lot, while Balefrog gets himself a knock on towards Evil, the fact that we have one more minute, you can see teams they would be expecting at this point that the circle already changes. Team has been, a lot of the teams have been sitting in the exact same spot for the last 2 or more minutes, waiting for the circle to change. And now they're just going like, well, okay, there's another minute added to it now. Let's wait around longer. I'm curious to see how just a half year from now, oh my lord, it actually did go north.
Okay.
Let the rotations commence.
Yeah, that's kind of wild to think how much ahead of land we have down towards the south, and this ultimately. Okay, so let's remember in our minds here two things I want to note. First of all, you're looking at LG Divine, but on 2-2 split, it gives them a much deeper foothold into the circle. But the 3 teams to really keep an eye on here: Ents, Petrichor Road, and Damwon Gaming. I want to see these 3 teams in the top 5 towards the end. They have been gifted this circle. They're the ones now that they can get a very prime chunk of land. Liquid are going across the bridge, and we do already have Tianban set up and ready to receive this. It's only 1 player, but 1 player can do enough damage. Mexi, again, the first player to fall back-to-back simultaneously. Liquid, what is happening? Ibi is dying at the wayside as well and gets punted off the back of the vehicle. Liquid what is happening in this competition?
Liquid thought they had them beat. They knew there were players in Cube. They knew there were players in Everest, and they probably assumed it was the same team. Did not account for the player potentially inside the Wizard at that point. Unfortunate losing too early, clipping teams on their own now, trying to hold off here. They've run into DA of all teams they could be fighting. James finds Mert, but Mert finds James in return, and here comes Ends from the side. Takes2 able to get the flush on towards Mert, stealing away points. Then Clip now on his own, can't quite get to James right now, and is, well, at this point in time, caught between 3 teams. I don't see him getting away from here.
Yeah, there's nothing else really he can do, which will suggest the last player from Liquid just has to find something, a hovel, a hut, anything, and just pray for dear life that you can somehow stay alive. Genji in a bit of a no man's land situation, trying to find a place to call home. Finally, James is solidified as dead. DA do pick up that point. FaZe Clan, a position that they know all too well, especially from the olden times, 2018, 2017. You'd see them kind of skirting the Severny edge, but this time STK is not only set up, but they are ready to receive. They're spreading out, they're fanning out. They want to deny any further movement from FaZe Clan if they can, but in doing so, by moving all the way to the edge of the circle, they've left this bit of a gap open, which it looks like FaZe will take full advantage of. You might lose a few tires here and there. I wouldn't anticipate at this range unless you had the god skill, or just get the absolute banger that you need to lose one of the players out of the back of it. Genji now separate from the rest of them, so the down one as well, so there's not too much of a back and forth. Infantry have landed towards the northwest side of Georgia Paul, and by doing so, VP are there as well.
It's going to be tough. Let's see promo codes on the screens. If you want to get some skins, guys, make sure to get them fast and get them in to the game. Secure yourself some nifty esports loot. In the meantime, FaZe on their rotation tried to make their way north. They succeeded in getting past STK, and now, fortunately, Batulans ain't going to stick around to try and take the fight to them either. Will be able to back off Virtus Pro, opted to go further west. They came in from here, and look at the split they've got going right now. Batulans and Lou all the way up north, while Hirosen and Spiro are still all the way down inside of North George. So understandably so, not opted to take the fight 2v4, potentially with a third party coming in as well. Virtus Pro backs off, lives to fight another day.
We'll see where the circle does fare us, but again, we're going to keep an eye on those 3 teams to see which kind of took the better position. Damwon, do not get lucky this time. Circle, once again, hard shifts. Petra have gone for the 2-2, though. They are either side of Gen G. Now they have to regroup and rally the troops to be able to take that and tackle that problem head on, because it will be difficult. Gen G's going to be a problem no matter what time of day it is, but with 2 players, it will be all that much more difficult. I am seeing the map, and I am seeing Tracer Fire coming through towards Petra because they do try and regroup. ENCE can stay stationary. They've been gifted a circle now. They're kind of getting gifted 2, but they are some kind of a team that you would anticipate likes to be around the northern side of it. So for them, it's okay. VP, I do worry about. I kind of feel like there isn't any direction at the moment, and they're just aimlessly driving around, trying to find somewhere to call home. Clib, well, been the last man standing. Hell, if he can make it into the top 10, that'd be a job on its own. So we'll see what happens with Team Liquid. But if they somehow get 3-16s, like, they are just in all kinds of trouble. Remember, 32nd out of this does not make it to week number 1. You do not want to be last place when the groups are all said and done.
No other way around it. You have to make your way into the weekly finals, all of them, I think. I think it's pretty guaranteed that you have to make all the finals if you want to have a chance of winning. But of course, things could happen. Wild things could happen at the end of the tournament to change that up. Let's see. PO is looking around. They are in the open still. They know their opponents all around. So Up did not take the shot, as you said. Oftentimes, not taking the shot can be a smarter choice than doing so, and he opts not giving up his position as infantry comes strolling on nearby. This is something we'll see a lot of in this tournament. Drive-by shooting, it has become scary easy for especially the top-tier players here to get these knocks while in vehicles, especially if there's 2 people there. PO up to prone down, get P1 with nature, stay alive. In the meantime, Uncivil kills Halo. Question mark.
That's not good, and it's not good for infantry as well. But Longsko will answer back. 1, 2, 3, 4 simultaneously. The hammer has come down from DA, and there's only 1 player left. Xiaoyang on the right-hand side, and it's Metralius to finish it off. So just as quickly as we jump into that fight, we jump out of it. Infantry go crashing out in 16th place. Now it's time for VP to try and make some sort of movement onto Digital Athletics. With Smashdown on the right, they can maybe capitalize on this situation. The nades will initially go down. Metralius is outside. That's good. They don't realize he's there just yet, but you can see, look at all the mollies coming through. The floor is just burning at the wayside, and as quickly as we saw, it's actually Clib, of all people. 1, 2, thank you. That's 2 points he's picked up for Liquid. So it's better than what some of the teams have done thus far with DA and infantry going down. It's something. You know, he's clawing it back at least. I'll give him that.
For sure. Yeah. Salvage as much as you can. You're in a situation where you really have nothing to lose. As you said, I mean, taking for granted that you can get placement points in this game, probably not the case if you're a Clip, so might as well get all the small steals that you're available from the solo position that you're in. And I like the fact that VP pushed on this. You rarely ever see Virtus Pro push on phase 3, but they know there's very limited areas you can play around here without getting third party yourself. So seizing the opportunity to not only get kills there, but also get themselves into a position that's, while not in the center, still inside the next circle, and they can play from there.
Petra waiting with open arms. I reckon some information is being given here. Long in the dumpster, just waiting for the time to pass as Fuzzface strikes first. Ike's left, strong individual fragger, gone, removed instantly. Put him down in the grave, and away we go. Moves on to the second one. Point of contact made. Different fight altogether, though. Third party has been a realistic factor here for FaZe Clan, and they've been punished with it. And look at that. Xiongjiang and Under, 1-2, they just wander in, take a frag, and now they wander back. They've done the damage from the sidelines. FaZe has been caught off guard. Now, the question is, what does it do to this fight? How do they tackle this one in front of them? When all of a sudden now they're aware that there is a third party potentially lingering. The confidence has probably just kind of dropped from you. You had the advantage, but now you have to be aware that every single move that you do against this team could be punished by another.
Fact of the matter is that FaZe managed to wrap all the way north around the plane crash area, and I'm looking at the new circle. I'm going, does FaZe actually need to take this fight, and should they try and wrap further out north? You can see Uber is going down to look into the shooting range area. Are there even people looking at us right now? It doesn't matter. PO has been found. He played that rug for a long time, but is seen in the end of it. Kale able to find him immediately after sound shooting towards Long K, taking a lot of damage there too. Circle is closing in. We are in phase 4. If you get knocked here, you are not to be rested. Long K down. IQ 500 down. DXG are in trouble, and it's Damn One doing them dirty.
Oh, so far it's the blue that's doing him dirt. There's 3 people that's fallen, so there's quite some easy mop-ups there. Should you be able to find those out in the blue? Kale comes in, and just as quickly as that, that's the only real knock coming from a person. Base Clan Fuzz has also fallen to the blue as well. You mentioned this stands to do a fair amount of damage. He could have been tagged up and run into it. That's fair play if so. Long answers back, so a trade-off. Team Liquid 13th position. It's not a 16th, but it's absolutely not good by any means whatsoever. Esther now onto under. The old gods are still continuing forward. We see Gen G and Damwon going toe-to-toe. Under will be solidified by the blue, but the point will still go the way of Damwon because of how the scoring works. Mamu onto Inonix as well. So all of a sudden, Gen G looking a little bit unsettled.
Now, everyone, they were holding their horses. Everyone were waiting for other teams to start fighting one another on that west side. Since no one did, time dragged out. And now they're not only fighting each other, they're fighting the blue for the most part. Kale trying to run on forward, but the blue is on him. Loki, solo player left alive for Gen G, is trying to stay put here as well, but he knows there's people coming in from the outside of the circle. He cannot focus on what's inward. He needs to deal with them first. Mill gets the knock on towards Gustav. Face in trouble as well. Just Uber left alive, trying to run in from the north. In the meantime, to the east, it's all good and dandy. No stress at all. But to the west, chaos commences once more.
Loki answers back on Xiongjiang. It's a knock and a flush instantly. Circle pushes more towards the north. It's not too far for them, so whoever can survive this fight will be in a good shot to at least be able to try and make an advancement towards the circle. Ney comes out from the side of Uber. Flashbangs are down. But the question is, with how many bodies are in front of them, is there enough room to do anything? Nope. Not today, unfortunately. 12th position for FaZe Clan in their first game of Erangel. We keep on board with Petrakov for now, as we hop on board with VP, because this will be the next test of time. They're running up the hill to try and get involved in this fight. But there's so many players. There's so many teams over on this western side. It's absolute carnage here. Mamu continues onwards. Batulin's the first one to step up, and unfortunately is knocked straight back down.
Great turnaround from Mamo there. Gets the first knock outside the circle, immediately spins on a dime, gets the second in return, and now more damage coming in from afar. It's going to be Tianpa getting the knock on one of the Virtus Pro players, but Tulins falls in the end of it as well. Gen G out in the 11th place. You can see Hirosen has to fall back down towards Spear where they thought they had to push going forward, but Tianpa came in from behind, and essentially fourth party this fight. I wanted to see Virtus Pro try and push forward, but the fear of people still lingering in blue forced them to play it slower than they initially wanted to. They had to push on forward. They slowed down, and now they get caught from behind. Indigo still 200 meters out into the blue. He's going to go down real soon. And in the meantime, Virtus Pro struggling to find their way in with Tianpa now inside, holding them out.
Spyro at least gets a knock, so it will kind of help them out to some extent, but the bullets will instantly just come flying back. They can just strangulate them now towards the shack, especially out in the blue. There's nothing else really you can do. You might even see the VP players giving it up to the blue, as opposed to handing the points off to Tianba, who are just going to hold this point. LG Divine, Turtle finds Snakers. A Turtle versus a Snake, and it looks like he's going to come out on top. That's one down for now, as Indigo will fall out to the blue as well. Hyruzen, finally. Out we go, but at least Damwon gets up a frag before they fall. Still VP holding on for dear life, but honestly, I think this is all she wrote. Yun goes on to Relo as well. That's a confirmation onto the kill. So LG Divine going toe-to-toe, and ultimately it will be Oath who falls down. Spyro again. The knock does come, excuse me, that's going to be the blue finishing off at least, so we will pick up another point for VP. So far, the people that have kind of been quiet in this one, I've got to say, Toby, you're looking at Ents, who had the circle pretty much back-to-back.
Yeah.
They've been in their compound. They're holding it down pretty damn strong. And I'm looking for something from MCG. Like, Circle have been pretty quiet in this one, but they've had the circle with them. There's been no real challenge yet. The question is, can they take all 4 players to the final circle, and we'll be able to at least maybe manifest some points from there onwards?
They've been blessed to not really have to do a whole lot in the start of this game. And as you said, I mean, now they're coming in pretty much fully geared, fully utilized up as well. They will be ready to take fights to teams who've been fighting for dear life for the past 10 minutes of this game. We didn't get to see the fight between Divine and Oath, but it's given Oath, it's given Divine, sorry, a lot of space to move around. Now they get the circle again. They need to start sweeping. They cannot just sit on that north side of the circle and wait. They need to clear out Pero to then make the fight back the other way. Yun finds Mill. Great knock could initially be a push coming forward. I want to see at least one of them try and wrap underneath and do something here, because if they start getting pushed from MCG as well on the other side, it could be their death. If they allow to get sandwiched like we saw them do on Miramar before with Ensign STK in that compound, that could be them going down. They need to be proactive. They have to kind of be alert of the fact that there could be a third party coming in. Nice Nate from Lewis finds Mamu.
Mamu down, Mile gone. Long trying to find contact here. Sees the nade coming out of the smoke and at least gives him some point of contact to throw the nade towards. Doesn't realize there is a player down low. Wrapping. Spyro, I don't know how you're still alive here. Hence have not spotted it. He's just like, don't breathe, don't flinch, don't move, don't do anything. Purdy Curdy will fall. Uncivil answers back. At least Lorena. Down but not out. Uncivil last man standing here for STK. Has to do a hell of a lot of damage, and if it's just finishing flushes and doing whatever he can before falling, that's fair play. Picks up 1 point before going out in 8th position. End, moving closer. Levi's again, onto Mamu. That's the confirmation from earlier on. Tixu now, the first victim of Ends, but Squeaky at least answers back beforehand. The flush is there onto Linshu. I remember that they've had plenty of time to be able to at least fortify themselves within this circle. Now with a nade onto M200, they're solidified at least 5th position. Long, the last player for Petrichor Road is gone, and we're down to our top 5.
I'm looking at Multi-Circle Gaming. They stomped their way through their win in previous tournaments. They've played with so much charge and so much aggression. Now they're playing it completely the other way around. Maybe there's something about it. What Frost said on the desk, some teams are looking to maybe change up their playstyles a bit, and maybe it's just the start of the tournament, kind of let's play it slow and see what happens. Spiro, we cut away from it, but we see it in the kill feed. He found the knock-on towards Diggory. Ends now aware that they let a snake live behind them. This is not what they wanted to have happen. They had 4 guys up. They were sitting tight, but now with blue closing in, Spiro found one. It's going to be down guaranteed, whether he goes for the flush himself or not, and Ends wanted to focus inward. They need to deal with Spiro before they can do anything else.
The problem is that he's slowing them down. They're now caught off for time. He's looking around to see if he can pick up any more, but they have to deal with it. Everyone else has been allowed to rotate, but this one snake in the grass might come around and bite them in the ass. The smokes are at least there, but Squeaky sees him through the gap and shuts it down. Finally, they do lose Diggory. We'll see what this does towards the long game, and if one more player could have helped them out, because when you've got LG Divine and MCG also with 4 players up, the question is, can the manpower get the job done? Circle will pop any second, and we'll see where we're going to be going. It's more onto the MCG side. So, for them, yes, they do have the circle, but they also have AAA who are going to make a very fast approach. Just on the outskirts, only one place to go. So, I suppose for circle, it's who do you commit to? Who do you look at? Do you try and hold back LG Divine from up high? Do you then look towards Ensu, who you know is going to have to make it? Or do you just focus on AAA, who are eventually going to be lambs to the slaughter?
One of the things is, I mean, when we're out in the open like this, getting center circle late game ain't always to your advantage. They're sitting in a very open spot center, and yes, for now, they can hold off, but if just one team allows to get through, if one player from Multi-Circle Gaming gets knocked, that could be third parties and fourth parties coming in from way too many angles, and they could, to be fair, be the first team to go down with these 4 teams left remaining. If teams are allowed any sort of footing in, Multi-Circle Gaming will go down. So I'm loving what I'm seeing here. They need to constantly shoot, not just hold angles and give info. They need to shoot. They need to keep them at bay. Divine Lewis with the bolt in hand, with the arm in hand, trying to get some damage in. Doesn't hit. But with all 4 players up alive, and you can see full level 3 gear for him as well, could be a good end game for Divine here in game number 3 of the day.
Come on, Levi, make that green machine sing. We love a bolt action. We love the WM in play as well. It's always good to see. I'd say it's quite a rarity as well, because especially when a lot of them are going more for the AR meta and the close combat situation. So to see someone putting a bolty to full use is always appreciated from my side. But yeah, to kind of tie up what you mentioned earlier on, the factor of tunnel vision becomes a real factor when it comes to multi-circle gaming. If Ensa just keep tapping away from them, they'll focus towards trying to stay out of that line of sight. Then LG Divine can just capitalize on that. So while they are in what could be classed as a good position for now, it's whether or not they get pincered and pulled from 2 different corners. And if they do that, then all of a sudden AAA shows its hand, and it's like, well, I've got, bloody enemies on 3 different corners now. I don't really know which way to go. So discipline and good leadership will come in here come into play, at least for Multi-Circle Gaming. They need to have a point of contact in an actual plan fortified. Who do we go for first? What point of contact do we, which fight do we take first before them pushing out?
You have to expect the first fight here to happen between Multi-Circle Gaming and AAA, or Attack All Around. I mean, they've been playing it very passive in the compound. Multi-Circle Gaming are aware of the fact they're coming out from down there, and I want to see Ends. As soon as these shots start coming in, whether it's just a double knock and dead and done with, I want to see ENCE try and capitalize. They need some footing here. They need to be able to push forward. Final Circle is going to send up towards ENCE, but they don't want the chance of Divine pushing over the top towards them. I want to see them try and utilize a quick, swift third party, get them eliminated, take the final 2 teams versus each other, rather than sitting back hoping to not become the ham and the sandwich when the final 3 games are alive. Or final 3 teams are alive.
It'd be nice for ENCE as well, especially, I mean, I'm not going to not say it, but there's been a lot of questions surrounding ENCE's invite to this. A lot of people were saying, where's Tornado Energy? Where's Tornado Energy? And I understand it, and I get it, but look, you fight for your position. ENCE are still damn good players, whichever way you look at it, and they do have a track record. Yes, they have had some ups and downs, and certainly a lot of rough finishes, but this whole event, if they can step up to the plate and they can step up to the challenge of the invite and really show their worth, then I think it silences a lot of questions surrounding their invite to this one. Well, we shall see, though. At the moment, they are in 7th position for their respective group. It's, you know, it's early days, so it's not a lot to take off of it. We'll see how this kind of fares, though. With so many teams on the domino effect that could happen. I think the winner on this, honestly, just given the height advantage and everything, and it for me at least, it's LG Divine. Yes, I know they have the hill, but there's no one else really around them for when they advance forward.
Overstepping the boundaries there, Squeaky pushed out into the open to try and get a knock. He succeeded in getting one after going down himself, but look at this Multi-Circle Gaming. They know now where to go. I'm looking at Divine instantly, the team that aren't around here. I want to see how they react to all the action they're hearing up on the top of the hill right now. Seems like they've opted to play on the east side of the circle, but they're not committing to it. AAA will fall. Rustenman, nice knock in return. Gets down Lee. Still 3 more left to go, though. Tank finds one. Down goes Rustenman. This battle is commencing, and I'm still not seeing Divine aggress. As I say that, here they come, slowly moving up the hill. This is going to be a fast trip into this game.
Yeah, they have to be wary, though, because they can see 2 different fights and 2 different angles, but the low flush is coming through. He doesn't actually manage to tag him up. He could have done with it. Tixu's back to answer the call. 1-2. Instant spray transfer. The tank. He just lets rip on the fire. The answer back is there from Squeaky. Remember, Squeaky was already weakened because he has been down himself, so he has to hit the heal first. 50% HP. It's more than enough to take this fight. The question is, can he get Tixu up with a nade going up and over, even if it's just a flashbang? It surely should spell disaster from Squeaky, but we've seen him do wonderful things on his own. He's an individual talent. He's rapping low as well. This could be quite scary for LG Divine, but the problem is there's so many players in play. What do? You're out of the frying pan and instantly into the fire. Do you take on a full team of 4 on your left, or do you take on a full team of 4 on your right? For ENCE, or for Squeaky, should I say, as a solo, he might as well try and just sit back and watch this one unfold.
Squeaky just made a perfect play. He knew he lost his team. He knew he lost the fight. He backed off, and he's going to pretty much get a guaranteed 2nd place here. He knows that Divine were going to try and somehow capitalize on this, opting to go up towards the east side. If he can avoid Lewis seeing him, he will get that 2nd place here. All he has to do is stay down, don't get spotted, and let these 2 titans of teams play against one another. And hopefully, Squeaky, you can grab yourself a 2nd place, potentially even a 1st in the end of it.
It's going up on the left. Still answering back at the moment by just plateau down. They'll throw him back at least with the instant back and forth. Squeaky strikes in what he thought was the right time. It gets the knock, but for Multi-Circle Gaming, this is the right time. You have to move forward, but En's there to put a stop on it. Tank answers back onto En. Lingdu is down. Turtle at least finds one. Now it comes up to Summer. Can you find that final person round the corner? No, you cannot. The 2 versus 2 will continue. Turtle, Levi's, here we go. Tank still going. This is deadly. It's a 1 versus 2. Can he clutch it up now? Into a 1 versus 1 we go. Levi's versus Tank. Multi-Circle Gaming, LG Divine. What's the position? What information do you have? You're relying on your teammates crawling on the floor. Try and find this one out. The Blues doing the damage, and just before it takes him, LG Divine get the win with 11 kills in the bag. That is such a clutch little shot at the end to win out the 1 versus 1, because if he hadn't have taken it, the Blue would have taken him.
And what a game it was for them, for sure. To me, they were blessed with not being aggressed on by Multi-Circle Gaming earlier, and it came to haunt Multi-Circle Gaming in the end of it. But you saw it in the end of it. Lewis had barely taken any damage the entire game. Their third parties, their decision-making and making their way around the map from the north side, cleaning up teams here and there and everywhere, getting themselves 11 kills and a win off of that game. Great game from Divine. They played it slow, but it wasn't slow out of fear. It was slow out of calculation, and all the math worked out in the end. 11 kills, 21-point game for LG Divine.
fair play to Squeak at the end, just bailing on the situation to try and stay alive.
Yes.
And ultimately, when the fight comes to you, you just got to try and take it. So, you know, all credit where it's due. But for these two teams in particular, it is LG Divine who are ultimately the winner and come out on top. But for Multisilk Gaming, down in 16th, coming into this within the groups, that's a few points on the board. This starts to kind of shift things up a little bit. And we've always said in PUBG, it becomes a finite numbers game. When your top end teams start to do bad towards the first stage of the game, your lower end, your people who are sub 10 position, then get an opportunity. They then get a chance to jump up the table. And that, for overall, when you're seeing the likes of Gen G and Down 1 falling a little bit earlier, when you're down in 16th and 11th respectively, that's some good points to at least crawl you up the board.
And these teams aren't just the lower board. I mean, they are as scary as many of the teams currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard, showcasing it right here. What a hell of a game we had first game of the day on Erangel, sorry, Sims.
Indeed, indeed. Well, it's less from me and Toby for now. We're going to throw it back to James and the team who can break it down a little bit further.
That's right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. LG Divine getting themselves the win as they crest the hills at shooting range and are able to pop some heads along the way. Great stuff from them to get themselves plenty of points on the board. Let's take a look at the highlights. Frozen Avenger joining me here to break things down. Avenger, do the breakdown.
Yeah, overall a game where I feel where we've been talking a bit about LG Divine here. They had an amazing domination throughout the Apex series here, and they were able to come out of the shooting range really well. Keep 4 guys alive, establish dominance, and take over the edge of the circle. And they had a really good control on the northeast side of the circle, managed to push some of the teams out, managed to pull out of a fight and get into a better position when they had to, exactly this one here, and take down the boys as well. And also, the way, especially here, the way they were just waiting on the top side, waiting for the fight on the south side to kind of finish, that was extremely well calculated, and that's exactly the reason why they won this game.
Very nicely done, and it did come down to the wire here, though, Froz. Eventually down to a 1v1, very close.
Yeah, very, very close towards the end. And basically, I think Levi's here was just one tick away. You can see his health there. He was so close that he would actually die to the... but way to go. Really nice clutch there from LG Divine. I feel like they shouldn't even have gone out from the shooting range in the first place. Oath should have held them down. LG Divine didn't even lose a single player moving up from shooting range. That is really well played. On top of that, of course, we saw them having the patience towards the end there, not being too aggressive, but actually taking a lot of space on the north side and make sure that they could get around the full team of MCG, and you had, of course, Ends there on the west side as well.
I didn't think this thing would be most striking to me in day number 1 of the PGI.S, but I think what's great to see is the team camaraderie just on show here in this land setting for the players. So it's great to watch once again here at the start of 2021. But here are the points coming in from this game. Actually, those are not the points from this game because Multi-Circle Gaming got a lot more than 0 points. So I think we're back looking at one of our previous results. So we'll take a look at the main game here that has just continued in a few moments' time. And we have that. It's LG Divine, 21 points up towards the top. MCG with 14. Ents with a good old 11. And Petrica Road has constantly been able to get some points here and there, Avenger, to get themselves in a nice spot.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see how they're able to found up against that one. Honestly, I did not expect them to do this well. Obviously, their second place in the first game did them well here, but they had 7 kills and 2 placement points from 2 points from placement. So overall, a great game from them, and I think they'll do quite well. They're already quite high up on the leaderboard.
And with 1 game to go for every bit team to be on then, not 4 games, we have Damwon Kia in number 1, in pole position right now. And then beyond that, it's China, baby, so far, as they round out our 2nd through 4th spots. Still 1 game to go. Tiamba might be able to get themselves a little bit more of a position up towards the top. And LG Divine now moves into 9th spot Froz with the points they were able to accrue in this game.
Yeah, LG Divine sitting in a good spot there. Actually, a shared 8th and 9th place there between GX and LG Divine. But also look at Gen G. They won 7th place there, but they're only 2 points away there. So it's still very even. And of course, we haven't played that many games. A lot of teams here played 4 games. Some of them only played 3. And we're only here on the first day. I think we gotten a good showing from a lot of the teams here, actually, for being day one. Some of the teams, of course, struggling that we weren't really expecting them to. But that's how it goes sometimes. You just got to make sure that you can fight back. If you're done for today, for example, you have a lot of time now to look at what are the teams doing today. How can we try to counter that tomorrow coming in?
Yeah, definitely. You have to analyze between these days, I feel like, when it comes to going up against your next group, of course, as we then tomorrow will reshuffle who is playing who in regards to the 16 teams against one another. And we have Tank up at the top here with the 5 kills. Levi, Squeaky, Jun, and Mamu Avenger showing on up. What are we thinking?
It's great to see that. Honestly, honestly, I feel like the best name in all of the PUBG esports right now is probably 995, I think. Like, it's such a flexible name as well. Like, he can get level 3 gear and he's gonna tank. He can shoot with 995. Like, it's fantastic. No, jokes aside, I'm happy to see MTG take this home, and a team that had a rough start, 2 rough games on Miramar, come back on a angle and show that they're really worth of being here. LG Divine, of course, as well, with the 2 top damage dealers, Yun and Turtle.
Yeah, someone like Summer showing up in the top damage. I mean, this is a name that, once again, I said previously, Froz, that some names from like a Gen G are synonymous with fantastic PUBG. Summer is another name that really resonates with that kind of attitude, that philosophy.
I mean, yeah, we're all expecting someone to do really good. You can't forget that he's the IGL for the team as well. And there's a lot when you're the IGL to think about, but also being able to frag out. That's what we want to see. Early on in the PUBG esports scene, we might have seen a little bit more IGL being a little bit more brain, less aim. But nowadays, you gotta have both. If you can't have both, you're not gonna be towards the top. If you're not towards the top, you're not here playing in the PGI.S.
Damn, put on a t-shirt, Froz. All right, that'll be. I'm liking that a lot. I'm liking that a lot. That's great. Yeah, we've got one more game to go for the day here in Group C and D, and we'll be on Erangel once again. For a lot of the teams here in this game, it's one of those rougher Erangel circles. As much as it is mainland Avenger, there's always that northern shift, which then introduces the Great Migration. And then unfortunately for some teams, they lose people on that rotation or can't find themselves a good spot north of the river. So it can be very difficult.
Yeah, it's like winter lingering in the fall, and then once we see the winter really hit hard, the migration starts, right? And especially with this shift here, it's basically a 60-40 or something like that shift, and it pops north, and there's just 10 teams that has to move, and they all get into a rough position. Some teams, they try to take the bridges, the shortcuts, the highways, the flights, but nope, there's already teams there, and especially Tianba, they managed to capitalize from that situation.
Yep, they did. They had actually a very interesting split for a long time, did Tiamba, in this game, Froz. And eventually the circles waned away from them, but I did like the idea of the splits.
Yeah, I really like it. And it's something we've seen from other teams before, but always having one on Everest to be scouting, and then they had 2 in Cube, 1 in the flat top in between there. So they basically had so much control, and they had so much information they could gather from those positions. We saw him later on leave flat top and do a 2-2 between Cube and Everest, and that is still a super strong position. Now, we then saw the circle actually do a hard shift towards the north, and what was surprising me there was that they didn't move from Everest straight away. What I thought it would do is just go all 4 into Cube, hold that down, and try to get some rotation frags. But it looks like they were trying to still scout, try to look, okay, where's everybody's going, and then we'll take a decision how we play out from there. So a little bit different from how the Western teams would play it out, but that's what we want to see, right? Different metas between the Western and the Eastern teams.
That was LG Divine, as say, our previous winners, and I think Rich exemplified it best in the commentary when he said that they could be an explosive team. You know, and eventually you've mentioned it as well. You said that, you know, at the beginning of PCS, the one that they were doing extremely well at, and then kind of teetered off towards the end, they had like 5 wins in those 7 first games, which is insanity. Another team that is like kind of looking to do a little bit of catch up is, of course, Division X Gaming. Avenger, are there things that you want to see fixed from Division X Gaming when it comes to being on this kind of grand stage, going up against huge names?
It's a rough tournament to start off with this, with a situation where you might not be considered like a top dog, because you're not going to get your priority loot spots. You're not going to be able to play off situations like you used to. So training with this in the scrims, especially for Division X, I believe has been a bit rougher. And also coming out from travel and everything, you have to be in quarantine. It's harder than being able to. Some of the Korean teams, they are in Korea, they're coming straight. They have this kind of home turf advantage that might be resonating a bit stronger this time than we're used to. But I think Division X Gaming, we're gonna see them come back stronger. Sure, they've had 5 points so far. I don't think it's I don't think it's just like we can already say, you know what, these guys, they're not going to do well. We're not going to see them. I think they can end in the top 16 in the ranked decision matches here of the weekend, but they need to start playing better now. Their placements have been 11th and 14th, and then they have a 6th placement with 2 kills. They need to start fragging out more and need to get the placement with them as well if they want to have hopes of finishing up higher here in the ranked decision matches.
And they've shown that they're able to do it. But it is time. It's our final game of the day. Group C and D, presented by Intel. Once again, let's head over to Sims as well as Toby for all of the action.
Thank you very much, James. Indeed, yes, this is the last chance to dance. If you want to get some good points on the board for today, rolling into tomorrow. Remember, this, of course, is the group stage. We have 3 days of it, and then once it's all said and done, we have our 32 teams laid out by how they will be playing for the week ahead. 32nd place is absolutely the one spot you do not want to be. For everyone else, make it to top 16 and you could be laughing. But for now, it's going to be a difficult one, Toby. These teams are so far proving that even down at the bottom end, the latter end of the leaderboards within this group, there's still life in them and there's still a lot to be shown.
And that's what I love so much about these global events. I mean, yes, in some regions, it's a little more heavy on the top than it is on the bottom in terms of the skill set of the teams and the depth of the skill set in certain regions. But when we have the best of all regions combined into tournaments like these, for a very big portion of it, there is no top and bottom in terms of skills. That all these teams are so damn talented, and that's what I've been waiting for a year. That's what I'm sure all the viewers have been waiting for, and for the players too, been waiting for a long time, getting to play tournaments like these. Now, Virtus Pro and STK, they are jumping side by side, but it seems to me like Virtus Pro are thinking better of it, maybe not going full commit on Primorsk, also given the fact that they've now seen the circle and gone, yeah, okay, so maybe Prim ain't really worth the fight at this point. They've backed off, gone towards core instead.
Get in the vehicle, boys. We're sending it to the north. That's a fair distance away from the rest of them. A complete polar opposite to where they're actually landing. SDK has got a lot of work to do, but the situations like this where I think in my mind, and you kind of worded it well, where there's enough teams that are disciplined, they know how the game works. Hot dropping, really, it hurts more. All right, it might make for some fun and we enjoy it, but it hurts a team more in the pocket than what it does anything else. Yes. With something like this, I kind of look towards VP and think, all right, boys, well, you've got opportunity to maybe sit on the hillside of this area and actually shoot into them once SDK tries to make some sort of evacuation plan. But again, you then were sitting in Prim, you're putting up that you have to weigh the odds. Are they going to remove any players from us? Do we then slow down to give up a better position in the circle? So there's a lot of ifs and buts. The same scenario as you would to opt to think, do I need to do this hot drop? There's so many different angles that you can approach it. You have to weigh up the cost, and I think you only start to weigh up those things when you've got enough points in the bag to allow it for failure.
Yeah, if you, it's like going on the casino, right? You only play for the money you can afford losing, and I feel like that's essentially the same thing, especially with the skill set in this tournament being so high. If you're opting to jump into a city with another team, let alone jump maybe into the same building, hoping you find the gun that the other person doesn't, you're just putting your entire life savings on red or black, and well, yeah, there might be a chance that you get out with double the money, but there's also a very good chance you leave with absolutely nothing. For the most part, it's going to be nothing, especially if you do it more than once. So be smart about your decision making. As you said, I mean, yes, further down the line we might get to see it if certain teams get a big buffer, but for now I'm glad to see that that's not the case.
Tianban just chilling for now. over by West Town. Easy for them. No one else really around. You've got down in South George one player from Linshorn. You do have over by North Georgia, Paul. You'll have down one gaming. All 4 players up there laughing. For now, pretty all fairly quiet across the board. Ents, Severny, again, no one within reaching distance whatsoever. Your early rotators, I will comment on it, that are coming through now. Gen G, DA, LG Divine, even Petrikov Road, if you want to look at it from a different angle, they are now working their way down. So all 4 of those teams are going to be in and around Yasnaya. Further afield, you'll have Oath, Milter Power, split between Milter Town. Triple A's just skirting the edge of Milter Town. FaZe Clan still solidified and landlocked on Sosnovka Island, the only team that's really not made any ground yet. I suppose up against STK, kind of same scenario for them. Infantry, you might see a scrapple along the roadside. DA clearly have now been made aware of their presence. It's whether or not Infantry accidentally catch VP or STK on the rotation. They should all be going in and around the same kind of area. Quick side shot out of the back, and Loki comes out on top. We said there was a very strong chance we'd see a bit of a car meta coming into effect during this competition, especially with the drive-by. And when they make it, it's not as if it was for these level of players, again, with a bit of stability kicked on the back of it as well for certain. It's just like they're just too good not to miss.
Yeah, they before the stabilization to the aim while driving came on to effect, we were already seeing things that should not be possible from some of these pros, and now that it's become easier for, I guess, the common player, the pros have just gotten that much better at it. I mean, they for the most part, I want to say, if you have a driver and you're just the guy sitting in the passenger seat shooting, they're hitting just as well as they would be had they been standing still. So that just tells you how much of a factor having these vehicles and be able to utilize them in terms of drive-by can have. Liquid rotating out somewhat early on. Of course, pretty standard for Liquid to leave to a somewhat early start, but they are going to make their way into a territory which is actually already pretty occupied now. Liquid hasn't, as you guys know, come off to the best start today, but they seem to have found a center spot without anyone at least completely next to them, so maybe there's a chance they'll be able to get a good start off of this one.
Yeah, given the circle's about 40% water here, you can kind of go anywhere in and around that coastline, and regardless what happens, you are going to be in the next circle and pretty damn close to the one after it. So it's a secure position to be in. Obviously, when you're going up against the edge and the coastline, you are putting yourself in that predicament that if it starts hard shifting away, eventually you're going to be on the edge of the circle. You need it to centralize up, but again, with the land ratios, when we get to around circle 4, you know that then becomes a problem. So you hope there's so many things you have to weigh over, like I wouldn't envy any IGL when it comes to rotations, and that's why I have so much appreciation for people who, individual players. Gustav always rings to mind that don't mind going off, being the scout, and not only don't mind dying for the rest of the team to survive, but you have to put so much faith in them to find you a secure spot, not only for now, but with an exit plan to the next route forward. That's disgusting. That's actually disgusting.
Passenger seat, 180, headshot on the bike. As I was saying, these guys are scary on foot, and with the latest patches, they've become equally scary in vehicles. That's just a fact. And I mean, yes, okay. So Divine, they've made their way up early. They've gotten themselves into a really good position. Left a somewhat unlooted Yasnaya while Son Yang is taking shots. Oh, Kale's actually coming to say hello now as well. Let's hold the thought and see if they can get some drive-by kill shots fired, but no. Nothing hit there in the end of it. But no, as I was going to say, Divine opted to go for early split. 2 players left real early, knowing the pressure was going to come. But that means you now have 2 players from Divine sitting, one without a DMR, the other guy with the second gun being a shotgun and level 1 helmet. So yes, you have the position, but we'll have to wait and see if they can withstand should a potential push come over towards Turtle and his teammate in the center of the circle.
Which I suppose is another big factor that we just don't have time to discuss every little finite detail. But when you look at someone, I use Liquid as an example. We know that they always loot and how fast they go because they have their loot route. They have their set structure of how they will do Pachinki, and then they're in and out before the 3-minute mark. It's job done because they know what they're doing every time, and they know what they're going to collect from there. But if there are teams that are on different areas that they don't necessarily know, if the teams that are up against it, your gear does come into effect, and that could take the blunt hit of it. It's like you'll be rotating. It's like we need to go now, but our gear could be trash when we arrive. We either have to loot up when we get there and hope there's still something left over, or you do the STK play, where they have stayed in Primorsk while the blue arrives at them, but they are fully geared. They will be arriving. Will it be a prime position? Absolutely not. But on the return, they'll have helmets, they'll have chests, they'll have guns, grenades, bandages, bullets, you name it, the full lot. They will be geared. So it's one of those fine balances that you need to kind of make a choice. Do we go now under-geared? And as you say, when someone's carrying a shotgun, you know things haven't gone great. Or do we actually go late, have a worse position, but be fully tanked up, ready to receive any oncoming opponents when we get there?
And I think there's only one right answer to that one. That is... screw the circles. As long as we have something to take a fight with, we'll be fine. I think leaving Prim and expecting to get, no matter when you leave, leaving Primorsk and expecting to get anything worthwhile in a circle like this early on would be rather optimistic. And now, well, Snakers gonna make its way into the water at some point soon. I would expect Oath and Liquid both having a struggling day today. We'll see if they can get something going. For now, though, at least for Liquid, seems to be a little better off. Snakers, on the other hand, he's one with the water.
Yeah, Jim Bob might actually see him from up here eventually, going down low. Should be able to get around this corner and be out of the face of danger. I'd be disappointed if James chased it and then just morphing slowly.
Yeah, the water snakes. I mean, you're dead now. You're supposed to laugh at those type jokes. Ooh, Indigo. No one's laughing at your aim, though. Batulins. Butchered.
Yeah, back of the buggy just gets completely melted, and now the fight will have to endure. VP will have to either take this one or just opt to deny it completely. The rest of them are trying to get together, but look at Xiong's Yang's off angle, Toby. If they decide to try and disconnect to this, even as a weakened position, he could capitalize upon this one. He's put himself so deep into the circle up against the blue, should I say, rather than the circle. It just denies that entire rotate point from them, and they have to go forward. They have to commit to Yasnaya, or at least the fields to go through. I mean, I love that. You're basically just stopping any escape plan. All right, they can get the res and they get themselves back on the feet. But it means that even though they're doing that, Damwon is still in the driving seat, and they can control where you're going.
I'm loving that neither of these two teams overcommitted there. It's a fight for an area of the map that is, at this point, completely pointless. No reason to be there at all. So seeing both of them back off, seeing Damwon not overcommit, and seeing VP commit to the rest, they're great play. Now, on the other side of the circle, though, Tianba getting a knock on towards Pio. Gen.G tried to rotate over, but a knock came in. And I'm not sure if Tianba are willing to have Gen.G around the side of this compound. It is a very open compound, and if you allow for another team to get the foothold above you, it's very limited what you can do from the warehouses below. So let's see. We do have Gen.G, and I saw a Grocer there as well on the Tianba team. So level 3 gear will be there to infantry. Over the hilltop they come, with Ents already here. The south side of Stalber is getting very crowded, and there are only so many places you can really play from.
Solid position coming out of Ents. They'll be able to take this one to the later stages of the game, I would anticipate. Liquid have moved up as well. They've taken the plateau buildings right below them. Boliang, first one to fall from Squeaky. SLR hits him and secures the kill as well. How in God's name Gen.G are back on their feet and moving, I have no idea. As you said, Tianba didn't really press the advantage and press into it, because no matter what kind of day it is, I still wouldn't like to be running into Gen.G. They are individual players. Even when you've got one harmed, it's something that you're still going to, at this level in this competition, I think that's the telling moral story. No matter who you fight, you're going to be in all kinds of trouble and have a definitive amount of answer back. Summer, between Loki and Pio, they do get the point, at least for now. Everywhere else further afield, they take a look at this map. VP are the only one is not inside the circle. That's given how Damwon held them back earlier on, which now means, unfortunately, there is a bit of a bottleneck for them. They have to transition through the edge, the cliff face of Yasnaya Pond, and unfortunately, that's right by STK, so VP's options are extremely limited.
I'm expecting them and hoping for VP to sit around where they are at least for a little while longer, wait and see the next circle, and then to say, you know what, we got to tank that phase 3 blue for as long as we have to in order to get a better spot and better entry to the circle, because they will know, they will be well aware that where they're coming in from now is gonna be clustered to some extent. Long Skirt doesn't need an introduction. Very, very, very talented player. He's sitting with a high ground advantage over James, another very talented player who doesn't need any introduction either. So we'll see if this Liquid and infantry fight will commence, even with a knock. I'm not sure any follow-ups will come in. But as I say that, jeez. Yep, that's a bit of the skull, just torn apart. Longska, he hits those. He hits those all every day of the week. And they get the circle too. Now it's getting interesting. James and Liquid, they want to get the rest. They want to get the hell out of here. Clip has a prime position, but he's alone. If Oath commits to this now, it could be Liquid not able to capitalize in a good position because James just went down.
Yo, see, getting flicked by the M24, you are going to be not happy with that one whatsoever. Pio will fall, unfortunately, to Tixu. He's down, but not out just yet. So as they do try and transition around that compound, which Ensa have pretty much fortified well within, I'm a little bit surprised in some circumstances that James did over-peak a little bit too much, especially given that Liquid have a compound within that. I don't think either team will punish. You'll see James probably push back. Infantry won't bother pushing down because then you are asking to die at the foothills of that compound. Trash comes flying around the corner, but unfortunately misses the final shot onto Alo. That could have been pretty good to get a knock on there and maybe make some sort of advancement. And now you'll need your teammates to at least to begin to rally around you to try and fortify this one and answer back because you have given up your position. And unfortunately for that moment, it was for naught. The nade doesn't get the knock. It does the damage, but you aren't going to be pushing on that. You don't have that level of information.
DA needs to hold off SDK. They cannot allow them to be around here. This is a prime compound. It might not look like it now, but we know the next circle shifts away from water should head somewhat towards the southwest. That's why SDK is committing to try and get a spot down here. That's why we saw VP wanting to do the same, but couldn't do it, knowing that there were two teams already fighting in the area. DA needs to hold out SDK. Preferably kill them or fight them for a kill now so that you can play the circle with more space in a moment's time. Tian, but Lenshin shoots up towards Anonix, helped by M200 as well. Now Divine making the push on forward here. Winners of last game got Patcaps down from the card. Jun initializing this combat to perfect effect. Gets the knock onto Patcaps and Oath down to 3.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic to approach this compound at an angle where you denied vision, but not only to do that, to find a knock on arrival is formidable. Fantastic effort there for LG Divine to secure themselves a place within this circle. Gen G, we've had 3 or 4 knocks now coming out on this roster. Inonix clearly on his first one because he hasn't bled out just yet. Snaker's the second one to follow for Oath, unfortunately. Bullets coming from Lorena. You need to make these count. Those need to land sharp, especially on a team like Gen G. Let him get away with murder. He's only going to cause you problems later on down the line. Inonix finally finished. So is Esther as well. Ends his position now paying dividends, Toby.
Yeah, they're sitting real tight right now. They know they have VP just below them. Virtus Pro could potentially push up, but they also know them to be a team that don't over-aggress before phase 4, phase 5. So with the next circle popping, which should go towards them to some extent, they should be expecting a potential, or at least the threat of Virtus Pro pushing up the hill and engaging on them. But for now, they're sitting tight. They know Tianba is on the west side. M200 making their way into the circle now. And there you can see why STK committed south and why DA would have wanted to have more space at this point, because does just one more team engage on that south side of the circle, that could be troublesome for both STK and DA. Indigo finds Xiaoyang midair, connects on him, and that should be infantry probably being taken down, but no, damn one, they're leaving. Are they leaving? No, they're not. They're taking the fight.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of these rosters have looked at that. Okay, we're moving into circle. Hold for a second. Longska stands up. Indigo in the back. Finally just waits. Bit of trigger discipline, but there will be shots coming his way, so he needs to be aware of that. Simultaneously gets the flush, so it's job done. Under. Does he want more of this? Especially if he knows he's made contact with him and he's damaged. Strangulate them. Don't let him get away with murder whatsoever. He's chasing this one down. Look at this aggression. It's very rare we see players chase so damn hard, even to the point where he's going hunting. Nade will come over. Now the position will be noted. Final player is gone, and pick up any other extra meds and additional bits and bats you finally want. JS goes down, but for damn one, you do have one player directly still in front of him. It's going to be low-key, but given the position of the circle, Toby, they are in a very, very difficult position. This will be hard, not only to find an entry point to the circle, but more importantly, to find a place to fortify themselves. Down, Pero, do the dirty onto AAA. Collateral damage is done, and they leave the server. 13 alive, 44 players individually. And Uber and Face Clan, well, they're out in the outskirts a little bit. Very open, very exposed, but still 4 players alive and kicking.
In some scenarios, that dip can be your saving grace, the perfect place to be. But in most, you're just open to so many different angles, and you can do very little to hold them or prevent them from getting at least within nade range. We saw that from Pero there. Down goes an attack all around, and once again, I feel like it's, well, I mean, they're not really living up to the name. We saw them in the double houses earlier in the previous game. They didn't attack. They ended up going down. Now, same thing. They were kind of turtling down inside the dip, and they end up paying the price forward. Down they go in 14th. And as you were saying, damn one, they needed the space on the north side. They got it, and now they can try and push forward. They're going straight down towards Liquid. James is out on the wall, gets attack on the first guy, doesn't get the second. Can he get down Son Yang? Yes, he can. Down he goes instantly. More shots fired. Maxi can't quite connect on KO.
There's a fair amount of blood coming out of those vehicles, so I do fear for down one once they arrive at their position, regardless of who's there. A weakened set of players arriving at the worst time is going to be perfect for all these other teams that are scraping at the bottom. Oath, Liquid picking up frag points between them. Genji goes down in 13th. And again, with down one up at the top of the tables alongside Genji being very weakened, this will be a good time for everyone around that middle pack to try and jump them out of the smoke and into the shack we go. Ike's left on with the kill. We're on board with Under, having a look at what he's doing. Meanwhile, Petra are just going toe-to-toe. Tian's there as well. Squeaky will fall. Batulins. Bit of a European battle going on off-screen as he is confirmed dead. But Lorena hits the deck instantly. Very little HP. And does somehow still manage to get a shot back. Finally does fall M200 simultaneously. So Petrichor Road still holding on for dear life. But it is insanely, insanely close. And when you have FaZe Clan lingering here, Ike's left last man standing, just getting the revives. XDD, we've seen him pull a 1 versus 4 on FaZe before. Can he do this again?
We saw Pero. We heard them on the desk. They were being talked about by James, at least as one of the underdogs of this tournament. They just took down Tianba, a team that started off the day with a great game. Took them out in the battle there now, Uber. And the rest of FaZe Clan are in the nearby vicinity. Her nades are coming in. Molly's thrown as well. Miller is on his own. He's trying to buy time for Ikeslef to get the rest on up to the third player on the team. Might be able to make a stand here. A lot of damage coming with the utility. That nade might be good. The second one in, nope. It was exploded already. Got baited by the trajectory there. But this is difficult. You can see Gustav's trying to hold the back angle. Pressure's coming in from behind on him as well. They need to make a push here. I want to see FaZe make the push here. They need to take the fight to Pero in order to grant themselves some space in the circle to come.
Smoke's going down on either side. Players utilizing vehicles as well to try and hold some cover. Under ranking it at least to the crate. It gives him the level 3 advantage as well. If he didn't have those before, he certainly does now. So upgrades his survivability chances and also gives him a bit of a 90-degree angle for cover. Looking towards DXG suggests he doesn't have the information on STK or just over the hill, but you won't anticipate they come this far forward, given that they would be showing their hand towards Digital Athletics. Liquid's going for a 2-2 split. Clib and Mexi are actually left standing in the compound, while Ibi, Jimbo, they will go forward to try and find a better holding for this fight. First nades will open up on the side of Petrichor Road. One answers back. We'll see if it finds its target towards Uber. It does not, but the headshot comes through. It's a tag as well, but now they have to make the push. Down one's gone down. They are eliminated. Fire on the floor, so they have to be careful as FaZe go to the retreat. Will they expect someone flying around from the blue? I'd see. Does not. Fuzzface is there as well. He's no idea. That's 2. Can they continue? The damage sprays through the smoke and shuts it down. But FaZe have been battered. That is so much damage from one individual player they did not need to have.
There's no way they're getting these reses up either ends. You saw them try and push down, but they have the fear. Virtus Pro pushing from the other side as well. Diggory and Tixu both had to fall back to help Rustin on top of the hill. In the meantime, Liquid trying to stay put, knowing that Oath pushed down below them. You can see Mexi is looking for them down there. 8C does go down in the end of it. Mexi is looking around. Knows he has some of the NA players sitting below, but can't quite get the angle on towards them.
3 M24s in play from 3 different teams. I like this. I like what I'm seeing. It kind of tells you the lay of the land, that we are in a bit of a more open trajectory with a low side than a high side. With the circle going more towards the high side, it puts VP in the driving seat. The question is, Liquid, how do you deal with that? With that hillside that runs up against the road, kind of where it kinks in and snakes in, plus LG Divine, it becomes so difficult to make any kind of maneuver without being seen, whether it's by VP or whether it's by any other team across the opposing side, of where ENCE will be making their last stand. FaZe Clan behind them. Liquid lose their first player. Reload goes down. We know Oath's already had damage done to it. I believe they're down to 2. Yes, they are, because they're on your screen. Balefrost, last man standing. For how long, I do not know. These smokes will only hide so much for so much time. Everyone else has kind of got eyes on the prize. DXG is slowly but surely working their way towards the circle. And I think next on the chopping block, it's either going to be DA or LG Divine. We shall see. Eyes on the prize for Bale Frost. He finds Ibby falling behind a stone.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Oath to make their way inside this circle. They did manage to get the flush on Mexi, but Liquid is standing strong on the east side of the circle here, won't let them through. And now, as we were talking about before, DA wanted to deal with STK just for this not to happen below them. In the meantime, DXG and Divine once again squaring off against one another. Two guys are down instantly. Turtle, the only one left alive, trying to hold off, and he does manage to get both flushes in there. It's IQ 500 left on his own on the east side and over towards the west. The remaining two players from Faceland are trying to push their way in. They have to run into ends to some extent, but it's going to be up to Virtus Pro to really decide on whether this is going to be a sandwich situation or straight on 2v2.
Luke 12's trying to step up to the plate here. Clearly has the information that FaZe are in a weakened position. Down against the tree. If the fire does go around it, he's going to be laughing. Uber, finish. Purdy Curdy sees it. Leaves Gustav. Last man standing for FaZe Clan. It's a bit of a European brawl over on this side of the map with VP directly in front of him as well. Gustav still just holding back, but does need to make the advancement because of all the gunfire that is behind him. My problem is that Diggory's waiting. Diggory actually had the upper hand, but Gustav shuts it down. Needs to go for the heal instantly. Turtle will fall. Ibby, clip comes in. M24 solidifies the frags. That's another point in their bag. Now, the good thing for Liquid is that basically the road in front of them, with all the players dying earlier on, it's now clear. Now they actually have somewhere that they can make a proper fight. They can make a proper stand. The next fight will be on your screen. DA. They have to take on STK, and STK is wrapping low.
This is going to be so hard. I mean, STK, they have the upper hand. They have the position above. They know there's no pressure from behind. This is going to be DA having to take the fight to them. They know Liquid are holding from below. They need to push over this hill. Essentially, I'm not sure how they can play below without Liquid getting eyes on them. They might have a little Saga. Nope, they don't. Smash already found been found instantly by Clip. Now, push over the top from STK. First one down. Alo finds him. Mert goes down immediately after. Will he be the triple? No, it won't. Purdy gets it, but doesn't matter. DA eliminated. Shoot to kill. All the room in the world now, but Liquid are making their way over towards them. 3 EU teams against Shoot to Kill, all against one another, of course, but let's see if STK has what it takes to bring home this one.
Clip going off with an M24, that's kind of what you want to see. FaZe Clan, I wouldn't anticipate Mex too much now. The only thing he can do is really do damage, but by doing that, it just slows them down and slows the approach. VP, I mean, we'd have to say, Toby, after seeing how they play for some time, this is kind of the perfect scenario for them. They've got 4 players alive. They've been quiet. They've been cautious. And more importantly, they have so much room compared to Liquid and STK, who are sandwiched side by side. This, for me, sits in the seats of VP. The question is, do they have the nerves to hold it? They're not rocking their full normal roster. Clips just upgraded the M24 to an AWM. So now we're seeing a potential lifeline coming out here from Team Liquid. Losing Mexi earlier on, it does put them at the man disadvantage, but they are on the same levels of STK here, 3 and 3 respectively. The question is, can Clib get that gun into play? Can he get the angle? Because it's such an open ground, you are playing the extremities of this circle.
Issue for Liquid here is going to be they're going to be playing from below unless if something weird happens with everyone pushing down towards the south. So getting the upper hand in a peak battle will be difficult. They'll be seeing grass while the opponents will be seeing bodies. We'll have to see how Clip can make use of the Omen in the meantime. Virtus Pro, as you were saying, I mean, this is their bread and butter. Play it slow to begin with, play it aggressive late, and I think the key saying for Virtus Pro is they ain't never in a hurry. They are never in a hurry. They're taking the time here as well. Very similar to what we've seen from Down 1 earlier. They know when to trigger that aggression button, and they haven't decided to trigger it. They're hoping that they can get STK and Liquid to force the fight between one another first. They know they have the space in the circle needed to take home a win here, but what we're not really seeing from the map, but knowing, of course, is that between VP and Team Liquid, there's a big open field that neither 3 teams want to have to push into.
There's also an open amount of points. Liquid, STK, and VP. 15th, 13th, and 11th, respectively, coming into this one. So whoever comes out the victor is going to pick up some nice free points. Luke 12, do not touch that blue, my dude, otherwise you are dead. Alo will protect them from the top, but James is starting to get a little bit creepy. James is starting to get a little bit of a trigger itch. Does he want to get involved in this one? Circle updates, and it will push Liquid more towards the northern side. the only ones actually in this circle, but maybe we see VP just clean out the edge first and then advance backwards. And again, it all comes down to sight lines. With how open and barren this is, yes, you've got the trees, but still in the middle, it's very, very exposed.
There's a lot to take away from this. Everybody are in their own rights trying to get the third-party advantage. STK having to run up and down the hill, making sure that they ain't going to be the targets in between. And I got to say, I mean, I like how they're playing this so far. They're not expecting the push from the top now, and understandably so, because Virtus.pro ain't really opting to go that way. STK know they will have to be the team to trigger this engagement. Now they do. Down towards Liquid, they go. EB has seen one on the rock, and they know this is where they'll have to go. Virtus.pro, are they playing it slow in the center, or are they going to wrap down towards them? Purdy now running back up the hill, actually. They have realized, okay, Liquid knows we're coming. They've set up the trap down there. Let's play center. Let's try and chill it out, and somehow maybe we can force Virtus.pro and Liquid to fight without us being the ham in the sandwich. I just don't see how that's possible with where STK are positioned right now. They're dropping the backpacks. They're proning down. They do not want to be seen. They're hoping for a fight in the north, but with the terrain and the lay of the land, I don't see how it's going to happen.
So Luke 12's health just dip a little bit, and that kind of tells the viewers at home how hard this circle will be hitting. If you touch it, you are going to lose health individually. You can't take a fight outside of it. James is holding his position. He's the bouncer for the bottleneck that is on the south. He wants to stop them wrapping low towards the rock side. Keep them up high. Feed them to the wolves. Feed them to VP. Let them do the damage first, and then that gives Team Liquid an opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Again, the AWM isn't really coming into attrition here, simply because Clib will not have those lines of sight. He doesn't want to go out. Nobody really wants to go out at this point and just gives themselves up for no reason whatsoever. He needs to be ready to move into that position. But again, with VP being in a much higher place, it becomes that much more difficult. You can see, even from the top-down view, it is rather barren. Those couple of trees are not going to do anything against this level of players that we have currently in the field. Purdy, use the trees for now. Finally, an angle has been exposed. Finally, he sees one. Hyruzen answers back. Lou goes down to sub 40% HP. Nades will kick off loud and proud any second. They don't find the initial targets. They don't have the initial information. Alo again, 50%. This is very difficult. Dire Straits here as they move slowly but surely. Liquid still standing strong and just waiting for these two teams to work their way towards them. This will be their time to go. But James has been spotted. There is an answer back. Ibi sees him, at least fires through for now. But losing one makes it that much more difficult. Luke 12's also. VP are just looking at this and laughing, thinking, well, this gets a little bit more easier. Or does it? With Spyro going down, he will answer back at least by Hyruzen onto Purdy Curdy. Liquid now have to move. They know the game is up. They know this has been engaged and it's time to fight. With two going down, it's Liquid versus VP at the top and upper ends of the map.
This is going to be so damn difficult. EB going down on VP, somehow managed to claim control throughout the end of it. Spiro is down still. They got Batulin's down to low HP. Clip all on his own, and there is Sheer Bull. I'm not sure it's going to come to more effect. No, VP wins it, taking home the final game of the day with 8 kills there. And great play from them. I got to give it to STK, though. They did everything they possibly could not to become the middle of that fight. But in the end, it would happen regardless. Liquid, solid performance from them, given how they started out the first 3 games. But in the end, glad to see Virtus.pro grant themselves a win in the final one of the day.
Yeah, fair play. Every single team kind of did everything they could towards the end to not only stay alive, but not be that domino that engaged the entire fight. And just as quickly as it started, it ends. It's as simple as that. Because we know the lay of the land, because we know how difficult it was going to be, the second one person started shooting, the second that engagement between James and Purdy Curdy happened, it then just fell into play. Everyone else was, okay, it's time to go. But still, for these 3 teams getting top 3 when they were down the lower ends of the table, it's going to help. Even if it's a point or two, every little helps to keep you away, to keep you in that top 16, but more importantly, keep you away from that bottom 32nd placement. Good job from VP. First chicken dinner on the board for them. We spoke about how they excelled in these kind of moments where not only do they have 4 players up, but it's the final circle. You know, this is what they do. They're low and slow, Toby, but once they get to that point, in theory, that should be their home ground, their home turf, what they're used to.
Oh, they are. They're a patient team. The polar bears are a smart animal, and they show it right here. I mean, they're scary. They're scary. Nothing short of it. Great game overall. Great 4 games today. I mean, this is just the ranking games. This could have been a weekly final. This could have been a grand final for all I care with the way these teams have been playing. So absolutely hyped to get this tournament on the way.
yeah, it's kind of wild. We'll be covering all of at least Group C with everyone else going through it for the next few days. We've got 2 more days left, but today all 8 games are said and done. I want to thank you very much for watching. For me and Toby, we're done. We're going to pass it back to James and the Desk team to close the show.
That's right. Thank you very much, gents. We have a Virtus Pro win here in the final game of the day. And even more impressive is that they are playing, of course, with a substitute here throughout the tournament. So Virtus Pro getting themselves properly on the board here. Avenger, what do you make of it?
I'm happy to see them do well here overall, but we had some insane shots. This was an insane shot from Longsker. Like, it's a long time since I've seen a shot like that. He was able to clutch it out and get a lot of points for them. And under cleaning up that the guys, for instance, is there. Overall, this circle here is such a rough situation. Like, you have a northeastern ending where you have very limited space to get into it, and some of the teams that are playing extremely well with some of their early rotation and positioning. But I gotta say, these fights here on the west side and the amount of kills that we saw from Petrica Road, oh my god, that was insane.
Yeah. Frost, thoughts?
I gotta say, VP played this really well to be able to grab that victory, because we know that they like to go in the corners of the map. They didn't drop for Kameshka this time, but they actually went for the southwest one, and they didn't get Primorse because the SDK actually took Primorse from them, and VP instead they went for the border, and from there they had to work all the way throughout the whole map to get all the way towards the top there. And they had some great rotations between a few teams to actually make it into the position they could play from there. So really well played from them, and same from STK, of course. Both of those teams coming in from the southwest corner. That's going to be really rough trying to get all the way up there, because there's so many teams that are all ahead of them that could just hold them out. But being able to make those kind of really crucial rotations on Circle 4, that's when it's so good. That's what gives them the win, the third place, and also a lot of kills on top of that.
Yeah, you witnessed before, Mr. Batulins himself very happy with that victory. No bathrobe though, so is it really a win? I don't know. Is it real? Anyway, they get themselves decent points on the board with 8 kills as well here for the boys. Hyruzen, even, you witnessed in scrims as well, he was filling in pretty darn well for the team, gotta say, with Perfectix not being able to be out here of all intents and purposes. But here are our match results coming in from this game. It's a hit or miss day for Multi-Circle Gaming as they get themselves another 16th place on the board here. So no points coming in from them for this one. And as eventually we'll take a look at our 1 through 8 and see how many big points we're able to come in for our top teams here later on down the line. But a very different end, I think, Avenger, to this game relative to our others. Not too much Korea, not huge amounts of China for the top points here.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's extremely rare that you see 2 teams like VP and Shoot to Kill start that far away from the circle. Remember, they were in the southwest. For them to both be able to get into the circle and get first and third place, that is just insanely well played by them, and extremely rare that you see something like that.
Okay, here's our top 16 for day 1. Of course, we still have 2 games, days worth of games to play. So Damwon Kia will take number 1 spot right now with 48 points. And then we teeter on down from there. FaZe just at the cutoff with 22 points to their name. Looking at day 1, looking at how the top 16 shapes up, Froz, any kind of surprises for you? Any outliers there as it disappears?
I mean, let's talk about the weekly survival, because you need a win to actually get through to the weekly finals. Currently, we're seeing being up towards the top there, but they don't have a win yet. And that is going to be interesting, because if they can't win a game, they never get to the weekly finals. So they got to make sure that they can close down the games. Currently sitting on 4th place, that's really good. That's going to do them really good, but it's not going to do them anything without a win.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, like, in some other tournaments, I mean, it's been very rare we've ever seen a tournament winner happen without chicken dinners. Everyone casts their Maybach Avenger to M19, of course, from that GLL. But if you're getting, if you're any other tournament you play, if you get second, you're probably going to win that tournament. But here, that's not really possible.
No, you're just gonna, you're not gonna make too much money there. Like, you're actually not gonna make any money. I think you're only gonna get a share of the participation good prize pool because you don't get anything unless you win a game in the weekly series, and then you don't win anything unless you get top 4 in the weekly finals. So you, So if you manage to get a win, get into the weekly finals, and you get second in all those games, then you probably win the whole thing in that weekend. But you have to get a win. You have to get that home. So again, the strategy and the meta we're going to be diving in a bit deeper and throughout the weekend here is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. And as witnessing and closing things out here for Group C and D, the players packing things up, it's been very, very eye-opening to see the level of play we've seen from Group C and D going up against one another. China and Korea very much came out to play. Europe towards the tail end of this, coming out to play as well, Froz, with VP, Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, even DA in 5th place as well, all having a really good showing in this final game.
All having a really good show in the final game, but that's just 1 out of the 4 games, and they need to step it up. They need to keep on playing like they did in the last game throughout the whole of tomorrow's games. If they don't do that, I mean, they're in a high risk zone to be in the bottom 16. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be there at all. That might hurt the teams more than you think, because like your confidence will be super low, especially if you're going to be super low down on the leaderboard itself, having only a few games in the next week trying to get through the weekly survival.
Do you have highlights from today, Avenger? I guess I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think the highlights was how we started our 2 game, like the 2 first games. I was blown away how high competition and how level the competition was already. But also talking a bit about the theoretical cutoff. Now that we've played the whole day today, we can basically triple the amount of points that we have on 16th place. That's 22 points. So our theoretical cutoff will be somewhere between 65 to 75 points, which is where you want to end above if you want to get into the top 16. So that's going to be really interesting to follow, to see some of these teams that is going to be in the top already. We have Damwon Kia and 42 points. That's really impressive. They started off extremely well, especially on Miramar. If they're going to be able to breach into the 60s, 70s already in day 2, that's when they can start pushing out some of the other teams. Once they get into the other groups, establish dominance, take some of the drop spots that you are, and I think that's going to be playing a huge factor, especially in the later stages of tomorrow, and also especially on Sunday.
Absolutely. Frost, final thoughts?
I mean, we had a lot of good teams here today, but I think one team that surprised us the most must be LG Divine. Ending the day here with C&D on a 3rd place. We know they're a great team. They have experience as well on the global scale, but being able to beat so many of the teams that you would put above them most likely, I think that's really great to see, and I want to see them continue with that throughout the ranked games there.
Absolutely. And with that, that is our first day, not only of PGI.S complete, but also the first day of said ranking games, as Froz just mentioned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen around the world, tuning in for today for what was an awesome day of PUBG action, with groups A, B, C, and D concluding their first day of games. Tomorrow, we are back same time, same place, when we have our 2nd day to determine more ranking points. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.